A boy of about 13 years old with white hair hung over a man with lime-colored hair in a robe with red clouds. Only his left blue eye was open. There was a vertical scar on the right closed eye. I'm asking you a question, and if the answer doesn't satisfy me, Creating an ice spike, he pierced the second foot completely. Another scream echoed throughout the cave. Am I explaining this clearly? The blonde man said slowly. The green-haired man with a tremor in his voice, I see. But our story does not begin here, but many years before. During the time of Hagoromo himself, when he divided his power into the nine-tailed beasts. The strongest of them, the nine-tailed fox, had one peculiarity: the fox could be divided into two parts, dark and light. The light one was kinder than the dark one, but also weaker, and the dark one had a special element like one-tailed or four-tailed. This is ice, but this element was much stronger than usual. So now let's go back forward to the birth of the fourth Hokage's wife Kushina Uzumaki. Everything is as per canon, only Naruto was not born alone, but Menma was born with him. Naruto has a dark side, and Menma has a light side, and Menma is somewhat similar to Sasuke in canon. And Minato killed the attacker after sealing. Naruto's hair turned red like blood. Yes, it's a cliché, but then it will be a good plot twist. Minato handed him over to the orphanage with a note from Uzumaki Naruto. 7 years have passed. Over all these years, Naruto was a restless and stupid boy. If he hadn't been a Jinchuriki, people would have only been touched. But they didn't feed him, they beat him, humiliated him, and on his birthday they threw him out into the street so that someone would beat him or kill him. He also developed a habit of undressing down to his underwear at random, which made everyone laugh even more. He also had a dream of becoming a Hokage, so that everyone would recognize him. But today, October 10th, is the day of victory over the fox, and also the birthday of the son of the Hokage Menma Namikaze and, of course, the birthday of the demon fox. So Naruto was kicked out into the street again. Uzumaki decided to run straight to his sleeping place. The place was on the other end of the village, so Naruto walked along the alleys trying not to get run over by a group of drunk shinobi, but as they say, when you remember shit, here it is. Changes. As they say, when you remember shit, here it is. Alavalasi was kicked into a garbage container, leaving a dent in it. And we, just tteba Ascali, the shinobi said in a slurred voice today. We will do the village a favor by killing you, fox. And Naruto himself was choking on tears. NNNNNNNDDO please. The little boy screamed in despair. But the shinobi began to beat him, cut the boy's tender skin, and the cherry on the cake was a scar on his right eye, because of which Naruto will see only with one eye. Then they started poking and cutting with a kunai. They cut to the bone, the sounds of sloshing blood could be heard, because they cut the boy's muscles. Afterwards Naruto passed out from pain shock. Naruto woke up in the hospital, and the fourth Hokage himself was sitting next to him. Naruto almost exclaimed because he had the fourth and was considered the strongest and bravest of all the shinobi in the world. The fourth one woke up from his half-slumber from the sounds on the bed. Hello Naruto. I see things aren't going so well for you, but... The good-natured smile disappeared from Namikaze's face. Now his face was as serious as ever. Naruto, as I understand it, you were kicked out of the orphanage, and then beaten up and left with one eye, but now you have a Sharingan in your right eye, and I'm giving you the keys to the apartment. The address is on this piece of paper. And here is the manual. All this time Naruto listened to his idol with his mouth open. Later he frowned. What is Sharingan? Sharingan, or more accurately Sharingan, the former blonde tried to look smart. Minato laughed. Naruto Sharingan is a dojutsu of the Uchiha clan that greatly increases your capabilities in taijutsu and also allows you to copy techniques and use genjutsu. Only Sharingan is 1 volume, and the full form of Sharingan is 3 tomo. Hooray, I'll be strong, and will someone train me in this Sharingan? With a smile, like 32 is not the limit, asked Uzumaki. After graduating from the academy, you will be put on the team of the sensei with the Sharingan. Looking at his watch, the fourth said, Okay Naruto, my break is over, I need to run to work. After burning in a yellow flash, Naruto decided that since nothing hurt, he went to get ready, but the places where there were cuts, bruises and fractures were covered in a crust from the ice. Naruto simply hid where he could and the crust in the cracks disappeared. Then Naruto got dressed and left the hospital. Looking at the allowance, he whistled, because there were about 60,000 rubles in it. I need a mask, otherwise they'll keep beating me up. After these words from Uzumaki, I went to the store and bought a mask, and then ran to the training ground to do push-ups, and generally exercise. He decided to just pump up and cover his sharingan with a regular headband like Kakashi. After training, Naruto went home. At home, Uzumaki saw his supply of clothes and decided to go to the store to buy some. He settled on the usual black shinobi suits, black pants, a shirt, and for the shirts he decided to buy a knee-length jacket, but the jacket could lengthen itself as he grew older. It's hard for me to explain. It unfolded and thus lengthened, and don't write that such things don't happen. I bought it without the inflated price because the seller in this store was reasonable. In this he decided that in the future he would go to the academy and on missions. Although he was afraid for his new things, because he could undress and lose them. After the store, he went to his apartment, where he later ate ramen and went to bed. So 5 years passed before the academy. Every day he did physical exercises. Tsuki from ramen taught him to read and write, but Naruto did not want to read books or improve his handwriting. Waking up in the morning from a knock on the door, the all-haired boy woke up, quickly dressed in shorts and a t-shirt. Naruto looked into the pupil and saw the fourth. Quickly opening the door, Uzumaki let the yondaime into the house. Hello Naruto, you are already 8 years old, which means you will be going to the ninja academy. I came to notify you about this and to give you your monthly allowance, said the fourth one, giving you your allowance. Uncle Minato, who are my parents? Naruto asked sadly. The fourth one bit his lip, but then made a brick face. This is a stupid question. I told you that they died defending the village during the attack. You told me this, and about who they were. Minato did not answer this question, saying that in 3 days he was going to the academy, saying goodbye to Izumi in a yellow flash. Naruto went to make himself breakfast, and then went for a run. After jogging, he went to the training ground to do a set of exercises. He finished training at about 15:30. In principle, all the days passed approximately the same way. Here Naruto is already walking in his purchased clothes, walking towards the academy. He arrived on time when Minato appeared and began to read about the will of fire. Naruto listened to all this because he wanted to become Hokage. Everyone else quickly became bored with this speech. After this fascinating speech, everyone began to be divided into classes. Naruto ended up in the class of the clan. Commentary on the change. Sorry for the short chapter. I'm at a sports camp, I have little time and the internet is lame. And I need a beta or co-author. Academy. Naruto ended up in a class with clan kids and a few clanless kids. Parents and children also looked at Uzumaki with disdain, and some whispered, how will a demon study with our children? Naruto was very upset, because he was not a demon, but an ordinary boy Uzumaki Naruto. When he entered the classroom, the children paid attention to him. Some began to whisper, my parents told me not to talk to him, because he's a demon. Are you sure it's him? My mom told me he has 3 stripes on each cheek. Yes, he has scarlet hair. Under approximately such whispers, with my head down, I walked to the last desk. After sitting for 3 minutes, 2 Uchiha entered the classroom, one a girl and the other a boy. Naruto looked at the Uchiha with open eyes. Something stabbed in my chest and butterflies appeared in my stomach. If it weren't for the mask, you would be able to see the blush on her cheeks. Uchiha felt like she was being sawed with a look. Looking towards Naruto, she frowned and looked angrily, because she was told that the Uchihas were not liked because of the fox that was imprinted in Uzumaki. That night there was a sharingan in the demon's eyes, and I realized it was him by his hair, thin as blood. Naruto was upset and thought, why this look again, for what? 2 of the Uchiha sat down next to Menma and started talking, and when the blonde spoke, the Uchiha blushed and looked away. Naruto got angry at the blonde but didn't do anything. After some time, a man with a horizontal scar on the bridge of his nose, tan skin and chestnut hair entered the classroom. Hello children, my name is Aruka Yumino, I am your sensei for the next 5 years. Today we will get acquainted, and from tomorrow the lessons will begin, said the Chunin. I will begin, you already know my name, I love ramen in Ichiraku, my dream is to make good shinobi out of you and become the director of the academy. Next, I'll only have the most interesting ones, Namikaze Menma. The girls began to blush. A blonde man similar to the fourth one came out. In my FF Menma is similar in character to Sasuke, but he is not cold to people he likes or is interested in. My name is Namikaze Menma, what I like and what I don't like should only be known to a narrow circle of people, the goal is to become a stronger Hokage and the grandeur of my father, the blonde said in a normal tone. The next one to be called was Satsuki Uchiha. My name is Satsuki Uchiha, I love tomatoes, family, Menma, and training with my brother Itachi. I don't like the man because of whom my clan has problems. A hateful look at Naruto. The goal is to surpass Uchiha Madara. This made their mouths open and their eyes widen in surprise. Her brother Sasuke has a similar hobby. Uzumaki Naruto, come out, Yumino answered sullenly. Naruto got up from his desk and quickly ran to the board, but while our main character was running, a boy with fangs on his cheeks tripped him up. Naruto flew into the wall completely, and then he started screaming sickly. The whole class started laughing at Naruto. Naruto stood up and looked at the class with disappointment. But then he cheered up. My name is Uzumaki Naruto Dadbeo. This phrase alerted Menma and his sister Mito. I love ramen especially in Ichiraku. I don't like when ramen is brewed for 3 minutes. Dream. To become Hokage and the strongest Dadbeo. The class started laughing again as if they were crazy, and then shouts were heard. Menma has a better chance because he is the son of the Hokage, and you are a demon. You're a clown, you're no match for the Hokage. Menma Bobrov smiled in unison. Standing up, he said, I won't lose to you, from now on you are my rival, Namikaze said smiling. Naruto smiled with all 32 teeth, I especially won't lose to you. Okay, so on. 5 years later. A boy with hair the color of blood and eyes like a cloudless sky runs all over Konoha. He had paint in his hands, and the Chunins were chasing him. Why? Ask. He painted the rock with the Hokage's faces once again. Minato was sitting in the Hokage's office sorting through papers. Some Chunin entered the office. Hokage-sama, we have problems. Just don't tell me that Naruto painted the Hokage mountain again. The fourth one answered calmly. They nodded to him and he exhaled heavily. Can't you catch the worst student of the academy? At this time, Naruto hid from the Chunin. Ha 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 ha, they are such idiots, they can't catch a child. He was interrupted by his sensei's shout. Naruto, why aren't you in class? Are you fooling around here? Before Naruto could do anything, he was tied up in a rope. After classes, I'll make sure the Hokage's faces shine like new. No. In a few minutes. The kids sat in the class and giggled, because the sight of Naruto trying to get out was very funny. So today we are doing a skills test again because of Naruto. The first Aburame Shino. Naruto was unable to perform the technique, but still went to take the paint off the Hokage's faces. He finished muttering something evil with the fourth person's face. Naruto, when you finish with the fourth face, I'll treat you to ramen at Ichiraku. Hooray! Iruka-sensei is treating me to ramen. After Naruto's shout, he began to rub at the speed of light. Before the battle, the two of them went to Ichiraku. After ordering 5 servings of pork ramen, Naruto began to eat. When in the middle of the meal, Naruto decided to ask. Iruka-sensei, can I try on your protector shower on the thing? Asked Uzumaki. No Naruto, this is personal, you have to pass the exam tomorrow and get a protector. And Naruto, who do you want to become? Adjusting his protector. Uzumaki stretched his chopsticks forward and began to speak. I want to become Hokage to make peace in the world. And I won't lose to this Menma bake. After talking some more they went home because tomorrow was the exam. Commentary on Academy. Beta, maybe not an ice demon but a reincarnation of Gray. No, later he won't look like Gray, but now it's just for fun, got it, accepted it. Examination and distribution into teams. The next day there was an exam for Genin. Everyone who entered the classroom before Naruto passed and left with a bandage on their head. Here comes Naruto. Well, Naruto, make an illusionary clone, Iruka said, smiling approvingly. Fuck, why am I not a transformation, but a clone? Now I'm definitely jealous of the exam, but I won't give up. Menma passed the exam and I didn't. After these words Naruto folded the conversion seals. Technique. Illusory clone, after Naruto created an underdeveloped clone. Naruto, you failed. Iruka was obviously very upset, try next year. Naruto was very upset that he couldn't become Hokage, and he realized that he lost to Menma. Naruto sat under a tree on a swing with his head down. While the people standing near the academy were laughing at Uzumaki. Thank God he didn't become a shinobi because he. Why can't you say something like that? He sat like that for a long time until Mizuki approached him. Naruto, forgive Iruka, he just wants you to be a good shinobi. But we offer you another way to pass the Genin exam. Mizuki said calmly. Naruto's eyes lit up. Yes, and what should I do? Naruto asked smiling. You need to steal the scroll with the Hokage's forbidden techniques, but quietly. I will wait for you in the forest at night. After this conversation, Naruto waited until night, penetrated the residence, he chose a scroll with forbidden techniques and ran away. But after 10 minutes Minato discovered the loss. Having sent everyone he could to search for the scroll, he sat down and began to think. Meanwhile, Naruto managed to learn the shadow cloning technique. Naruto, why did you steal the Hokage's scroll? Said the angry Iruka. So Mizuki-sensei told me that this way I will be able to pass the Genin exam. Mizuki. But, Iruka didn't let the whistle finish. Iruka managed to react and jump back together with Naruto. Naruto, give me the scroll, the white-haired man shouted, holding out his hand. No, Naruto, don't give him the scroll, Yumino Uzumaki shouted, run from here. Naruto, do you want me to tell you why everyone hates you and beat you up as a child? Asked Mizuki, smiling evilly. Mizuki, no, that's forbidden to say, Yumino said fearfully. Why do they avoid you? They make fun of you and even Iruka is the same, he also hates you, because during your attack his parents died. You are the nine-tailed demon fox. You attacked Konoha 12 years ago, because of you the third Hokage died, Mizuki shouted the last words, spinning a new shuriken. Naruto. He didn't hear the shuriken flying at him and he only heard his name from Iruka. Naruto was ready to die but Iruka covered him. Naruto, I'm sorry for ignoring, acknowledging and trying to humiliate in every possible way. But Naruto, hearing his words, shouted, you're lying. And then he ran away as if he were in the forest to the teachers, but in fact he sat behind a tree holding a scroll in his hands. Okay, Iruka, I didn't want to kill you, but I have to, and then I'll kill the demon fox. He is not a demon. He is Uzumaki Naruto, although I despised him and tried to humiliate him in every possible way, because I thought like all the residents that it was he who killed my parents, but every day at the academy, I saw how he constantly smiles. I thought that he was crazy, but behind his smile he hid his pain and loneliness. Even when they openly call him names, he continued to smile. Even when they beat him, he does not give up and continues to prove to the villagers that he is not a demon fox, but my student Uzumaki Naruto. Second, I am proud, Iruka said seriously. Naruto listened to this entire dialogue, choking on tears. You will still die when you shield this demon, but I will finish you off. No, I won't let you do that, Naruto jumps out screaming, I won't let you. Ooh, Naruto, what are you going to do to me? Mizuki asked sarcastically. He folded the seal crosswise and then shouted out the name of the technique. Technique. Multiple shadow cloning. A multitude of clones appeared on the clearing and began to beat Mizuki. Naruto's appearance could be seen to have changed slightly. His hair turned slightly white, the stripes became less visible, because while all this was happening, his mask was torn, and his left eye became vertical. After the beating, Naruto ran up to the half-dead Iruka. Iruka-sensei, I defeated Mizuki and help will come soon, just hold on, Naruto said, smiling slightly. Naruto, I don't want Mizuki to mortally wound me, but close your eyes. Naruto closed his eyes from which tears were flowing abundantly, and then he felt something cold on his forehead. Now you are officially a genin, and Naruto what I will say now. Never give up, don't give up, I will watch you from the heavens. And never forget me. Goodbye Naruto. These were the last words of the man who recognized Naruto. 3 days later, Iruka's funeral took place. After Iruka's funeral, everyone came to be assigned to teams. No one knew that Iruka died because of Naruto. Naruto also came, but he was more cheerful because he wanted to fulfill his sensei's last wish. By the way, Naruto came in new clothes and without a mask. The girls noticed this, including Satsuki. And his face is quite handsome, but he is a fool unlike Menma, but still, Uchiha blushed at her thoughts. Then the teacher entered the classroom and began to assign teams. Life is a series of losses and gains. Some people are sad about losses, some are happy about gains. There are those who gain after losing. And no matter what happens, the main thing is to understand that this is only the beginning. Commentary on exam and team assignments. Here are Naruto's clothes, only he is without a katana. Meet the team in Mission C. I will name only the main two teams, and Team 8, Ten and Gaia according to the canon. Team 6, Menma Namikaze, Amy Namikaze, Sakura Haruno, Captain Kakashi Hatake. Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Satsuki. Naruto shouted, hooray, I'm with Satsuki-chan, and Uchiha Sasuke. Captain Obito Uchiha. Team. The senseis of the other teams except the 6th and 7th have already taken their wards. The girls were chatting with each other, Menma and Sasuke were chatting too. And Naruto was trying to start a conversation with someone, but he was sent everywhere, so he decided to make a trap. But as he thought, in fact, he took a sponge for the board and pressed it between the door. Naruto, what are you doing? Satsuki asked at the same time as Sakura. This won't work, they are still some of the strongest jonin in Konoha, Menma said calmly, looking at Naruto like he was shit. After all, Namikaze had long since stopped considering Naruto his rival, but simply a fool. After these words, the door opened into the classroom, one head poked out, followed by a second. One with ash-colored hair, with a mask and a protector covering one eye. And another one with black hair, without a mask, but also with one eye covered. A sponge fell on their heads, then the ash-haired man picked up the sponge and looked at the genin. All of them were looking angrily at Naruto, who was barely holding back his laughter. But he is not eternal, so he started laughing, pointing his finger at the ash-haired man. The brunette also began to laugh at his friend. I like you, you're a bit like me, Obito said, continuing to smile. And you don't tell me. Okay, let's go to the roof, it's hot here. After these words, the two jonins disappeared. After a certain amount of time, the genin climbed up to the roof. So let's get acquainted. My name is Obito Uchiha. I love ramen, and also my girlfriend Rin, and there is little I don't like. Mestal are the goal of becoming Hokage. Next, Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura introduce themselves according to canon. Only Sasuke wants to surpass his brother. Menma and Amy said something similar to Naruto, which made Namikaze wary. And Satsuki said that she loves someone, and her dream is to become Tsunade Senju's student, and in the future to surpass her. The test went as per canon, only it was conducted by Kakashi and Obito. You are great, team number 7, tomorrow we are going on our first mission. Then team number 7 carried out a large number of D-rank missions. For about a month during this time, Naruto tried to invite Satsuki on a date, but he was either beaten or sent away. Satsuki and Menma understood that it was hard to call it friendship between them, but more on that another time. Winking face. Now team number 7 is knocking on the Hokage's office, where a very angry fourth was sitting. Hokage-sama, the mission is accomplished. What to do next? Looking at his sensei with excitement in his eyes. You go to help team number 6, we were deceived by the customer. They were attacked by the swordsman of the mist, Zabuza Momochi, the fourth said angrily. Hi, said the entire 7th team. After a certain amount of time, the team moved to help team number 6. They ran straight to the side of the waves, then after asking the residents where the bridge builder's house was, the team headed in that direction. After knocking on the door, the team was opened by a young girl of about 25 years old. Hello, we have help from Konoha, said the team captain. Come in, she smiled welcomingly, letting the guests into the house. Having passed through the house, they saw the 7th team without sensei, with a bridge builder. Where's Kakashi? The sensei of the 7th team asked casually. On the 2nd floor, he's most likely already awake, Menma explained, smiling sweetly at Satsuki. Okay, I'll go up to him, Obito said as he climbed up to the 2nd floor. Then the teams talked, or rather everyone except Naruto, who was thinking about something. But I decided to go and invite Satsuki for a walk. Satsuki-chan, let's go for a walk, said the scarlet-haired man with a blush on his cheeks, smiling. No, Naruto, I don't sleep with perverts, and you are a pervert. I'm not a pervert. Where are the clothes? The blonde grinned. Yes, how does this happen? Looking at his naked pumped-up torso Uzumaki. Satsuki, however, looked at Uzumaki's naked torso, who was looking for clothes, then a blush appeared. Menma noticed this look. The blonde was furious that Naruto's body was better, but he was angry at himself too. That's why Naruto got a slap on the back of the head, followed by clothes. Afterwards, both of them collided heads, gritting their teeth, angrily throwing lightning at each other. Are you out of your mind, Namikaze? Naruto started the altercation first. They tell you to dress like a pervert, you're not even ashamed in front of girls. And the girls stood with blushes on their cheeks. You're just jealous, touchy-feeble smirked Uzumaki. Moron. Blonde. Tomato. Weakling. This squabble went on for a long time until Amy appeared and grabbed both of them by the ears, starting to pull them up. You two idiots calm down, or I'll kill you, hissed the copy of Bloody Habanero, and then the two of them received a blow after which they both passed out. Then there was a training session. 2 teams had to climb a tree without using their hands. Everyone managed to do this except Naruto and Sasuke. Even though Sasuke was a genius, he communicated normally with Naruto. So, After a few hours they finished. Sasuke immediately went to bed, and Naruto decided to leave the house for a walk, but saw Menma and Satsuki sitting nearby. Satsuki, I want to talk to you, Namikaze said seriously. I'm listening to you, Menma-kun, Uchiha asked with a blush. We've known each other for a long time, I realize that I love you, Satsuki. Menma-kun, Naruto didn't listen and quickly left that place without listening to the conversation. Blank. Still, no matter how we treat changes, they happen. Sometimes we don't get what we wanted, sometimes we are convinced that we were right, and sometimes through changes we come to the starting point. The main thing is to believe that all changes in life are for the better. At Tazuna's house. Naruto woke up in a bad mood, but after water procedures he cheered up. Coming down he saw everyone including Kakashi. Naruto joined the meal. After everyone had eaten, the senseis began to teach the genin to walk on water. Naruto was the only one who couldn't walk yet, but he didn't give up. Obito watched his training, and later Kakashi approached him. Obito, I see you have a favorite, Kakashi said with a smile in his eyes. No, he is very similar to me, only if hatred was near me. Then with him it goes Popalam. And I want to rid him of it if it appears. Naruto tried for a long time to walk on water, and in the end he walked like that until the night until he passed out. Although he was already heading towards home. In Tazuna's house, only Obito, Amy, and the most unexpected Satsuki were worried about Naruto. But still no one dared to go look for him. They say that tomorrow morning we should send one person to search for Uzumaki. After this conversation, everyone went to bed. In the morning Naruto woke up because someone was sitting next to him. Opening his eyes, Naruto saw a girl of about 14 years old with a basket in her hands. Naruto blushed and asked. Hello, who are you and what is your name? Asked the all-haired man. Hello, my name is Hakuyuki, the girl smiled sweetly. I am Uzumaki Naruto Dadbeo, he smiled from ear to ear. What are you doing here so early? I collect medicinal herbs for my friend. After all, when we have people dear to us, we become stronger, the girl said smiling. So that's why I'm such a weakling, because I'm alone. It feels like I'm alone in this world, but I'll prove them all wrong and become Hokage, smiling and pointing up, because someone will definitely show up and I'll become strong. Then Naruto helped collect medicinal herbs, while simultaneously talking about something. After saying goodbye, Naruto found out that the cute girl turned out to be a guy. While Naruto was coming to his senses, someone slapped him from behind. Turning his head he saw Satsuki. It hurts Dadbeo. Satsuki-chan, why did you hit me? The aloe-haired man asked, rubbing the bump from the strong blow from the Uchiha. For making me worry. Then realizing that I had said something stupid, I blushed and hit the former blonde again. In short, let's go into the house, Uchiha said, still blushing. Arriving home, the two teams, the bridge builder and his grandson, began to eat food. After breakfast, the senseis told who would guard Tazuna and when. In the end, those who went to the bridge were Menma, Sakura and Amy. A few hours later, the security team came to dinner. At dinner, all the people in the room were talking about the bridge, protecting Tazuna, and many other things. But only one boy in a Panama hat was silent, but he could not stand it and screamed. Why, you do all this, you will die anyway. Gato will kill you all, the boy shouted, you are ninjas, you did not know what pain was, you have everything. Good parents, friends, everyone who understood looked, except Naruto. He stood up, walked up to Inari, and grabbed him by the collar. Don't you know what it's like? When you're alone in this world, they call you names, beat you, look at you like cattle. You have a beloved mother, a grandfather who adores you. And you cry and feel sorry for yourself. After all, it's easier to look for flaws in others than to look at your own. You're just a pathetic coward. After that, Naruto went upstairs, and Inari ran away from the house crying. I'll talk to him, Obito said and went to catch up with Inari. Inari sat on the pier and looked into the water. I won't bother you, Uchiha smiled and Inari nodded. Forgive Naruto, he lost his temper but you understand him too. He is not liked in the village, they mock and beat him. And he has no parents since birth. But he did not give up, continuing to fight for his dream. And I have not seen him cry or feel sorry for himself, I think he is just tired of crying. Inari looked at the brunette in surprise. Later everyone went to bed. So day after day passed. And so, when they arrived at the bridge, they saw the killed builders and fog all around. In Sakura, Amy Satsuki guard Tazuna. Naruto, Menma and Sasuke, you take care of Zabuza's assistant, and Obito and I will take care of dessert. Lifting the protector showing the Sharingan, said Hitaki, if anything Zabuza is stronger than in canon. To cope with one Jonin, everyone carried out their instructions, as the fog in front of them cleared and two figures appeared. One was noticeably shorter than the other, and the second was holding a huge sword. Battle on the bridge. These two figures were Zabuza and the assistant. It will be difficult, but we will cope and get our money. On me the Jonins, and on you those three boys. After these words Zabuza ran to Obito and Kakashi. I will mainly describe the fight between Naruto, Menma and Sasuke. The taijutsu fight began. Naruto immediately flew away, because the speed was incredible. After a while, Menma flew away too, and Sasuke held on thanks to his Sharingan. He ended up killing the water clone. Well done, I didn't think you could kill my water clone. But now I'll fight seriously. And then all over the location there are explosions, organs of varying degrees of roasting or flying in the air. Secret technique. Demonic mirror. Make seals with one hand and then name the technique. There were ice mirrors around Menma and Sasuke, who had already woken up after a short sleep. The guy, without thinking twice, jumped into one of the mirrors. You still have a chance to give up, said the guy from the mirror. Hell, you'll get it, but I won't give up, Menma shouted, and Sasuke chuckled in approval. Ah, I gave you a chance. After these words the guy began firing at Namikaze and Uchiha. Sasuke dodged but still missed the Senbon in his back. Menma had long since passed out due to the large amount of extra iron in his body. You lost. Give up, he said to the real Sasuke, who was on one knee. Hey, Sasuke, I came to help, said a familiar voice from behind. What, Naruto? What are you doing here, idiot? I came to help you, Uzumaki muttered resentfully under his breath. Ah, why naked again? Uchiha shouted questioningly. Naruto looked at himself and saw only pants on. I don't know, but now is not the time. How are we going to defeat him? The crimson-haired man raised an eyebrow questioningly. I can dodge his Senbon with the help of the Sharingan, try to distract him with the help of clones. The fight began. Naruto tried to use clones to coax him out of the mirrors, and Sasuke tried to hit the guy with the Sharingan. Satsuki, try a fireball in the mirrors, Naruto said in a hoarse voice, already covered in Senbons. Bestrove folded the seals for the technique. Fire element. Great fireball. A ball of fire flew into one of the mirrors. When it hit the mirror, water started to flow. It doesn't work like that. After these words the mirror was restored. Sasuke was about to say something when he heard the sound of a falling body. Turning around, Sasuke saw Naruto lying down. Sasuke was afraid that such a bright and kind person died. After these thoughts, the third volume appeared in Sasuke's eyes. But before he could even think about it, he saw several ice needles flying at Naruto. Sasuke covered Naruto with his body without thinking. Opening his eyes, the aloe-haired man saw the Uchiha lying down. Naruto ran up to Sasuke and picked him up. Guupi Dobi, where are your clothes? The brunette smiled and closed his eyes. He died like a true shinobi. Noticing that it was expensive, the guy said with understanding. The guy wanted to say something, but felt a huge amount of ice-cold ki. At that moment, the protector fell from his forehead, revealing his right eye, above which a second tomo began to spin. Naruto's hair turned slightly white, the stripes on his cheeks became smaller, and his left eye became more animal-like. This amount of ki could not be ignored by the rest of the people on the bridge. Tazuna began to tremble convulsively and looked at the dome from behind the ice in fear. Naruto, brother Sasuke, Menma, Satsuki whispered fearfully. Here, this is a thirst for blood. So cold, whose is this? Asked the surprised swordsman. No, just not a fox, both senseis thought in their minds. Meanwhile, Naruto's roar destroyed the mirrors, sending Haku flying. Later, he received another series of blows. Haku couldn't keep up with such speed. After a few more blows, Haku was already lying without a mask, but Naruto didn't even pay attention to his new acquaintance. Raising the brunette by the neck on an outstretched arm. In Naruto's other hand, a sword made of ice began to appear. A sharp movement of the hand, and the organs pour out of the body in pieces, but not a single muscle twitched on Uzumaki's face. Another cut, the head was chopped off, after Naruto threw the mutilated corpse, and the head was torn apart, just like the brain that saw the light. Zabuza felt that Haku's chakra was no longer detectable, outwardly remaining calm but inside everything was boiling. Quickly pushing aside the Jonin, Momochi ran to the place where he last felt his comrade's chakra. A silhouette appeared from the fog and immediately appeared next to the swordsman. Zabuza sent a kick flying to the other side of the bridge, right next to Haku's mangled body. No, I will kill you. You killed Haku, Zabuza shouted, already in tears. Emotions prevent you from thinking rationally, they prevent you, said a voice behind the brunette. Turning around, he immediately struck at the target, but the Uzumaki slipped under the sword. A kick to the face stuns Zabuza, but the interruption costs his life. A light touch of his hand to Zabuza's chest and "Goodbye, weakling," said Uzumaki, and then smiled maniacally. Bloodied organs emerged from Zabuza's body, some with their organs impaled on ice spikes. Zabuza died instantly, and after that Naruto, who looked at this with satisfaction, began to turn into his former self. But before he could even understand what had happened, Uzumaki heard a vile voice. Still, this Zabuza is such a weakling that a youngster killed him like that. I'll describe it briefly. Kakashi and Obito created many clones that scared the ordinary bandits. All the bandits ran away, leaving Gato to be torn apart by the Konoha shinobi, and Naruto simply passed out from shock when he saw the mutilated bodies. Sometimes they try to help you when you don't ask for it. Sometimes unexpected help pulls you back from the edge of the abyss, and sometimes it's hard to even call it help. The main thing is that there is always someone next to you who is ready to lend a shoulder. Chunin exams, first and second stage. 3 days passed after the battle on the bridge. Sasuke and Naruto were recovering from the battle, but Sasuke recovered faster. Naruto passed out due to the use of this power and has not woken up to this day. Satsuki looked after him every day, thinking, "Naruto, wake up please," and then left. Obito also visited the tomato, and was worried about the boy who was so similar to him. The others came rarely. Menma and Sasuke thought about the power contained in him, but Menma threw away these thoughts as quickly as he thought about it. Then Sasuke thought about Uzumaki for a long time and began to slowly hate and envy him. Finally Naruto moved his fingers on his hand and opened his left eye. He looked around the room and found none of his own. After lying there for a few more minutes, Sensei and Satsuki looked into his room. Seeing them, Naruto smiled with all 32 teeth. Satsuki ran up to Naruto crying and hugged him saying, "Baka Naruto, how you scared me," but Naruto wouldn't be Naruto if he didn't ruin the moment. "Satsuki-chan, will you go on a date with me?" asked a smiling Naruto. Uchiha got angry at this and screamed, "Moon!" and sent Uzumaki into the wall. But Naruto quickly recovered from such a blow. "Naruto, are you feeling okay?" Uchiha asked, looking at the smiling girl. "Excellent," Sensei Dadbeo showing a thumb, he smiled with all 32 teeth, said the former blonde. "But okay, that means tomorrow we'll go to Konoha, but for now, rest." Tomorrow 2 teams headed to Konoha. They didn't go long because when they went to the Land of Waves, the teams went with Tazuna, but now without him. A day later they reached Konoha. Having reached the Hokage's residence and submitted their report, the teams dispersed. A few days later, Obito told his team through clones to come to training ground number 7. As Naruto walked towards the training ground, he heard an apology in a childish voice that sounded familiar to Naruto. As he passed, he saw a guy dressed entirely in black, with symmetrical purple lines on his face, holding a little boy with a blue scarf by this very attribute of his clothing. "Kankuro, stop it," said a pretty blonde with 4 buns and a huge fan on her back. "Hey, let him go," the scarlet-haired man shouted. "Oh, another weakling. And if I don't let you go," the guy said, mimicking Uzumaki. "They asked you to let them go," said the voice in the tree calmly and coldly. Then a stone flew into Kankuro's hand. "Ouch," the guy shouted, rubbing his hand. "Sasuke." Naruto and Satsuki shouted in unison, only if Uchiha shouted with delight, and Uzumaki in casual form. "Kankuro, Temari," the voice from beyond the grave called out names. "GG Gaara," the boy and girl asked tremblingly. On the opposite branch, a guy with red hair stood upside down. Turquoise eyes and pictures clearly due to lack of sleep, and on the left side of his forehead was the kanji, love. Damn, I didn't even feel his chakra, Sasuke thought. Afterwards he jumped from the tree, finding himself next to a blonde and a brown-haired man. "Temari and Kankuro, we're leaving," said the red-haired man. But Gaara, the puppeteer wanted to object. "One more word, I'll kill you. Forgive my brother and sister and what's your name," pointing at Sasuke. "Uchiha Sasuke, and you?" said the smiling Uchiha. "Dog, but Gaara, we'll meet at the exam. And me ask what my name is, Naruto jumped. I'm not interested in the pervert's name, said the red-haired man as he left. Stop. Why? He was interrupted by a blow that landed in his face. You're walking around naked again, pervert, the Uchiha shouted in embarrassment. Then Team 7 reached the training ground, but Sasuke carried Naruto on his back. Arriving at the training ground, the team did not find Sensei. Having sat down under a tree, they began to wait for Sensei. Obito arrived an hour later. Hi, sorry I'm late, I was helping my grandma. The guys didn't even have time to object before Uchiha continued. I called you because I nominated you for the Chunin exam. The brunette handed out sheets of paper where people had to sign and told stories along the way. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock you need to be in room 103. Sensei, I have no one to give it to so they can sign it, Naruto said sadly. Okay, Naruto, I'll sign, the one-eyed man said smiling. After these words, the tomato beamed. Afterwards, Obito took a pen from his pocket and signed the paper. And so that's all for now, he said, and after that it was as if he had never been there. As a result, the team went about their business. The next day the whole team met at the academy. After greeting each other the team entered the academy. While the team was walking to the right office they saw a large crowd of people. As they approached, they saw some genin pushing a guy in a green suit with black hair cut into a bowl cut. I won't let you through, you're too weak to receive the rank of Chunin, said the guy with disheveled black hair and a bandage on his nose. Yes, until you beat us, we won't let you through, the brown-haired man with bangs covering his right eye agreed with his comrade. You are very stupid if you don't see the illusion here, Sasuke said with a satisfied smile. All the women in the room looked at Uchiha with an angry look. The brunette with bangs covering his eyes was taken aback by this. Are you the smartest? Go away while the brown-haired Uchiha himself did not let him finish. And what are you going to do to me? Uchiha asked, clearly mocking. In response, a kick flew out and Sasuke was ready to respond, but their legs were stopped by the same guy in the green suit. I think this is not the best place for a fight, said the thick-browed one calmly. Said Uchiha, pulling his leg out of the grip. Let's go, said Uchiha and they went to the office. Having found the office, they entered it. There were many genin there. In general, the entire first stage was as per canon, it is transferred to the Forest of Death. Team 7 stands near the gate that leads to the Forest of Death. So, genins, the second stage. It begins. The gates opened, and all the rooms ran into the forest. After walking a little, the team stopped at Naruto's request. Excuse me, but I need to go to the toilet, said the scarlet-haired man, lowering his fly down. DDD idiot hit into the bushes go red said Uchiha. Well, okay, but why was it necessary to hit? Naruto said, rubbing the place of the bruise and moving away into the bushes. A few minutes later Naruto comes out looking calm. Oh Naruto, finally you. Sasuke's kunai thrown at Uzumaki didn't let him finish. What are you asking? Uzumaki asked surprisingly calmly. Satsuki was also alarmed that the Naruto they knew reacted so easily to the obvious display of aggression. Where is Naruto? The brunette asked angrily. I am Naruto, guys, what are you saying? Fake. Naruto said, scratching his chin. You're definitely not Naruto. Naruto reacted differently to displays of aggression, and in awkward situations Naruto doesn't scratch his chin, but scratches the back of his head. And the illusion didn't work out well, because Naruto is right-handed, and you attached the kunai kaburo to your left leg. I repeat the question where Naruto is. You are very smart, said the shinobi of the Rain Village. Sasuke did not immediately attack the shinobi while Satsuki, with her dual Tomo Sharingan, searched for Naruto. In the end, Satsuki found Naruto, and Sasuke seriously injured the shinobi. Satsuki of course reported Naruto for the mistake, but it worked out, but there were no blows. We need to come up with a password, the brunette stated the obvious. I suggest, when does a shinobi attack? A shinobi attacks at night, when the enemy does not expect it. Uchiha and Uzumaki nodded in agreement with Sasuke. Then they ran to look for the scroll of heaven. Sasuke thought the whole way that everything was fine, but as they say, when you remember shit, there it is. A stream of wind threw the team in different directions. Satsuki found Sasuke and told him the password. Then the two Uchiha went to look for Naruto. After some time, they found Naruto, or rather, he found them. What's the password? Sasuke asked. Shinobi attack at night when the enemy does not expect it, Uzumaki said as he cut it off. Then a kunai flew at him. Sasuke, What are you saying? He said the password, Sasuke's sister said in fear. That's right, Naruto wouldn't remember the password the first time. Where is Naruto? The man pretending to be Naruto licked his lips like a snake. And you are smart Sasuke-kun, hissing like a snake, said, falsely, Naruto. The henge dissipated and a genin made of grass appeared before the Uchihas. Meanwhile, Naruto was already able to get out of the snake, but he was already in the form of an ice demon, due to anger. The praetor was raised, and the right eye. Naruto closed. Then Naruto ran to look for his teammates. After a few minutes of running, he came across a tree. I'm on the right track, Naruto thought. After walking a little further, he came across a sitting Satsuki, who was not in the best shape, but conscious, as well as Sasuke, who was being held by a genin made of grass, although half of his face was unnaturally white, and his eye was a snake's. Opening his right eye, which contained the Sharingan, creating an ice spear in his hand, he threw it at the grass genin. To dodge, she threw Sasuke into a tree. The girl looked at the place where the attack had taken place, but our hero was not there. And I was wondering why one of the great Sanins would be here, but it turns out you need Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto said calmly, standing behind the Sannin. Sannin didn't respond, but instead launched a spinning kick, but was met with Uzumaki's open hand. Naruto didn't move even a millimeter from the blow. Sannin was surprised and licked his lips, jumping away from Naruto and speaking. You have really interested me Naruto-kun. Show me what you can do shouted Sanina starting to make seals. Naruto looked and copied the technique that the Sannin now wants to use. Fire element. Snake flame, the Sannin shouted the name of the technique. A flame in the shape of a snake flew towards Uzumaki. Ice release. Ice wall, no seals Naruto shouted the name of the technique, stomping his foot on the ground, and a 5x5 meter wall grew near Naruto. Sannin's technique simply spread out from this wall, and Naruto jumped out from behind the wall, creating a white ball. Ice element. Ice ball, a white ball flew at the brunette. Orochimaru dodged the ball due to the ice, but the effect of the technique hit the snake. In the place where this equipment ended up, a crater appeared in which the ground was covered with ice. Amazing Naruto-kun, what else did you ask the surprised Sannin? Naruto suddenly got closer to the Sannin, creating a hammer in his hand. He hit the snake on the head with such force that it flattened and the body flew into another tree. Naruto fell to one knee, breathing heavily. His hair and eyes returned to their usual appearance, and he closed his Sharingan eye out of habit. You are certainly amazing Naruto-kun, but the Sharingan of a real Uchiha is better than a paddle one, said the Sannin, lengthening his neck and baring his fangs, rushing straight towards Sasuke. The brunette looked with fear at the recently deceased Sannin. Naruto, having given chakra to his legs, jumped to intercept Orochimaru. Having reached it, he covered Sasuke with his body. Orochimaru bit Naruto on the neck, leaving a whirlpool-shaped mark at the bite site. But you can do it too, because the ice genome is rarer than the Sharingan, and you have it, said the Sannin, disappearing. Satsuki, having already recovered, ran up to Naruto, who was holding his neck. Having placed his body on her knees, she began to observe. As the seal took effect, Naruto screamed in pain, clutching the Uchiha's hand. Naruto said the Uchiha in a hoarse voice. Tears appeared in my eyes. Every thoughtless action in our life is a boomerang that invariably returns and painfully hits us in the forehead, trying to hammer home the wisdom of life. But even after that, we often do not draw conclusions. We get up, rub the bruise and launch endless flocks of boomerangs again and again. Commentary on Chunin exams, first and second stage. Sorry for the long absence of chapters, I just got lost on the road of life. Thank you for your feedback, waiting and for the likes. From the co-author and from the beta, the end of the story will be different after the third one, and maybe in the second one, who knows. Grin 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 grin. Awakening an additional stage. Sasuke stood up and walked towards his crying sister and the unconscious Naruto. Satsuki, calm down, I know that you love him, but why don't you admit it? Asked Uchiha, taking Naruto on his back. Now Sasuke was not a cold-blooded Uchiha, but a caring brother. Well, I don't know why, I can't confess, Uchiha said, calming down. Women, Sasuke sighed resignedly. After passing they found a place to rest. Sasuke went to get food and set traps. Satsuki, on the other hand, took care of and looked after Naruto. Satsuki decided to check on Naruto's condition. Hot, Satsuki said. Uchiha cut the fabric from the sleeve of her t-shirt and soaked it in the cold water that Sasuke brought. Then they started preparing food. While cooking, they talked. After eating, they went to bed. In the morning they were awakened by very loud conversations. Where are they? Asked a voice very familiar to our team. Why should I know Dosa? Asked another voice. Sasuke retreated deeper under the tree roots so as not to be noticed. As he took a step, a stick crunched under his foot. Yes, stupidly, the three of them heard the sound and became wary, but went in the direction of the sound. After walking a little, a trap in the form of a huge log was activated. The log flew towards the sound team. Hey, if you think that this can do something to me, Dosu grinned, destroying the log with his bracer using sound. The sound team then destroyed all the traps. Next came the fight between the sound team and two Uchihas. Sasuke fought with his Sharingan, while Satsuki guarded Naruto, who began to emit a dark aura. Sasuke was already lying down, and blood was flowing from his ears. Satsuki continued to protect Naruto with all his might, dodging the techniques from Zaku's hands. After another charge, Satsuki fell all covered in bruises and abrasions. The brunette wanted to attack Zaku again, but Kin didn't let her do it, grabbing the Uchiha by the hair. The Uchiha tried to break free, for which she received a punch in the face. You are too weak, and for an Uchiha. Even your teammate was able to damage Dosu, and he is the strongest genin of sound, the girl said, making another blow to the beautiful face of the Uchiha. Okay, Kin, hold the girl, the boy won't wake up anytime soon, if he ever does, he smiled nastily Zaku, and now it's time to kill. Zaku stopped mid-sentence without finishing his sentence. He turned his head in the direction of the tree from where the blue energy mixed with purple was coming. This energy tore the tree into pieces. Where the silhouette appeared from, but due to the tornado of energy it was not clear. Naruto Satsuki whispered quietly, afraid for the man she loved. When the energy dispersed, Naruto appeared with slightly white hair, his right eye with the Sharingan was closed, and his left was blue with a beast-like pupil. The stripes became smaller and the face took on more beautiful features. The entire right arm, neck and the piece that completely covered the scar on the eye were dark blue, but on the wrist there were two bright silver circles. Sorry if it is not clear, I will not send a link to what it looks like. Naruto was smiling madly, and madness was also visible in his left eye. Despite his appearance, Naruto looked at Satsuki and put on a serious expression. Satsuki, who beat you up like that? Uzumaki asked in a grave voice. Satsuki was silent in fear. Satsuki, who did this to you? Naruto asked again, raising his voice. Me, and what are you going to do to me? Zaku said boldly, pointing his thumb at himself. Naruto smiled madly again. And Orochimaru sent you to check me, and if anything, kill me. But you are very unlucky, because you attacked my team to die, Naruto said slowly, walking to Zack, continuing to smile madly. And no, stop, don't come any closer, Zaku shouted with a trembling voice, pointing his hands at Naruto. A wave of sound flew towards Naruto. When the technique was about to hit Naruto, he simply clenched his fist with his right hand. Freeze projectile so that no one hears it. The technique instantly turned into ice the same color as the mark on his hand. Zaku, Dosu and Kin's eyes widened in surprise. Zaku didn't stop, continuing to fire the same technique at Naruto. And the aloe-haired one didn't unclench his fist, and in his thoughts, each time, he thought, freeze. With a jerk, Naruto found himself behind the brown-haired man when there were only 2 meters left. Taking hold of the neck, he began to turn it to the right side, while speaking. Of course, I could have broken your arms, but I said that I would kill you all, and I don't throw words to the wind, continuing to turn his head. Zaku tried to free himself, but Naruto had his head in a grip too tight. Zaku, screaming in pain and despair, punched and kicked Naruto, but he didn't care and continued to smile madly. Yes, no pain, despair, death, no all this, Naruto said madly. When Uzumaki heard the emerging crunch, he said, okay, I'm tired of it. Having said this seriously, he stopped his head at 360 degrees. A corpse fell to the ground with a frozen expression on its face, a face of horror. So who's next? Naruto said in a dappled voice. He looked around and looked at the mummy. Dosu, from this look and thirst for blood, began to shake with fear. Once he was near it, he kicked it into the tree. Having left a dent in the tree, Dosu sank to the ground, as the force of the blow stunned him. Naruto approached him and wordlessly pierced Dosu's clothes so that he hung on the tree. It's darts time, Naruto said cheerfully, creating a bayonet from the ice. Then he started throwing stakes at Dosu's body, hitting those spots so that he wouldn't die but would experience great torment, and he didn't use the Sharingan. Kin had already let go of Uchiha and watched in tears as her partner died in agony of pain. But having calmed down, the brunette began to retreat, but an icy bayonet flew near her feet. You won't leave already? Moving away from Dosu, who was all in a hostile mood, slowly began to approach the girl. Satsuki, seeing all this, could not accept that this was a cheerful boy named Uzumaki Naruto whose dream was to become Hokage. She could not believe it. In her eyes, the crazy look, the crazy smile, the crazy Naruto, her Naruto, kept repeating. With tears in her eyes, she ran towards Naruto, who with a mad smile thought he would kill Kin. Naruto, I cried, Uchiha hugging him from behind. Stop please, sob, I can't watch you so cruelly, sob, joyfully kill people. Stop, Uchiha cried. Satsuki, Naruto whispered. The mark began to fade into circles on his wrist. When the mark was gone, Naruto began to return to his old self. Then he fell down without strength, but remained conscious. Team 6, 10 and 9, who were watching this, were in shock. Sakura reacted the fastest and quickly appeared next to Sasuke and began to heal him. We let you go if you give us your scroll, your comrades anyway, said Uchiha, putting Naruto's head on her lap. Kin, without a word, threw the missing scroll and then went on her way. Come out, Uchiha shouted. All three teams obediently emerged from their hiding places. I hope you don't want to attack, Uchiha asked seriously. No, three members of each team answered. We have scrolls, Menma, Shikamaru and Neji threw out in unison again. They looked at each other stupidly. Satsuki giggled and nodded. Sakura was already treating Sasuke, who was conscious. Thank you, Sakura, the Uchiha said in a hoarse voice. Sakura of course smiled. Sasuke, be quiet, you can't get up, the pink-haired girl said caringly. After some time, Naruto woke up. How my head hurts, Uzumaki said, rubbing his head. Huh, Satsuki-chan, what's wrong with you? Why are you all covered in bruises? Uzumaki said, looking at Uchiha's face, who looked with disbelief and smiled. Nothing, Naruto, the brunette said soothingly. Naruto had already stood up and looked around. He saw two mutilated corpses, but he didn't ask questions because he began to understand who did it. Now Naruto was only wearing pants, his torso was bare and two silver circles could be seen on his right arm. Then Sasuke got better because of Tsunade's student. When the entire 7th team came to their senses, they moved towards the tower. They came on the 4th day, came to the tower, and began to wait until all the teams came to the tower. On the 5th day they were summoned to the main hall, and when the 7th arrived, she saw quite a number of shinobi. Also in one place stood the Jonin of the teams, and later the 4th appeared in a yellow flash. So, everyone is here. Hello, Genins, congratulations to all of you on passing the 2nd stage, but since there are too many of you, we will therefore hold additional one-on-one fights. After these words, indignation was heard in the hall, but those who cannot or do not want to can surrender now. Nobody raised their hand. Okay, so Gecko Hayate will conduct the fights, said Minato, and then a shinobi with a sickly complexion came out of the crowd. So I'm Gecko Hayate, I'll host this round, and now the board will announce the opponents. I will tell you who will fight with whom and who will win. Sasuke vs Yaroya, Sasuke wins. 10-10 vs Tamari, Tamari wins. Shikamaru vs Cloud Shinobi, Shikamaru won. Naruto vs Kiba, Naruto won. Menma vs Amy, Menma defeated. Sakura vs Ino, draw, Sakura can only heal for now. Choji vs Cloud Shinobi, draw. Shino vs Clouds, Shino defeated. Kankuro vs Kabuto's team Shinobi, Kankuro won. Lee vs Gaara, Gaara wins. Satsuki vs Kabuto, draw. Next fight, said Hayate watching the letters on the scoreboard change. When the scoreboard stopped showing the names, Neji Hyuga vs Hinata Hyuga. Coming out to the battlefield, the fight began where Neji beat Hinata. Neji already wanted to kill Hinata, but she was saved by Guy who appeared. Neji, don't bother, Guy said seriously, stopping the brown-haired man's hand. Hyuga simply chuckled and removed his hand. Then Naruto came down from the stands. He ran his hand over the girl's blood, and then clenched his fist. Said the same thing as in canon. Then, when he came to the podium, he was met with Satsuki's displeased look. I somehow understood why Uchiha was looking at me like that. The brunette chuckled evilly and turned away. Naruto shrugged and began to listen to the Hokage. So this was the last fight. The third stage will take place in the main arena in Konoha. People from 3 villages will gather there: Cloud, Sand and Leaf. You have a month to prepare. Commentary on awakening in the additional stage. Mode. Tutu 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 tutu. Workout. After the team went home, Obito was waiting for Naruto at his house. Obito-sensei joyfully shouted, "Tomato, were you waiting for me?" "But why? Hello, I was waiting to offer you help in training with the Sharingan. I told Naruto my plans, Uchiha." "Yes," the all-haired man shouted joyfully, "but when?" "Let's meet tomorrow at the clearing behind Konoha. I'll wait at 10 o'clock for the entire month." After these words, Uchiha headed to his home where Rin was waiting for him. Naruto just went home and immediately passed out. After waking up, Naruto got up, did water procedures and went to train with Obito. Soa. Cough cough, a little help, eh? Thank you, grin. When he arrived at the training ground, he did not see his sensei. After waiting for him for some more time, and not having waited for him, I began my warm-up. Run. 10 laps around the training ground, 1 kilometer, push-ups, 50, 3 sets. Squats, 30, 3 sets. Afterwards Naruto sat down to rest under a tree. "I see you've already warmed up," said Johnny, sitting on a tree branch. "If that's the case, then let's get started. First, the theory. You were very bad at it at the academy, so I'll tell you what the Sharingan is. The Sharingan is one of the 3 legendary dojutsu or eye techniques, the others being the Byakugan, Hyuga clan eye, and the Rinnegan, God's eye. The Sharingan has several stages: 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo and Mangyoku. All stages can be awakened through training, except for Mangyoku, which can be obtained if you experience a huge release of negative emotions. Sharingan's abilities are predicting movements, copying taijutsu techniques or movements, like Sasuke, who copied Rock Lee's movements with his Sharingan, as well as powerful genjutsu, but I'm bad at illusions, so we'll only deal with the first 2 abilities. Mangyoku has 2 individual abilities and half of the absolute defense called Susanoo, but from frequent use of Mangyoku you will go blind. After saying this, Obito jumped from the tree, and now let's learn to use the Sharingan. Just to make the learning process go faster, I came up with a way. Make multiple shadow clones. After these words, Naruto made a cross-shaped seal. Multiple shadow cloning technique. 100 clones appeared in the clearing. Each clone, when developing, receives information, so we will train the prediction of movements, although rather so that the body can keep up. After Naruto began to train the speed of his body so that it could keep up with the Sharingan. While Naruto was training, Obito decided to read books, or more precisely, Come, Paradise. Kakashi says the book is awesome. Okay, let's see how he reads it. After these words, Obito sometimes giggled and blushed. You could tell by his appearance that he liked it. Naruto continued training with the clones, but he forgot to ask how to do it. After all, he doesn't even know what and how he should do. "Obito-sensei, how should I train the Sharingan?" asked the scarlet-haired man. With a heavy sigh, Uchiha closed the book and stood up from under the tree. "You did everything right, but I need to show you some techniques from the Uchiha style, but not all of this is taught only in the clan." After these words, Uchiha showed several movements and strikes while turning on the Sharingan. Then Naruto simply practiced these strikes with about 50 clones. Obito got tired of reading the book, began to watch his student, amazed by his huge amount of chakra, because he used 49 clones in a Sharingan, which is not even his own. "Naruto," shouted Uchiha. Uzumaki and all the clones looked questioningly at Sensei. "Develop the clones, let's see what you've learned." After these words, Naruto dispelled the clones and staggered a little. "Create a clone and apply the knowledge you have gained." Naruto created a clone, and after the fight began, Naruto tried to use the movements that his sensei taught him. Obito watched and was surprised, because even though the movements were clumsy, there was something in them. "Okay Naruto, now I'll show you a training session on copying techniques. You just need to direct a little more chakra into your eye, and now try to copy it." After these words, Uchiha showed the seals for the fireball technique. "Obito-sensei, as I remember, these seals are for the fireball technique, and are you sure that it will work?" "I don't know my element." Naruto asked the right question. "Don't worry, you have a Sharingan, which means your fire element is the strongest of all." After that he began to fold seals. Having folded it, he shouted the name of the previously mentioned technique, blowing out a fireball with a diameter of 10 by 10 meters. Naruto channeled chakra into his eye and looked at the seals in slow motion. Further on I wasn't sure, and I didn't fold the seals as quickly as Sensei. folding and blowing out the air from the lungs which is saturated with chakra. Fire element. Fireball. Naruto blew out a 1x1 meter ball that flew 7 meters and dissipated. Obito's eyes widened in surprise. Okay Naruto, training is over for today, I have a lot to think about. After these words, Uchiha disappeared into a whirlwind of leaves, and a tired Naruto went home to rest. A month passed in such training. Sasuke trained with Kakashi Chidori. Satsuki of course will not participate in the third stage, but still need to become stronger. Menma trained primarily with the legendary perverted Sannin of Mount Myoboku, Jiraiya. But sometimes Minato would join in. Naruto, though. The third stage and the attack on the hidden leaf. All are broths, and I am a soup. Soa. Bitch, and who the fuck am I? I'm not a broth. Grin person shrugging male signed Naruto, like a chunin, was able to use 2 Tomo Sharingan. Learn 2 fire techniques. Fireball, Phoenix Flowers. In the third stage, Naruto will have a fight with Menma. Soa. Hey, beating up Menma. Thinking face man shrugging, the fights will take place in the main arena of Konoha. There was still a day left of the fights. Naruto at this time was lying in his bed at the rest home and thinking about the third stage. Naruto didn't think for long, because it was already evening, and he had to get up for the exam, so Naruto immediately fell asleep with good thoughts about the exam. The next day at the main arena. A large number of people from 3 villages had gathered in the arena, and the 3 kage were proof of that. Each of the kage had their own defense. For the Hokage, this is the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha, as well as one of the 3 legendary salons, Jiraiya. I won't describe who Raikage and Kage are, because during an attack they will immediately fly away. There were genins in the arena, as well as Johnny, who would be the judge. When the time came, the Hokage began his speech. Greetings to everyone present, today is the final stage of the Chunin exam. Also present will be Kage, standing up, falsely, Rasa waved his hand, also Raikage, also stood up and did the same as Kage. Itachi Uchiha will be judging, waving his hand as a greeting, I wish everyone a pleasant viewing. The third stage of the Chunin exam is declared open. When the applause ended, Itachi coughed and began to speak. First pair. Namikaze Menma vs. Uzumaki Naruto. Everyone else, please go to the balcony. After everyone left, there were 3 people left in the arena, Itachi, Menma and Naruto. The first fight Namikaze Menma vs Uzumaki Naruto. They started. After these words the brunette jumped away from the brothers. Maybe you should give up, loser. You won't win, and I don't like to maim people, the blonde said angrily. No, I will win you, I will become a chunin, and from there it is not far to the Hokage, said the tomato, smiling excitedly. And I wanted to do without unnecessary blood, but it won't work out any other way. But remember, I won't feel sorry for you, but I'll smear you in the mud completely, Menma said, upset. The blonde started off abruptly and approached Naruto, beginning to launch a series of attacks. Naruto successfully dodged. Menma just smiled and increased his pace. Uzumaki had a harder time dodging, but he continued to do so successfully. How long will you keep dodging, idiot? Menma asked smugly. Naruto was angered by this statement, so he began to attack. Namikaze began to playfully dodge. Naruto, realizing this, created 5 clones. Menma also, without much effort, scattered them all. I didn't even use the technique, but you're already standing at my feet, how pathetic you are. Naruto began to fold seals. The Uchihas watching this recognized the technique. Fire element. Fireball. Naruto blew out a ball 7x7 in diameter. The ball flew at the blonde, who began to make seals faster than Uzumaki. Water element. The water wall ball was completely stroked by a wall of water. Jumping out from behind the steam created by the collision of 2 techniques. He began to hit Naruto at breakneck speed, who no longer dodged, but blocked, sometimes missing painful blows. Naruto flew off from the kick and crashed into the wall of the arena. Naruto stood up and said, I didn't think that everything would go so far. After these words, Uzumaki raised his protector up, revealing to the world an eye with a red iris and 2 circles around the pupil. What? Sharingan? Where did the fox demon get that? The Hokage's son will put the squeeze on him anyway. Naruto didn't pay attention to this, looking at the blonde. Oh Sharingan, so I'll have to take the fight seriously too. Standing in a stance, he approached Naruto even faster. For normal eyes, this would be so, but not for the Sharingan, although it was too tomoe, it managed to keep up with Menma. They swung like that for about 5 minutes, using techniques and different strikes, but Naruto missed a kick to the chin, which caused him to get on all fours. Menma couldn't miss such a chance, he kicked the same place again, and then grabbed him by the hair and began to speak. You know Naruto, no matter how much I tell you that you are my rival, but you are not, I understand this, everyone understands this, even you. After these words, he hit him in the face with his hand, and I hate you, if Dad didn't need you, hit, I would have killed you here, hit, and I don't hate you because you, the demon fox, killed my brother. With a kick to the chin, Naruto fell on his back, sitting down from above. Menma began to hit Naruto in the face with his hands. You, it was you who killed my brother, because of you, Mom cried constantly. Because of you, Dad distanced himself from our family. It's all because of you. Naruto didn't cry on the outside, but he cried on the inside. Again he was called a demon, again he was blamed for something. Menma beat, crying, but when his strength left him, he calmed down. During the fight in the stands. Obito, you taught him taijutsu well, and you showed him the fire technique, Kakashi said, noting out loud. Obito smiled smugly. Satsuki was happy but didn't show it, how he fought and stood against the genius of their year, she admired him. So you also taught him how to use the Sharingan, you're great, but Sasuke will show himself to be much better, Kakashi said to his opponent. No, Naruto will be better because he is not an Uchiha, but look how he uses the Sharingan, the Uchiha answered. Satsuki thought with a blush on her cheeks about their children, because with the Sharingan they would be better suited to each other. Oh, pervert, she's older than Naruto. After seeing Menma's cruelty, everyone was shocked except for the residents of Konoha. They were glad that the demon was being saved. Satsuki looked at this with almost tears in her eyes. Kushina and Minato were shocked and upset at the same time, and Kushina started to cry. Mom, don't cry, Menma is a fool, Naruto is not a demon, but a very good guy, said Kushina, calming her down. Thank you, my dear, Kushina smiled sweetly, wiping away her tears. Let's return to the arena. Naruto and Menma were already standing, Menma was crying, and Naruto was looking at the floor with a broken face. Having announced the defeat of Menma, they went to the balcony. As they walked, Menma felt ashamed of what he had done, because Naruto was not to blame for this, but Naruto suffered. Naruto, forgive me, the blonde said sadly. Get lost, Naruto muttered and sped up. Having climbed onto the balcony, they and the other genin began to wait for the new couple. Next fight, Uchiha Sasuke vs. Sobaku no Gaara. Gaara appeared in the arena in a sandstorm, and then Sasuke came down and the fight began. The fight went as in canon and the attack began precisely in this fight. Minato, Fugaku and Jiraiya fought against the fourth Raikage and Orochimaru. Menma, Sasuke, Satsuki and Naruto chased after Gaara. As a result, Menma summoned the toad and began to fight against the one-tailed one. When he won, he told Naruto that they had a similar fate, but he did not give up, but remained just as positive and kind. And then Kankuro and Temari took him away. The battle on the roof was won by Minato, Fugaku and Jiraiya. The Raikage and Orochimaru escaped. Not far from the village, two shinobi in black suits with red clouds were spotted, but one of them had lime-colored hair visible under his straw hat. Rebirth. The beginning. Time to shoot, right finger Soa. Pow 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 pow, hey soon, right finger darling. 2 weeks have passed since the exam. In the fourth room there were 2 teams, the 7th and the 6th. So, today I will give a B rank mission. I give such a high rank because there are not enough hands, and for this mission they give a good reward and they ask specifically to see you. They like the battles at the exam, the 4th said thoughtfully. Minato-sensei, can't they deceive us like in the case with Tazuna? Kakashi asked an acceptable question in the field. No, because the mission has already been paid for, but it's somehow strange. The blonde said thoughtfully, okay, the mission is in the killing of mercenaries. There are 10 of them and they do not know how to use chakra. These mercenaries are on the border with the country of wind, and the faster you eliminate them the better, so go right now. After a general hi, everyone disappeared, and Minato continued to think about this mission. Something is fishy here, and the envelope with the money was brought by a black sheep, Minato reasoned out loud. But in my heart I was worried about Menma, Amy and Naruto. 30 minutes later, the 2 teams set out, and the whole team was talking about something, but Naruto was very thoughtful. No one noticed this because Naruto was running behind everyone. 2 days later they came to the place where the mercenaries' camp was supposedly located, but there was no one there. It's strange they should be here. 2 men in swamp boots with red clouds did not let him finish speaking. Here come those we asked to come, said the man. Okay, Nato, we need to capture that red-haired guy, he pointed with his second finger, who had something bandaged on his back. Kisame-san, can I have some fun with the Jinchuriki? Nato said in a maniac voice. Whatever you want, just don't involve me in this, Kisame said, taking off his hat. After this dialogue, Nato and Kisame took off their straw hats. Hoshigaki Kisame is an S-rank missing nin, one of the 7 martyrs of the mist, and Nato Karamura is an S-rank missing nin, a master of torture of the hidden cloud modified protector of the top, Kakashi said. About Kakashi's Sharingan and Obito's unknown it will be hard, said Kisame, revealing his Samahata. But for that, he cheerfully haha folded the seals and threw out Karamuru element of fire, great fiery destruction. After hearing the name of the technique, those who knew this technique had their eyes pop out of their heads. The lime-haired man blew out a 25-meter-long flame, but the equipment was sucked in somewhere. And then Kakashi jumped out of the flames. Karamura dodged and hit Kakashi, who flew into a tree on the counterattack. Obito, after he had tightened the technique into Kamui, then ran into battle against Kisame. Nato fought against the genin, or rather beat them. But when Naruto got in the way, Karamura smiled a maniacal smile. Kisame-san, the Jinchuriki is a scarlet-haired boy with 3 stripes on his cheeks, asked the cheerful lime-haired one. Yes, Kisame answered briefly, busy with the battle with Obito. Karamuru started beating Naruto, he tried to respond but nothing came of it. After each blow he fell to the ground, the genins tried to help, but the lime-haired one defended himself with techniques and simple blows. After another blow, Naruto fell. Oh, and that's all, Karamura asked mockingly. Close yourself, a voice said behind me. Turning around, Nato saw Naruto with a sword from behind the ice. Ooh, now it will be more interesting haha jumping back he folded the seals for the technique. Water element. Sea wave, a 15-meter wave flew out of Uzumaki's mouth. Naruto didn't even move a muscle on his face, putting his hand forward the water simply froze. It will be interesting, said Lime, more for himself. Earth element. Earth stakes. A multitude of spikes appeared under Naruto and simultaneously pierced him. Naruto shouted, I'm worried about Uzumaki, Satsuki. The spikes under Uzumaki were covered in ice and crumbled, and the puncture wounds healed. Nato decided to play more seriously and used all 5 elements and many techniques from them against Naruto. Of the elements, only lightning techniques worked on Naruto. Lightning element. Electromagnetic killing. The technique hit Naruto and he passed out. Kisame-san, I caught the Jinchuriki, said the wounded Karamura. Go away, said the already tired Kisame. Kisame and Nato quickly left the battlefield. Obito-sensei, won't you be lazy about Naruto? Asked the invited Satsuki. Kakashi has been lying there for too long, we need to take him to Konoha and regroup, Obito said seriously, taking Kakashi by the back, and for now we'll go to Konoha, Obito said, activating the Manjiko. While the teams were returning to Konoha, Kisame and Nato were heading to their hideout. Kisame-san, I can play with him, just the lime-haired one pointing at Naruto sleeping on his shoulder. Go ahead, but if he dies, you will have to explain yourself to the leader, said Kisame. Nato was very happy, because he tortures very skillfully, he was considered more cruel in torture than Morino Ibiki himself. And the most important thing is that he can, with the help of his invented technology, support life only if all organs are intact and it doesn't even matter how much blood flows out or if there is none left at all. After some time they came to a cave. Okay, have fun, but be careful not to kill, and you know the time you have in reserve, Hoshigaki said seriously, and then disappeared from sight. Well Naruto-kun, when will you wake up? We will start the fun said Karamuru, walking deeper into the cave, and then starting to drink something. Meanwhile, in Naruto's subconscious, Naruto woke up and saw that he was chained to a chair, and he was in a white space. Starting to look closely, he saw flowers, or rather bushes with white flowers. White camellias, Uzumaki said thoughtfully. Well hello Naruto-kun. He who has lived life will achieve more. He who has eaten a pood of salt values honey more highly. He who shed tears laughs sincerely. He who has died knows that he lives. Commentary on rebirth. The beginning. The final stage in the life of Naruto Uzumaki has begun, which will completely transform. Rebirth. War within. He who knows himself is not deprived of intelligence. He who knows himself is twice as smart. He who defeats another is strong. He who has conquered himself is 100 times stronger. Hello Naruto-kun, I've been trying to contact you for a long time, said a rather pleasant voice. Turning to look around, Naruto looked in front of him and saw a rather tall man with aristocratic features. The eyes were blue with elongated pupils, the hair was disheveled, and the color of snow-white snow. The fingers ended in claws. He was wearing a white suit, and his shirt and tie were black. Who are you? Naruto asked anxiously. Hey, I am a nine-tailed demon fox, he said, and then smiled. His teeth were also like those of a beast. Well, I don't think so, no tails or ears, and no fur. You're not a fox, Naruto said confidently. Oh, I came across a not-so-distant Jinchuriki. I took the form of a human to talk to you. Naruto woke up and next to him stood a table with various tools. Ooh, you're awake Naruto-kun. Then we can start the fun, Kuramaru said cheerfully while choosing an instrument. Taking a rather larger pair of tongs, he smiled and licked his lips. Approaching Naruto, he began to speak. You know Naruto-kun, you'll be subtracting 1 from 10,000. That is, doing a countdown, and now. Approaching Naruto, he took his hand well and began to pull out the nail on each finger. He pulled it out not carefully, but most painfully, so as to cause maximum pain to Naruto. Naruto screamed, no, he yelled, blood was getting on his face. When Nato finished with the left hand, he moved on to the right. And he did this with every nail on his feet and hands. The scream could be heard even from outside, but the cave was deep in the forest. Naruto cried and screamed, and blood mixed with tears. When Nato finished, Naruto passed out and again found himself in the same place where a fox was already waiting for him on a chair because of the ice. You are losers Naruto-kun, you could have become more serious because you are a shinobi, but you were a fool and you were used as a weapon, the fox said calmly with a nasty smile. No, you're not lying, Menma values me. He was interrupted by the fox's laughter. Menma, ahahaha, wow, you made me laugh, kid. So you want to say that the one who disgraced you not only in front of Konoha but also in front of Kumo and Suna called you a demon who killed his brother. Now you still think that he values you, the white-haired man asked mockingly. Naruto-kun, you amaze me, your regeneration restored your nails so quickly, the lime-haired man said happily, but I want to try to do something, the man said with a maniac smile, taking out long scissors from the table. Coming closer, he began to ask. Naruto-kun, you want to get out of here, right? I know you do, but he grabbed my hand and started cutting off my fingers, first the little finger. Do you want it? Blow, I'm asking you. Then he began to do the same thing carelessly as with the little finger, but with the middle one. So conquer yourself, become stronger, become stronger, surpass your limits. So he did it with each finger, he cut off the little finger and the middle finger, and he did the same with his feet. Your sensei, he was put on your team to control you, so that you don't lose control. Sasuke, I feel like he hates you because you've become stronger than him or he's just jealous of you, the fox said boredly. No, and how about Satsuki? Uzumaki asked with a tremor in his voice. Baba, she'll grow up prettier than her mother, but she'll treat you like a loser. Remember their conversation? So they felt a very strong feeling for each other, which you were deprived of, the fox lied. Love, but if so, I have no one left who loves me. Ubbi mania please, Naruto asked pleadingly, choking on tears. Nato turned to Naruto with a surprised expression on his face. He walked up to Naruto and began to look at him for a long time. Be patient a little longer Naruto-kun, and tell me what the score is, the lime-haired man said encouragingly. Do you see Naruto-kun? This centipede is often used by me in torture. This centipede is from the land of fruits, it gnaws through the ear canal and can gnaw through to the brain, and then you yourself understand, said the madman, can I put it in my ear? Please Naruto-kun. Turning to the side, Naruto had tearful eyes from which tears were pouring. No, please, Uzumaki said trembling. Yes, please, Kuramaru said cheerfully, launching the centipede into his ear. At this time in Konoha, Obito told everything to the fourth, and they took Kakashi to the hospital. It turns out that Kakashi suffered a serious concussion from such a blow. He will be in the hospital for about 3 months, and in the meantime Itachi will replace him. Minato, in his thoughts, was covering himself with 5-story curses. He sent Genin on a dubious mission, he could have waited for at least the Chunin. The blonde decided that he needed to urgently save his son, and called together all 5 genin teams and some of the chunin who were free. Right now, there were 5 genin teams with their jonin and 2 jonin standing in the office. Team 6, Menma, Amy and Sakura jonin Itachi. Team 7, Sasuke, Satsuki, Obito's mentor. Team 8, Hinata, Kiba and Shino mentored by Rin. Team 9, Neji, Tenten, and Lee mentored by Guy. Team 10, Ino, Shikamaru and Choji, Shisui's mentor. Jonin Asuma and Kurenai. So I called you on an urgent matter. You need to find the Akatsuki lair where Naruto is. As far as I heard, you Obito have a Ninken summoning like Kakashi, am I right? I said very seriously, the mission to save Naruto, Minato. Yes, I have this summoning, but I need a thing that should have Naruto's scent, Obito said sadly. Will this fit? Satsuki asked, handing the brunette a protector. This is Naruto's protector, it fell off during the fight between Naruto and that man. Taking the protector, Obito put it in his pouch. So you're going to look for Naruto right now, the blonde shouted, hitting the table. All the teams, shouting, "Hi," left the office and headed towards the gate. Wait for Naruto, Uchiha said in her thoughts, just dare to die, I will get you from the other world and beat you up and... Ha 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 ha, a wild laugh echoed throughout the cave. Naruto-kun, do you like it? Do you like it? Can I kill you? Can I want to kill you. Ha ha ha, Naruto-kun, you are amazing, Kuramaru screamed, going crazy. Then a sob was heard from Naruto. He began to cry, or rather roar. Kill me, please. Then Uzumaki started screaming. Oh no Naruto, you are too unique to be killed so easily. Have your fingers and nails recovered. Wonderful, said Nato approaching Naruto, and then a cry full of pain and despair was heard. Then the crunch of bones. You are alone, you understand Naruto, no one will need you nowhere. You will remain like this forever, you understand, the emptiness in the heart can't be filled with anything except love, said the fox, sitting with his back leaning against the chair. Then, I will go to another country, to another village, to another planet, Naruto said hopefully. Remember, those born to crawl are not given the ability to fly. I have another idea to create a world without wars, where people who are different will not be oppressed, humiliated and killed, said the fox, appearing out of nowhere in front of Naruto. You don't even know who your parents are, the fox asked, taking Naruto's face in his hands. I can tell you if you want it so much, but you won't like this information at all. Tell me, please, he looked at the man pleadingly. Your parents are Uzumaki Kushina and Minato Namikaze, and Menma Namikaze and Amy Namikaze are your real brother and sister. And the orphanage was given to you by the will of the fourth, he said, looking at the stunned Naruto. He began to cry even harder, because physical pain is much easier to endure than mental pain. Why asked Naruto. You are too kind and weak little timid puppy, Naruto, the fox said with disgust. After these words, the sound of falling shackles and the sound of falling chains were heard, and then the fox was pressed to the ground. Whenever you want, I will surpass you, I will take revenge. First, I will kill Minato Namikaze, then I will destroy all 5 great villages and create one big one, and then peace will come to this huge land, Uzumaki said, almost growling. And you have enough strength, you are like a bird without wings, you are not a proper shinobi and not even a human being, the fox said, clearly mocking Uzumaki. Remember, it's not me who's wrong, it's this whole fucking world. The bushes with white camellias turned the color of blood. Now will you accept me? Asked the fox, smiling. The answer was a created ice sword presented to the throat. And then Naruto made a vertical movement with his sword, and blood gushed from his throat. Well done Naruto-kun, now you are free from all chains, said the last words of the fox. And his prototype entered Naruto. Naruto's hair turned white as snow and a third tomo appeared in his right eye. I'm a demon, Naruto said in a voice that wasn't his own. Rebirth. Second dream. Hope would be the greatest power of the human soul if despair did not exist. A team from Konoha was on the scene, Obito summoned Pakun. What do you want, Obito? Pakun asked. There is no time for this, I need to find one person, his name is Naruto Uzumaki, here is part of his clothes, said Obito, holding out Uzumaki's protector. If anything, they are at the same place of the battle from the beginning. Follow me, said the dog, heading deeper towards the land of the wind. A few hours later, Nato sensed the chakra of a Konoha shinobi. Afterwards he smiled, realizing that it was time to finish. Approaching Naruto, knocking his hand on his arm. Naruto-kun, unfortunately, we have to stop the fun because soon the Konoha shinobi will be here, and we still need you to extract the biju. Only I don't feel it in you although I am an excellent censor, I voiced the sad news for myself. You really are an idiot, said Naruto in the voice of that same fox from the subconscious. Voice like Sasuke in Boruto in the original, of course it was never in me. Haha, Naruto-kun you are just adorable. No, I will kill you, and to extract you I will take the son of the Hokage, because I very clearly feel the energy of the biju laughed madly, approaching Naruto. Naruto, who had long since freed himself from the chains, jumped out of the chair in midair, kicking hard enough that he fell to one knee. Oh, what did you hurt? Uzumaki asked mockingly, shaking the blood off his fingers. What running his hand over his cheek, he discovered blood, he managed to catch me in flight. Nato just smiled madly, starting to form seals. First, techniques of all 5 elements flew at Uzumaki. Naruto, having dodged all the attacks in the air, delivered a kick to the head. Kuramaru blocked the blow, starting to twist Naruto's leg, the same he twisted his leg abnormally, hitting the other man who flew into the wall. Do you think this will hurt me? Naruto replied without emotion, returning his leg to its original appearance. Nato climbed out of the huge dent in the wall. Smiling, he folded the seals, shouting the name of the technique. Lunch attack of all elements. Rainbow beam. Rainbow raz hash at a rainbow-like beam flew out of Nato's hands. After hitting, a huge explosion occurred. Wow, that was tough, Kuramaru said, wiping sweat from his forehead. But something appeared in the smoke from the explosion. Naruto emerged from the smoke with a hole in his stomach that quickly became covered with an icy crust and gradually began to recover. There were still burns from the explosion, but they healed without an icy crust. Now, Uzumaki began to speak. From under his bangs covering his eyes, one could see a crazy smile. It's my turn, Naruto said, opening his right eye, filled with madness no less than the left. Quickly entering into hand-to-hand combat, Naruto dominated the mountain of muscle not only in speed, but also in strength. Naruto used another elemental attack, filling his fists with it as a ball. Nothing helped. Naruto, having the Sharingan, could simply dodge. Naruto managed to get behind Kuramaru, creating a huge hammer out of ice. He hit the man in the side with it, and heard the crunch of Kuramaru's ribs flying into the wall. The same one got up from another dent in the wall, holding his side. Looks like I won't get out of here alive, what a shame to die at the hands of a boy. I'll use this, most likely after this I'll fall down without strength, and he'll finish me off, thinking out loud, he looked at Naruto. Then Nato began to form seals, and around his body, first red, and then all the colors of the rainbow, chakra began to form. I'll give it my all and kill you, said the lime-haired man. Flying at a tremendous speed, Naruto's man clenched his fist and prepared to strike. But a black ice wall appeared before him, from which later jumped out now a snowball, from the fingertips to the middle of the wrist, the hand was dark blue. Unfortunately, I can't do more, but this is enough, Naruto said without showing emotion. Stomping his foot on the floor, a wave of towering black ice swept into Nato. Before he could react in time, the technique caught the Akatsuki member's shoulder. The technology wasn't that strong, but rather, the already tired Nato was unable to maintain his defense, for which he paid. Jumping, Naruto extended his arms with dark ice and hit the man with all his might. Nato fell down without strength. Naruto slowly approaches Nato. An Akatsuki member attempted to stand up and was rewarded for his attempt with a stake in the foot. Sitting on top, Uzumaki created a stake. I ask questions, if I am not satisfied with the answer I. Instead of words there was an action in the second foot was the very corner that Naruto held in his hands, I hope you understood everything. Why? The Konoha team was already standing at the entrance to the supposed Akatsuki base. Pakken, this cave is definitely the place, Obito asked warily. Cold chakra is coming from the cave. Obito and the Jonins behaved normally, but the same couldn't be said about the Genin. Before Pakken could answer, footsteps were heard from the cave, or rather the sound of base feet hitting a hard surface. The team prepared for battle. Who are you? Tell me your name, the one-eyed Uchiha said in a tone of intolerance to objections. Coming out into the light, the team saw a white-haired guy the same height as Sasuke, with a face similar to the fourth Hokage. The left eye was blue, and there was a scar along the right, the eye itself was closed. The nails were black, and some fingers were whiter than others. The only clothes he had on were shorts. Hey, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Sometimes it seems to you that your life is like a long TV series that has been going on for many years. And suddenly, at some point, you understand that you are no longer the main character of this story and are about to become a secondary character. At this point, you have several options. You can accept this fate and relax, you can hide from the twists and turns of this tangled story for a while, or you can make an effort and start a new plot, but first decide whether you want the old plot to end. Commentary on Rebirth. Second Dream. Dear readers, thank you for 100 likes. Thank you for reading me, discussing the fanfic in reviews and waiting for new parts. And thank you for being there at all. In the future I will try even harder to please you with fanfic. Fallen Angel. Understand, hell is here. Your earth is hell. Why hasn't it ever occurred to you? Here, people kill each other, betray their neighbors, lie, twist, perform miracles of cruelty and meanness, die of hunger, drag out a miserable existence, give their daughters to prostitutes, and all the world's governments and wealth are run by demons, terrible, vile and disgusting. No one has salvation, even billionaires get cancer, and princesses crash in cars. Excuse me, but what is this if not hell? Hey, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto said with a slight grin. The eyes of those present widened, and Satsuki's eyes became like 5 kopecks. She quickly ran through the genin and jonin to hug her favorite idiot. No, Naruto said as if cutting him off, holding his hand out in front of him as a stop sign. Naruto's face didn't express anything. The Uchiha who had started through her pride, showed a sign of sympathy to the person who seemed to be not breathing evenly towards her, rejected her without a shred of doubt. The girl began to cry even harder, falling to her knees. Sasuke ran up to her, starting to calm his sister down. Ujiratankachi, what are you doing? See how she was worried about you, said Uchiha, looking hatefully at the white-haired man. Naruto looked at the Uchiha. Don't call me that again, or you won't be able to pick up the pieces later, Uzumaki said as he walked through the crowd. Naruto called him Obito, who stopped. Don't you want to take this? The brunette said, holding out the protector. Turning around, he looked at the protector, chuckled, took the protector and walked on. You could tell from his behavior that Naruto had changed, and it wasn't necessarily for the better. Damn, Naruto finally became an alpha male. The next day, team number 6 and 7 were called by number 4. So you need to go to the country of tea, and guard the runner during the race, Minato said looking at his eldest son, whose face was like a brick. In this race you will need to guard the runner of the Wasabi family. There is a rumor that the Wagarashi family hired ninja. And you understand that the country of tea hired our ninja, told about the mission Namikaze, move out tonight to make it in time. Hokage-sama, where are our senseis? Asked Satsuki. They won't be. Because of Orochimaru's attack I had to resort to such measures, the main one on the mission will be Namikaze Menma. Free Minato said, returning to the papers. The teams left the office, and Minato read something in the reports that made him very happy. I hope you return to the Naruto family soon, Minato said in his thoughts. The teams went home to get ready for the mission. Naruto put on black pants, a black jacket, and a black vest on top. Arriving at the gate almost first, Naruto sat down on the gate itself, starting to wait for the others. In 30 minutes. Well, where can Naruto go to his house? The blonde muttered, peering into the streets of Konoha, looking for the white crown. Well, he'll come, I'll give this Ujiratankachi a good talking to, Uchiha muttered, but that was enough. I thought I told you not to call me that, Naruto said in a cold voice, standing behind Sasuke. Having grabbed the arm, he began to twist it. What should you say? Uzumaki asked. Yeah, go away, the Uchiha croaked. Not right, Naruto said, making a slight movement with his hand. The arm was dislocated, and the brunette lay on the ground screaming in pain. Second attempt. Satsuki's cry let him finish. Naruto. Stop, Satsuki shouted watching this. She looked at Naruto with fear, as well as at her brother. Okay said Naruto, approaching Sasuke. Touching the dislocation with his hand, the hand turned out without pain for Sasuke and healed. Don't call me that again, Naruto said calmly, heading towards the exit of Konoha. The whole team walked talking except for Naruto, who was thinking about his own things. A few days later they arrived at the meeting place with the head of the Wasabi family. They came to a classic Japanese house. Approaching it, they knocked on the door. The door was opened by a plump man with short white hair. Hello, I see you are a ninja from Konoha, the man asked calmly. Yes, it's us, I'm Namikaze Menma. I'm the temporary commander of this unit. And you, I understand, are the head of the Wasabi family. Joriko Wasabi, nice to meet you, and what are the names of your teammates? The man asked, looking back at the genin with interest. Everyone said their name and said they were pleased to meet them. Except Naruto, he just introduced himself. Joriko invited the squad into the house. A young man of about 17 or 18 years old sat at the table in the living room. Meet this Menma, Sasuke, Satsuki, Sakura, Amy. And Naruto. He listed the entire squad, pointing at them with his hand. Joriko-san, I told you I don't need help, the young man hissed angrily, I'll run the race without anyone's help. Is not discussed. The man answered calmly, so, I think you have already been told about the mission by the Hokage himself. I would like to clarify that you follow only and accordingly protect him. The race starts tomorrow, I will wake you up and take you to the race site, but for now, make yourself comfortable, the head of the Wasabi family told some details. After showing everyone the rooms, Joriko went to rest. Naruto, not wanting to stay in the company of Namikaze and the Uchiha, went to sleep. Menma wanted to invite him to talk about the mission and ask for forgiveness for the exam, but he didn't have time. Later, everyone went to their rooms and went to sleep. The next morning the squad stood near the port waiting for the start of the race. Here came the Wagarashi family runner, and their family too. The countdown is about to begin, and the Wagarashi family runner stand at the starting line. 1, 2, 3, start, shouted the man standing near the line. The two runners took off at high speed, only ran not towards the boat, but to the left. The families began to whisper among themselves, and Joriko stood there with a stony face, thinking, I believe in you, The Konoha squad ran after the young man. Hey, where are you going? You need to get on the ship, it will be faster, asked Menma, pointing at the sailing ship. I'm not a fool, I worked out the route. There will be a storm soon, and why should you stupid ninjas know this? Asked clearly displeased. I'm running to another ship, and I'll sail to the island faster, and later to the temple. Then accelerated even more, so that only Menma and Naruto were able to catch up with him. Run slower, Namikaze shouted. Nonsense, I can't waste even a second like that, he said these words, but still slowed down a little. I ran to the beach where there was a house and a wooden ship on the pier. Having knocked on the door of a 2-story house, began to wait for someone to open the door for him. The door was opened by an old man, short, just a little shorter than Amy, who was the shortest in the squad. Oh, aren't you already? The old man was very happy. I'm glad too, but remember the agreement? Asked the young man, implying something. Oh, of course I remember, but go ahead, it's docked, said the old man, pointing to the ship. Thank you, Grandpa, shouted, already running towards the ship. Already at sea, the squad and himself sailed to the island of Tormanu. On the island itself is located the temple of Janlu, or an intermediate point between the start and the finish. The squad was talking about their own things. Naruto sat and thought, it's somehow too easy, and the fourth and Joriko-san were talking about. Uzumaki didn't have time to think when another ship crashed into the side of the ship. While and his squad were in a panic, Naruto stood up with a heavy sigh. Approaching the side, he saw a ship with genin of the hidden rain other than those who were at the exam. Naruto grinned and pointed his hand palm up. Ice formed under the ship, naturally it stopped. Clenching his fist, the ship and all the genin were pierced by ice spikes. Then the ship went to the bottom, and Naruto, as if nothing had happened, sat on the floor, continuing to frown and think about something. The squad and looked at Naruto with abnormally open eyes that were in shock. Why did you kill them? You could have simply disarmed the ship and that's it, Namikaze asked with a tremor in his voice. These are ninjas from the Rain Village, they could easily catch up with us and prevent us from completing the mission, the white-haired man answered clearly. We live in a shinobi world where you can't escape death, and you are like puppets entangled in strings as if in chains. You have become shinobi, but you are not ready to kill. I have long since freed myself from all chains, the former all-haired man said in a sepulchral voice, frowning. The squad did not dare to argue further, deep in thought. After some time, the detachment sailed to the shore. While removing the sails and throwing out the anchor, Sakura did not find Atade. Guys, where is Atade? The pink-haired girl asked a logical question, although the answer was already clear. But after the question was asked, a scream and the sound of a falling body were heard. The devil hissed and then ran towards the sound. The squad saw Ide covered in Senbon. Damn, Sakura, can you do something? Menma asked, looking at Haruno. Yes, but it will take time, said Sakura, looking and studying the poison from the Senbons. Drag him into that cave over there. Idate woke up already in the cave. I'm a loser, I let Joriko-san down. I can't win this race. All the money spent on training. And he picked me up even though I'm homeless, Idate said almost crying. Naruto sighed heavily and slapped. The race is not over yet, which means you have not lost. Remember, never give up. Got it, Naruto said. Sakura was about to say something, but Satsuki held her back, who saw old Naruto kind and open. I will carry you on my back, he confirmed, saying, Snowball, and you catch up, Naruto shouted, running out of the cave. While they were running to the temple, Idate told about his past, or rather. He was a shinobi of Konoha and the younger brother of Morino Ibiki. But after he failed to pass the first stage, he was forbidden to become a chunin at all. But one of the then jonin of the leaf was a traitor, who was actually a jonin of the rain named Aoi Rukusho. In order for Idate to become a chunin, he had to steal the scroll with secret techniques and the sword of the thunder god. But in the end he deceived me, and my brother died trying to protect me, but he still took the sword of the thunder god, Morino said sadly. Ibiki-san is alive, he gave us an exam and he took the scroll, Naruto said seriously. He had a similar situation, only Iruka-sensei died. Gritting his teeth even harder, he ran faster. Joriko-san, do you still believe in Idate? I think he just ran away, said some man. No, I believe in. Another man interrupted him. Idate is already running up the stairs, or rather, he is being carried by one of the Konoha shinobi, some white-haired boy, who announced the good news to the brown-haired man. Having run to the end of the stairs, Idate got off Naruto's back and ran further, because the second runner was now resting and he needed to overtake him. After some time, Idate ran to the rope bridge, and a detachment from Konoha ran after him. Everyone saw 15 rain shinobi, most likely genin, and 1 jonin. Oh Atade, you still survived like you did then, asked the green-haired man. Aoi not much, as if Morino said, but a hint of fear could be felt. A short dialogue ensued between Aoi and Idate, about the past and how pathetic Idate was. During this time, the second runner was able to cross the rope bridge. That's all, Rokoshu said ominously, cutting the ropes on the bridge with the sword of the thunder god. Naruto just smirked. He stretched out both his hands forward and created a bridge from the ice. Run, he's definitely after you, Uzumaki said seriously. Idate didn't know how to run past these shinobi. Naruto stamped his foot on the shinobi on the left side, and then he removed the spikes, freeing up space for the runner. You won't get away, Aoi shouted, shooting Senbon from his umbrella towards the young man, but the Ciboga crashed into the wall because of the ice. Idate quickly crossed the bridge and ran on. I'll deal with them, Naruto said, killing all the genin in the blink of an eye with as much sophistication as possible. Now Naruto stood covered in blood with a very satisfied face in front of Aoi, who was trembling with fear and grabbed the activated sword of the thunder god with both hands. Who are you? Aoi asked in a shaking voice. You know, after one mission, I was reborn, and I came up with one expression that completely describes 13 years of my life. Let it not work out, let it not come true. These thoughts of rosy days, but if devils nest in the soul, so, angels lived in her. Naruto quickly appeared next to Aoi, creating an ice sword. Swinging it over the green-haired man's head, he was blocked by the thunder god's sword, which broke the sword. Dodging another strike from the thunder god's sword, Naruto opened his right eye containing the Sharingan. Running his hand over the electric blade of the sword, he froze it. And with one more movement of his hand he broke the blade of the sword. As soon as Aoi managed to say it, he was kicked into the gorge where the rope bridge used to be. Let's run faster, that's all Naruto could say as he ran across the bridge. Idate finished first and the Wagarashi family no longer exists, having hired ninja to eliminate Idate and bribe the high chens of the tea country. Already boarding the ship to sail to Konoha, Sasuke stood and glared at Naruto's back. Clearly not friendly. A day passed after completing the mission in the country of tea. Waking up in the morning because of a knock on the door. Putting on a t-shirt and going to the door, he opened it and saw the Anbu Hokage in an owl mask standing on the threshold. The Hokage-sama is calling you, the Anbu said and disappeared. What did the pseudo-daddy need from me? Uzumaki asked mockingly as I was getting dressed. 20 minutes later, Naruto stood outside the Hokage's office. Knocking and hearing permission, he entered, seeing the Hokage family and Jiraiya. Naruto, I need to tell you something, said Minato. And what about it? Naruto asked emotionally. Naruto, I have one more amusement left. Fingers in mouth, and a cheerful whistle. Bad fame has spread. That I am a lecher and a troublemaker. Ah, what a funny loss. There are many funny losses in life. I am ashamed that I believed in God. It's bitter to me that I don't believe it now. Golden, distant distances. The death of life burns everything. And I was obscene and made a scene to burn brighter. The poet's gift is to caress and scratch, there is a fatal seal on it. White rose with a black toad, I wanted to get married on earth. Let it not work out, let it not come true, these are thoughts of rosy days. But if the devils nested in the soul, so, angels lived in her. It is for this joy of turbidity, going with her to another land, I want it at the last minute, I ask those who will be with me. So that for all my grave sins, for disbelief in grace, they put me in a Russian shirt to die under the icons. Yesenin. And Lucifer was once an angel too. My resolve has not yet run dry, in the consciousness of my trampled dignity, and proud anger boils, which ordered me to raise to battle with him the rebellious spirits, riotous regiments, those who despised his tyranny, having chosen me as their leader. We unsuccessfully tried to shake his throne and lost the battle. What of it? Not all is lost. The ardor of an indomitable will is preserved, along with boundless hatred, the thirst for revenge and the courage, never to give in. And is this not a victory? After all, we have left with that which he cannot take away either by rage or force, unfading glory. Naruto, we are your parents, Menma and Amy are your brother and sister, and Jiraiya-sensei is your godfather, the Yondaime said in a panicked voice. Amy and Menma looked at Naruto in shock, and then with anger at the sad parents. Naruto stood there for a long time with a poker face, then a crazy smile appeared on his face, and then Uzumaki laughed a crazy laugh like Sasuke on the bridge, and the voice is similar. Aha, I thought for a long time when the great fourth Hokage or the fastest man on earth called the Yellow Lightning of Konoha would say this to his son, said the white-haired man, continuing to smile like crazy. That is, you knew, said Kushina, starting to cry. Son, sob, come back, we love you very much, said Uzumaki, choking with tears. If you knew why he didn't come back, Amy asked, also on the verge of hysteria. You know, thanks to you, if someone, for whatever reason, wrote a book about me, it would definitely be a tragedy, but after that cave, I rethought some things. Because I thought that my life was a tragedy, but now I realize that it was a comedy. Haha. After his speech, Naruto burst into wild laughter again. So, I blamed my brother for my brother's death. Naruto interrupted him, who stood there with a poker face. Shut up, all of you shut up, I will take revenge on you, he pointed his finger at Minato. I will kill you, I promise, and I don't throw words to the wind. Then turning around, Naruto left the office, loudly slamming the door. Jiraiya simply left the office through the window. Naruto walked around Konoha in a bad mood, thinking, why did they abandon me, in his head. He was walking around Konoha during the day and completely by chance he came across the training ground where Sasuke was training, and Satsuki was watching. Noticing Naruto, the girl waved her hand. Naruto, hello, the Uchiha shouted with a smile. Sasuke, who had been training before Naruto arrived, was thinking, how could a loser like Uzumaki surpass Menma, and I won't even mention myself. And ice techniques are very powerful. From his thoughts, Sasuke began to hit the dummy harder. But when the guy heard about his object of hatred, and who was standing right behind him, he turned around, activating the Sharingan, looking at Naruto with hatred. Naruto, said the brunette. Sasuke, the white-haired man said in the same intonation. Sasuke, what happened and why did you turn on the Sharingan? Uchiha asked fearfully. Sasuke ignored his sister. Naruto, I, Uchiha Sasuke, challenge you to a fight, the brunette said, putting on his protector. Uzumaki just chuckled, getting into a fighting stance. Naruto, put on your protector so that this fight can be considered equal between the Konoha shinobi, Satsuki said. I don't consider him an equal opponent, Naruto said calmly. Sasuke gritted his teeth at these words, raising his gaze full of hatred and hostility. Naruto. Sasuke Uzumaki shouted with the same intonation. There. Naruto's fist was blocked by Uchiha, and Naruto also blocked Uchiha's punch. Sasuke, without losing his composure, returned and kicked Naruto in the head. Naruto simply pushed the Uchiha away. Afterwards he went on the attack, striking the Uchiha with his hand and foot. Sasuke easily dodged the white-haired man's attacks. But Naruto broke the grin and changed the density of the bone with the help of ice. Hit at an angle. Sasuke, not expecting this, received a powerful blow to the face, flying away from Naruto a great distance. Standing up and then spitting out blood, Sasuke folded the seals for the fire technique at great speed. Fire element. Fire dragon. Uchiha shouted the name of the technique and then fell to one knee, breathing heavily. Naruto looked at the technique flying at him with his eyes wide open in surprise. When the technique hit him, Uchiha smiled, and Satsuki looked at the place where Naruto stood. Sasuke, why did you do this? Uchiha shouted. Beast, Sasuke muttered. Satsuki thought it was directed at her but looked at the place where Naruto stood. Naruto emerged from the flames with terrible burns. But his wounds were beginning to crust over with ice. Damn, Sasuke muttered under his breath as he made a seal, and then jumped. Chidori, the technique flashed in Sasuke's hand. Sasuke flew at Naruto. Naruto surrounded his hand with blue chakra, similar to ice only in the form of a glow. Jumping, he flew straight at the Uchiha who was flying at him. Stop, Satsuki whispered. Stop, Uchiha shouted, and then activated the Sharingan and ran to the guys to try to intercept the attack. The fighters tried to stop, but failed. Damn, I won't make it in time, Uchiha and Uzumaki said to themselves at the same time. Naruto and Sasuke closed their eyes and said goodbye to Satsuki, but they felt someone grab their hands and they flew in the same direction. When they opened their eyes, they had already made a hole in the tree. Naruto's technique completely froze the tree. Sasuke saw the effect of the technique and clenched his teeth very hard. Naruto stood with his gaze downcast, his face devoid of any emotion. Sasuke, I told you that you can't use this technique against members of your village, said Kakashi, sitting on the branch of the tree that Sasuke had pierced. I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke said sadly. Naruto, the ash-haired man didn't have time to say, realizing that Naruto was no longer here. Evening came. Naruto sat on the roof of one of the houses of Konoha, looking at the village he hated with an unchanging look. After sitting for a little while longer, at some point I felt a presence behind my back. Are you from Orochimaru? Asked the white-haired man as he appeared into nowhere. Yes, we thought you would fight us, said Sakin. Why? I want to get the power to make a true world. These people gritted teeth and frowned, are entangled in threads like chains, and I will become the key to the chains. That's why I need power, Naruto said, standing up and turning to the Four of Sound. Walking with a backpack on his shoulders towards the exit from Konoha, he thought about his own. On the way, he met Satsuki, who was walking very upset, in no mood at all. Seeing Naruto with a backpack walking towards the gate, she understood everything. Decided to leave, said Uchiha looking at Naruto's back. Yes, there is nothing keeping me here anymore, said the white-haired man, stopping. And what about other teams, our team, and did you think about me? The girl cried in tears. Hey, and the information that I am the deceased eldest son of the fourth. Doesn't mean anything to you, asked Uzumaki with a grin, looking at the brunette. But I love you. I can't imagine how I'll live without you, sobbing, she said the words she had wanted to say for a long time. Naruto didn't answer and went to the gate. If you don't stop I'll scream, Uchiha screamed, not seeing Naruto in front of her. And then Satsuki heard a quiet, sorry, and then her eyes darkened and she fell into Uzumaki's arms. Having put the girl on the bench, Naruto went towards the Konoha gate. That is, in order to fully open the power of the seal, I have to eat this, and then I'll sort of die, said the white-haired man, looking at the black, unevenly shaped pill. Yes, but your seal has changed. We don't know what might happen to you, said a puzzled Ukin, looking at the tattoo on Naruto's arm. That's lousy, Naruto said, clearly not thrilled with the idea. Take the pill, Tayuya shouted. Tayuya, it's not proper for girls to speak in such a tone, Jirobo said, but received an angry look from the crimson-haired girl. Shut up, Fatso, the girl hissed. Okay, whatever, Naruto said, and then swallowed the pill. We need to print it quickly before it's too late, Ukin said as Jirobo shoved Uzumaki into the barrel. After the sound, Four sealed Naruto in a barrel and headed to Orochimaru's lair. But the genin from Konoha, led by Menma, were already hot on the heels of the Four. Naruto destroyed the barrel, in the middle of Kimamaru and Menma's fight with Sasuke. Naruto, what are you doing? Let's go back to Konoha. Satsuki is waiting for you, Menma shouted at him. But Naruto felt the power, because his right hand was all black, and the pattern of the mark had changed. Now, Instead of a silver pattern, there was a dark blue pattern. Naruto laughed like a madman and ran towards Orochimaru's lairs. Howley intervened in the fight between Kimimaro and Menma with Sasuke. Guys, you can go after Naruto-kun. I'll handle it and bring him back, the brunette shouted, running into battle. The boys nodded and ran after Uzumaki. Sasuke and Menma ran to the Valley of the End, standing on Hashirama's head. Naruto walked along the statue of Madara. Naruto Menma shouted, waiting for a reaction. Naruto stopped and then started speaking. Hey, you want to bring me back? It won't work, you can live for now, but then I will make a world without wars by destroying all the hidden villages, Naruto said, continuing to walk. No, we will complete the mission and save our friend and brother from the darkness. Haha, brother, I repeat, you don't have to worry about me. I'm getting stronger because I plan to kill all the cages and heads of other hidden villages, Naruto said, stopping, but didn't turn around. We will do our duty, said Menma, getting into a fighting stance, and Sasuke followed him. Well, try it. The world is not divided by light and darkness, but by different views. Man is probably the most ruthless creature on the planet. Only man can leave someone he wants to keep with all his heart. What instincts drive us? What makes us lie, envy, betray? Only people hurt those they love. And, as a rule, the greater the love, the greater the pain. Maybe we imagined ourselves to be the crown of nature too early. Well, try it, said Naruto, jumping, turning around in the air and throwing needles of ice at Menma and Sasuke. Sasuke formed the seals for the fireball and then destroyed the needles. Menma flew at Naruto in taijutsu. Menma put all his speed and strength into his blows, but they did not reach the power. Naruto mockingly dodged and weakly responded. I'm sick of all this, Naruto said, suddenly changing his emotions from cheerful, for serious bipolar smiley face. With a strong kick, the crunch of several bones was heard. The blonde flew into the rock and didn't come out. Well, Sasuke, show the full power of the true Sharingan, Naruto said mockingly, smiling, to infuriate the Uchiha. It worked, but Sasuke activated his Sharingan, and from his emotions, a third Tomo appeared in him. Sasuke began to attack much faster and more thoughtfully. Naruto started to smirk even more from this, and then opened his right eye and began to respond to the attacks. The truth is that he continued to fight only with taijutsu and only with his feet when Sasuke had already used every fire technique in his arsenal. Sasuke jumped at him, but Naruto caught him by the throat. Sasuke, haven't you noticed? I don't even use my hands in combat, and you know about the techniques yourself, he said, smiling even more, striking with his hand with such force that nothing would break. Fry, is that all? Well, thank God I'm not a Konoha shinobi anymore, said Naruto, whose tattoo returned to its first form. This tattoo is more beautiful than that, Uzumaki said, looking at the tattoo on his wrist. Afterwards Naruto frowned, because of the terrifying key. And then he smiled, looking at the dent in the rock. From which Menma jumped out, covered in only a tail. This is already more interesting, said Naruto, deliberately freezing the water in the lake. Menma looked at the smiling Naruto and got angry, and then ran at him. Naruto began making stakes, walls, and other objects out of ice in Menma's path. Menma, thanks to the fox's cover, melted all obstacles. Naruto frowned, but did nothing. Just by trying to fight him in taijutsu. Naruto and Menma fought equally, but Menma apparently gave in, so the blonde sent Naruto flying with one blow. Naruto couldn't do anything in flight, after which another blow came, and then another and another. Naruto landed with his feet on the ice in midair and twisted. Why are you leaving? Satsuki is crying because of you, she loves you with all her heart, just like she didn't love me. And you're leaving not only her but us too, said Menma, almost crying. Hahaha, did you love it? Aha. And I'm leaving because I don't want a future with you. It will never end, people are too sinful. No matter how much you, Menma, believe in them, but we all know perfectly well that we will not be able to live in peace. People are so vicious that nothing can fix them, no matter how hard you try to take away at least something bright in them, in the end the darkness will still swallow everyone. I am an example of this, but I am not straightforward darkness. I am darkness that brings light in its own way. In that cave I reconsidered my dreams, re-choosing them for peace in the whole world, said Naruto, whose hand turned black again. And you do not interfere with me, shouted Naruto, running at Menma. Having created a sword, he delivered a cutting blow. The sword, upon contact with the cover, melted. Damn, Naruto said, dodging and simultaneously creating a sword of black ice. This sword held up better against the shroud, but it didn't do much damage to Menma, and rather Naruto used it to defend himself. Sometimes even the sword didn't help to repel all attacks, so Naruto let the shroud's hot claws pass. Bouncing off Menma, Naruto breathed through his mouth. Even though his regeneration was strong, it was using up a lot of chakra. And the Sharingan also spent chakra, of which there was still a normal amount. Well, it's the second round of Namikaze, Uzumaki said, increasing the seal. Now it completely covers the right side of the body, but does not touch the face. Having rushed at such speed towards the blonde, he hit his knee in the stomach. The fourth sun closed with blood. A blow with his left foot to the head of Menma flies in free flight. He froze the air above Menma, creating a thick surface, and Uzumaki sent Menma into a cliff, then jumped towards him. I had a lot of fun. The last time I fought like that was with what's his name? Oh, definitely with Nato. I had fun with him just like I did with you. You're really strong, I admit, the strongest after me, Naruto said proudly. Obito shouted questioningly when he found out from Minato what was wrong with his team. Yes, Naruto left the village with the goal of becoming stronger under Orochimaru, Toledo said seriously, but Minato was sad. Why Genin? They are being transferred, Uchiha asked. Obito, you know the answer to this question yourself. We also asked for help from Suna, and also sent doctors to help. And Naruto, Sasuke and Menma are now fighting approximately in the Valley of Completion. So, you must get there as quickly as possible, said Minato in the same state. Yes, Obito shouted and disappeared into the Kamui. A second tail began to form around Menma. So this is not the end, Naruto said with anticipation, but he was thrown back by a wave of hatred and anger. Menma covered the distance between Naruto in a second, trying to swing to strike, but his hand was frozen by black ice. Don't you dare touch me, Naruto said in a high-pitched voice, throwing Menma into the rock. Menma didn't stay there for long, jumping out and running towards Naruto, who also went to get closer. During the fight, whenever Naruto defended himself or attacked Menma, the Uzumaki's cloak would create an icy layer of black ice. But Menma dominated by jumping away from Namikaze to a safe distance. Naruto noticed Sasuke approaching them. Sasuke stood at Menma's level and took a fighting stance. You will come back so that my sister does not cry because of such an idiot, said Uchiha with a friendly smile. I don't need such a smile, Naruto said, and in his thoughts he thought about the familiar chakra that will soon be here. Obito-sensei will soon be here. It's too bad I won't be able to defeat him, but I can do something, the white-haired man said in his thoughts, and then smiled. The mark began to return to its normal form. Having created a stake, he quickly threw it at the Uchiha, piercing the organs on purpose. Menma, if you can hear me, then you need to save Sasuke. If you continue this pointless fight, he will die, but if you run to Konoha now, it will be possible to save him. Choose, Naruto said, turning around and starting to leave. Menma stood and looked at Naruto's back, feeling the raindrops. Quickly taking Sasuke on his back, he ran to Konoha, meeting Obito on the way. Arriving at Orochimaru's hideout, he was met by Kabuto. Hello Naruto-kun, it looks like you've made up your mind. Follow me, said Kabuto, walking deeper into the shelter, and Naruto followed him. Arriving at the Great Hall, Naruto saw a bandaged man sitting on a throne. Hello Naruto-kun, Orochimaru hissed. End of the first season. Instead of love comes loneliness, instead of happiness comes grief, and instead of friendship comes sheer betrayal. Commentary on the world is not divided by light and darkness, but by different views. Poll. Vote if 1. I should write how and what Naruto did in the shelter before coming to the Konoha Shinobi shelter. 2. Write about the second season straight away. 2 years later. Now, after training, a rather tall and handsome guy of about 15 with white hair in the shape of a hedgehog was sleeping on the bed. The body is beautiful and well built. True, it was just a clone, and there were explosive seals near the bed. The door to the room opened, the figure quickly began to approach the bed, and then it was possible to describe him in more detail. A brunette with unnaturally white skin and a Konoha protector. Behind his back he had a short sword called a tanto. The explosion of the seal hissed, and then an explosion occurred. In place of this room there is now a huge crater, at one end of which stood a guy. At the bottom of the crater he was already standing with a tanto in his hands. Then a brunette with shoulder-length hair, a third-size chest, a thin waist and a large butt ran up to the crater. Looking at the guy, she whispered. Naruto. Satsuki Uzumaki said confidently, looking at the matured Satsuki. Then a copy of Kushina came running, only with blue eyes. It was Amy. Then Sasuke and Sakura came running together, and Menma came running last, noticeably better. But he's far from Naruto. What are you doing here? Uzumaki asked loudly, so that everyone could hear him. After you, Menma shouted at him, throwing a three-bladed kunai at Naruto. Naruto caught the kunai without even blinking. What? You can't teleport, and the fourth one could, Naruto said mockingly, and the kunai became covered in ice. You just have to grow and grow to match him. All the smoke from the explosion revealed all of Naruto. His appearance remained the same, only he had matured, and he was dressed. A long black scarf was around his neck, a sweater completely without the right sleeve, showing the tattoo on his arm. Regular pants with many pockets and shinobi sandals. The hilt of a sword was visible over his right shoulder. Quickly closing in on the team, Naruto drew his sword, swinging at Menma to kill. But Sasuke blocked the blow with his katana. This is a Kusanagi katana. You won't be able to penetrate it with this parody of a sword, Sasuke said proudly with a smile, and then struck, and the sword came out of his hands. But I can say that it is very beautiful, said Sasuke trying to take the sword in his hand, but he could not because of the enormous weight. Why is it so heavy? Oh, I understand, the blade is too long for two hands, said Sasuke already putting away Kusanagi. You are trying to lift the katana. Naturally, because he is one-handed, Naruto said calmly, into whose hand a katana flew, a sacred relic made by the blessed Ashura, and named the first head of the Uzumaki clan. It is not intended for the hands of people with sinful souls. But I can say that you are really stupid and unlucky to come here to die. Having approached Sasuke, he broke the Kusanagi with one clearly not strong blow and sent Sasuke into the wall with a kick. The whole team decided to attack Naruto together, as a team. Zephyr Stream, Uzumaki said, releasing a stream of cutting wind within a 5-meter radius. Everyone fell cut up, Satsuki and Sakura as Tsunade's students quickly healed their wounds, and Menma and Amy thanks to the blood of Uzumaki and Lasu in the case of the blonde. Sasuke began to bleed out so Satsuki began to treat him. Some kind of weak technique, Menma said suspiciously, and then saw how Amy and Sakura fell. This technique is similar to the Chidori flow, only more dangerous. They will not die, but because of the poison in the wind, they will soon pass out. Oh yes, this wind also sucks out chakra, jumping to its original place. His right hand turned black, he stretched this very hand upward. A sphere similar to a rasengan, only black and semi-transparent, began to spin in his hand. But Orochimaru intercepted his hand, and Kabuto appeared next to him. It's better not to kill them yet. They will be able to kill more Akatsuki members, and then your target will become easier to use, the snake said seriously, looking at the white-haired one who was burning his gaze at his former friends. Naruto removed the technique and relaxed Orochimaru's hand, then he let go. We'll see each other again, said Orochimaru, and then the three dissolved into ashes. After the three disappeared, Menma fell to his knees and began to cry. Even when I became a Jonin, I couldn't bring him back. I'm too weak, Namikaze said crying. So, Menma is not himself now. Now we will examine the shelter, and then we will return to Konoha. I'm going to look for myself a Kusanagi said Sasuke walking into the shelter. While others were recovering from the battle. Then, having come to their senses and inspected the shelter, they returned to Konoha with bad news. Naruto was now in another shelter training, control of his new technique similar to Chidori only more powerful. And the effect of all techniques related to the blade of marshmallow, causes bleeding, poison and absorption of chakra. And he worked, he wind axe which he briefly called wind element. Rita axe, smirk. Naruto-kun, you need to rest sometimes. Even though you are Uzumaki said Kabuto who came. You're right Kabuto-senpai. I'm going to sleep, said Naruto, going deeper into the shelter. Sorry for the short chapter. Commentary on 2 years later. Here is the sword. The beginning of apostasy. Truth is a strange thing. We spend a lot of time learning it, and then the rest of our lives forgetting it. Half a year passed and it became known about the murder of 2 members of Akatsuki and the death of one of the Konoha Jonin, Asuma Sarutobi. Naruto was currently training in Orochimaru's hideout, who was clearly not feeling well. Wind release. Majestic blade, a blade of wind formed in Naruto's hand. Taking it with both hands, and then swinging his hand, a windy blade came out from the sword, destroying all the dummies. It's time, Naruto said to himself as he headed to the room where Orochimaru was lying. While Naruto was walking to the room, he was thinking about his next plan of action. Cough. Oh, nothing much yet. Cough. This body will hold out. And I moved into Naruto-kun's body. After the words were spoken, an ice spear hit the snake's shoulder, which the snake Sanin intercepted to avoid major injuries. Then the door was broken down, and in the doorway stood Naruto with his hand raised from which an ice spear was emanating. You decided to betray me. Cough. Naruto-kun, said the snake looking at Uzumaki. You won't teach me anything anymore, which means I don't need you anymore, Naruto said, starting to get closer to the snake. You wanted to get Uchiha, who in the future would surpass the genius Itachi, but you got me. That's why you branded me with your mark, so that I would go to you for the sake of power, for the sake of revenge, and in general for my goals. You are a snake that wants to fly, so you stole a chick from the nest. But nothing in this world stands still, and the chick grew into a hawk that will kill the snake, Naruto said, and his hand turned black, and then black wings formed from his back. Naruto used a technique to pin Orochimaru's hands to the wall, and he pulled out his katana, swinging it to cut off Orochimaru's head. So this is what you became after so many reincarnations, Naruto said with a grin, looking at the huge white snake. Orochimaru, or to say the white snake, began to attack Naruto. The big-haired one simply froze the snakes that flew at him, and sometimes cut them. Wind element. Rita axe, Naruto shouted, and a one-handed axe formed in his hand, and then cut the white snake in half. You're not my level, Orochimaru, Naruto said proudly, trying to take a step. Damn, why can't I move? He. When the corpse of the white snake begins to decompose, and it decomposes quite quickly, it emits poison into the air that paralyzes the victim, said Orochimaru, and then found himself in his own world with Naruto. This is my world, this is where the final stage of rebirth usually happens, said Orochimaru as he approached, and after that the Sannin was enveloped in some kind of pink substance. Then this substance began to envelop Naruto. The power of ice and the Sharingan will belong to me, cough. Orochimaru laughed, but he felt how he became very cold. The power of ice and the Sharingan will not belong to you, Naruto said, and the viscous substance cracked. He dragged me into this world and decided that he had surpassed me in something, Uzumaki said proudly, continuing to freeze the substance. How? This is my world, it's not possible. What kind of person are you? Said the snake Sannin, horror. Only I decide here, Naruto said and cut down Orochimaru. After leaving the world of reincarnation, Naruto looked around and then headed towards the exit of the room. Kabuto was already standing near the door with a tray and medicine on it. Naruto walked past Kabuto, who asked the same question. Tell me, who are you? Seriously, started Kabuto. Naruto stopped and then turned around. What do you think? Naruto answered, grinning, and then Uzumaki showed how he killed Orochimaru through the Sharingan Genjutsu. Seeing the death of his idol, he fell to his knees, and looked at the dead Orochimaru with horror. Naruto turned back and went to the exit of the shelter, grabbing a cloak with a hood from his room and sealed things in the FUNN seal. After leaving the cave, Naruto thought about what he should do next. But then he logically thought that in order to carry out revenge he needs to find people. People who share his goals, and such people exist. Akatsuki, Naruto said, and went to the supposed place where the leader of this organization is, and this is the village of the Hidden Rain. Naruto learned about the Akatsuki and their leader from Orochimaru in his notes. Pain is the name of the leader of Akatsuki, a young guy with red hair in the shape of a hedgehog. Crossed out Hidden Rain village protector, nose and ears in piercings. And his most important power, or rather the Rinnegan. Orochimaru knew little about them, but there was great power in those eyes. 2 days later, in Konoha, or rather in the Hokage's office, a sad fourth Hokage sat in front of the Chunin Jonin. So everyone in Team 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10 nodded. Good information about Naruto. Uzumaki came in, teams, and especially Team 7 and 6, perked up their ears. Uzumaki, Naruto killed Orochimaru, but no one found the body. Then he was noticed by the shinobi of Konoha in the Land of Fire. They did not attack him because of the different levels of strength, said Minato looking at the teams. Wait, Dad, how did they know Naruto's power level? You couldn't have made him. Yes, Menma, he is a missing nin, but while he is AB rank, he ran away to an S rank renegade. I couldn't do anything about it, Namikaze said. You abandoned him just like then, Menma muttered and left the office, slamming the door. Naruto walked slowly, following the leads of the people he asked. While thinking about his own, he also prepares a plan for revenge and joining the Akatsuki. He walked and thought until he felt a familiar chakra, the entire class with which he graduated from the academy. They were only in different places, the closest was team number 6. There were also many weak sources similar to Menmu, one of which was approaching him. Damn, I should have killed those Konoha shinobi, Naruto said calmly, seeing Menma on the horizon. Zephyr Blade, Naruto said, creating a technique in his right hand similar to Chidori, and then ran towards the clone. The clone couldn't do anything, but he definitely saw Naruto, who was leaking his technique. After he pierced the clone with the technique, Naruto hid his chakra as much as possible. And he headed towards his goal by a roundabout route. Menma felt his clone being pierced by a technique unknown to him. Naruto dispelled my clone, Menma said, and ran towards the place where Naruto was supposedly. Wait, Menma, Amy said, but his brother had already run away. What an idiot, I'll catch you and kill you, the girl hissed, a vein bulging on her forehead. Arriving at the place where Naruto was, Menma found nothing, not even traces of chakra, where he could have gone. Damn it, I missed it again. There was not much distance left to the village of the Hidden Rain. He needed to pass through the forest between the border of the Land of Rain and the Land of Fire. Naruto stopped hiding his chakra and using his senses. That's why I didn't feel the two people on the balconies with the red clouds. White hair, a scar on the right eye. So you are the one who killed Nato, and because he lost to me, shouted the blonde with a ponytail and bangs that cover his left eye. The strongest feeling is disappointment. Not resentment, not jealousy, and not even hatred. After them, at least something remains in the soul. After disappointment, emptiness. Eric Maria remark. Ice versus explosion. White hair, scar on the right eye. So you are the one who killed Nato, and because he lost to me, shouted the blonde with a ponytail and bangs that covers his left eye. Deidara Senpai, who is this handsome snowman? Asked the guy with the orange washing mask, opening only his right eye. Shut up, Toby. Because of this idiot I got into trouble in Sasori-sama, the blonde shouted at the brunette. Toby was upset, the source said, and lowered his head. Who are you? Naruto asked seriously and with some threat. Now you'll find out, said Deidara, but he didn't notice Naruto, who appeared in front of him and cut down Toby. Deidara was able to jump away from Naruto and stood on a tree branch. Tsukuri Deidara, S-rank renegade from the Hidden Stone Village. The peculiarity of the Bakuten genome, Naruto told the basic information about the blonde. Oh yes, you are popular, Deidara Senpai, Toby chattered cheerfully. Turning around, Uzumaki saw the brunette, unharmed and whole. What? I was supposed to cut it down, Naruto said to himself in surprise, not showing a single emotion. So first, I'll record C1 to see what he can do, said Deidara, making many small spiders in his hands, which he threw at the white-haired man. Naruto waved his hand with a faint blue glow, some of the spiders froze. Others exploded, but Naruto managed to jump away before the explosion. Well then, said Deidara, smiling, putting his hands in the bag on the right and left sides. Later he pulled it out, and then he pulled it forward. The mouths on his hands began to chew, most likely, the contents of the bags. After a short period of chewing, the mouths on the hands opened and white liquid gushed out. From this substance, figures formed and moved towards Naruto. He created an ice sword in his second hand and ran to attack, cutting down creatures. But when he chopped them up, smaller creatures emerged from their remains, and so on time after time. When these small creatures became numerous, Deidara formed the tiger seal. Bang! The demolition man shouted, and the figures exploded. And Nato couldn't defeat him, the blonde asked mockingly. When the smoke cleared, Toby and Deidara saw an ice dome. And then the dome collapsed and Naruto emerged from there, whole and unharmed. Okay, said Deidara, creating a huge white dragon. Toby. Here, take it and place it underground. He handed the brunette the explosive so that Uzumaki wouldn't see it, but he noticed how it melted. Then Deidara sat on the dragon and flew into the air. Having flown into the air, the blonde began to fire bombs at Naruto. Uzumaki reflected some with his katana, froze some, and exploded others. Done. Deidara Senpai cricked Toby lying on the ground. Naruto visibly tensed, gripping the sword tighter. Excellent. Now I will show you what art is, said Deidara, making a seal with one hand. Explosion. Naruto felt a lot of chakra on his legs. He quickly stuck the blade of the katana in and stood on the hilt so that the bombs underneath him wouldn't blow him up. Then he made a spear out of ice in his hand and threw it at the dragon's wing, opposite it. However, this did not interfere with the flight, and Deidara continued to fire bombs. Well, I'll have to, Naruto said, and his hand turned black. Raising his hand up, long spikes of black ice formed around the dragon. Clenching his fist, many pins flew at the dragon, and some at the blonde. After such a barrage, the dragon was unable to stay in the air and fell to the ground. Falling to the ground, Deidara received a blow to the face from Uzumaki. Wow, you've entertained me enough. The last time I had so much fun was when I fought with my sweet brother. You're an amazing shinobi, it's a shame to kill you, Uzumaki said, spitting out blood from his mouth. Well, your explosion genome is weaker than mine, so the outcome of the battle was predetermined. Again, these eyes, they irritate me. Even though you didn't use genjutsu, these eyes still irritate me, said an angry Deidara. And I felt those bombs underground, because I am an excellent sensor, so I imbued my katana with the element of ice, so that I could freeze some bombs, and reduce the explosion zone of others. Uzumaki said with a superior smile, and then closed his right eye. You don't even need the Sharingan anymore. You don't even consider me your equal. As someone who considers his art to be the best, this is very insulting to me, said the blonde. Now tell me where Pain is, Uzumaki asked. This is more important. Taking off his cloak and shirt, Naruto saw a mouth on the left side of his chest. This will be my last explosion, but the greatest one, said Deidara, taking out a huge piece of clay and bringing it to his mouth. The mouth quickly ate the whole piece, and Deidara began to change. It disappeared completely, and the mouth turned into a small face, covered with black cracks, and then exploded, creating a huge mushroom cloud from the explosion. Naruto ended up many kilometers away from the explosion, thanks to his technique. At first, an icy body appeared on the clearing and stood in place, and then this ice figure broke, and Naruto fell out, breathing heavily. Wow, it wasn't for nothing that I trained this technique, said Naruto, whose sleeve on his left arm was also torn off, and who didn't have a sandal on his right foot. Then he printed out another set of clothes, took a rest in the cave, and moved towards his goal, because he appeared a kilometer from the village. At this time, the Konoha shinobi felt a huge release of chakra. All the teams that went to search for Naruto ran to the scene of the battle and were speechless. Who could have made such a huge crater? Sakura asked, shaking a little from fear, but Sasuke supported her by lightly hugging her shoulder. Most likely it was that blonde Akatsuki member who could explode clay. But who was he fighting against? The blonde asked himself. After some inspection, the squad realized that Naruto was fighting Deidara. They understood this by the icy needles and frozen spots on the trees. At this time, Naruto had already approached the gates of the Rain Village. And how do I get there? Uzumaki asked himself. But then he stupidly jumped over the gate and entered the village. Entering the center of the village, he asked the residents about their cage, or more precisely, about a mechage. But the residents remained silent, but when he used the Sharingan, he learned a small amount of information and where to go to meet him. As Naruto walked towards the place, he felt that the rain was not just ordinary, but was saturated with chakra. He also felt someone's presence near him. Having reached the place, he began to look for the building where he needed to go and meet a mechage. Thinking that he had been deceived, he turned around, but saw 6 people. In robes with red clouds, all 6 were red-haired with piercings on their faces, and Naruto's eyes immediately noticed the Rinnegan and realized who was standing in front of him. There was also a blue-haired girl with them, who flew in on paper wings. Hello Pain. Akatsuki. Hello, Pain, Naruto said looking at one of the bodies. Who are you? And for what purpose did you enter the village? Asked Yahiko's body. I want to join Akatsuki, Uzumaki said in all seriousness. What's your name? Pain asked, smiling. Uzumaki Naruto said, Uzumaki putting away the katana that he grabbed by reflex. So you're the one who killed Nato and Deidara, Pain thought out loud. You're right for us, you killed some of the strongest members of our organization. Just said the body of Ninjendo, putting his hand on Naruto's head, and then looked at the memories. After some time, the body lowered its hand. Follow me, said the main body, and they headed into the building. A few minutes later, Naruto stood in the hall where the other members of the organization were. And in the center stood Yahiko's body. Uzumaki Naruto, since you want to join our organization, you should know. The task of the Akatsuki is to create a world where shinobi will not fight, and the world will be ruled by the Akatsuki, said Pain, without a single emotion. We are looking for talented warriors, and we do not care about their past, who they are and what they look like. Naruto chuckled, agreeing with the redhead. Uzumaki Naruto of the Hidden Leaf Village, renounce your allegiance to Konoha. Naruto put his hand in his pocket and began to look for the protector under the bag behind his back, Frowning, he took out his protector, worn out, but still whole. And then, having created a kunai out of ice, he casually crossed it out. You are now part of the Akatsuki, said Pain, taking out a scarlet ring with the kanji zu meaning blood. Your partner will be Kisame, said Pain, and Kisame nodded. Now all the Akatsuki members and Naruto are standing in the hall waiting for the leader to arrive. Naruto stood quietly to the side, with his forehead protector crossed out, thinking about his own. He did not notice Pain's appearance in the hall. So, there are a lot fewer of us, but there are still 3 of their tailed ones left. 7-tailed, 8-tailed and 9-tailed, said Pain without a single emotion, and he spoke melancholically. I'm going after the 7-tailed beast with Konan. We'll go after the 8-tailed Naruto and Kisame, and we'll go after the 9-tailed later, said Pain, and then left the hall. An hour later, near the exit of the village, Naruto said, leaving the hall. An hour later, Kisame approached the gate and began to wait for Naruto near the exit. Where is he? Kisame asked out loud, but pulling out his samahata, he hit the man who was behind his back. This man was Naruto, and he stopped the legendary sword with one hand. And in order not to injure Uzumaki's hand, he froze the point of contact. Samehadu can't absorb your chakra, Hoshigaki asked in confusion. My ice can only damage the Biju and the flame of Amaterasu, Naruto said clearly, removing his hand from the sword. Okay Kisame, let's go, Naruto said, waving his hand and moving towards the hidden cloud. Okay Naruto-san, said the swordsman caught up with the white-haired man. Upon reaching the Kumo gates, Naruto and Kisame met with a security patrol. Having quickly killed 4 of the 5, Naruto began to interrogate him. Robes with red clouds, are you really? Uzumaki interrupted him. Akatsuki, and I think you already realized what we are doing near the border with the hidden cloud. You won't get Kirabe herself, the guard shouted, but received a strong blow to the head. Better not make me angry, Naruto said calmly. You should know the renegade Nato Kurasha or whatever his name is, it doesn't matter at all. You know him, right? He was considered a master of torture, Uzumaki said in an unusual form for him, or rather in a sing-song voice. While saying this, he created a dagger out of ice. Yeah, he could combine 5 elements into one. And also, as you said, he is the best master of torture in the history of the shinobi world, said the shinobi with a tremor in his voice. So I killed him, and I also learned from him everything I wanted. And he died in agony, Uzumaki said with a note and a smile, and stuck a dagger into the artery on his leg. The blonde screamed in pain. I will notice the wound and you will stay alive if you tell me where the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails is, with the same smile, creating a second one. No Kriktya, said the shinobi of the cloud. Hey, well okay, said Naruto, moving his right hand away, which turned black up to the shoulder. Swords rebellion, said the white-haired man, creating several ice swords that began to hover near him. A person has several points, after the piercing of which he dies, said statistically calmly, continuing to smile. Kisame just stood there and watched all this with a slight smile. The first carotid artery, having said this, he pierced it. Either you will continue to remain silent or you will say something. The shinobi could no longer speak, so he simply turned his head. Okay, the second larynx, said Uzumaki, piercing the neck a second time in a different place. The third pulmonary artery, the fourth iliac vein, the fifth fibular vein, Uzumaki said, piercing point after point. I think you won't be able to tell where the Jinchuriki is, Uzumaki said, looking with a melancholic gaze at the body of the cloud shinobi, in different parts of whose body there were clinics of black ice of different shapes. To be honest, I'm surprised. I pierced 17 points, and he died only on the 10th one, Uzumaki said in surprise. Naruto-san, so you didn't find out where the Jinchuriki is, said the disappointed swordsman, throwing Samahata onto his shoulder. Ah, so he's on that side, about 50 meters from us, said Snowball, pointing towards the gorge. Why did you torture him? Asked the cheerful Hoshigaki. Have fun. Without any difference, said the white-haired second hand from blood. Okay, let's go, Kisame. When they arrived at the place, they saw a large man with glasses on his eyes and 8 swords on his back. Feeling the presence of the otherworldly, B turned around. Hey, who are you that you came here without asking? If you don't give an answer, you'll get a beating, said the Jinchuriki, without saying the last word. We are from Akatsuki, you should have understood from our cloaks, said Uzumaki, drawing his sword and standing in combat readiness. Oh, so you're those idiots from Akatsuki. If you came for me, which is most likely, Then I won't give in to you without a fight. We said Killen B, drawing all 8 swords, and then jumped on Naruto. B attacked with great speed. Naruto did not have time to dodge some of the attacks, receiving injuries. Realizing that he could not cope with the 8-tailed Uzumaki, created a second sword in his hand, and created blades on his elbows and knees. The Sharingan helped him completely copy B's fighting style, making him no less capable in battle. The problem was that B's swords were stronger than the ice blades on his elbows and legs. During the battle, Naruto received a blade in the stomach, causing him to cough up blood and fall on his back. Naruto Sue. Otherwise, B would have finished off Naruto. Kisame with Samahata had nothing to do against Killer B's fast attacks, so he jumped away from the blonde and towards Uzumaki. While Uzumaki was lying there, his wound became covered with ice and healed. Opening his eyes, he stood up on his feet. I really should be more serious with you. But I can say that you are strong, said Uzumaki, activating the mark on his right hand, the first after me. Uzumaki finished proudly, putting his sword back into its sheath. Kisame, distract him, Uzumaki shouted, sitting down to meditate. Okay, agreed the fish man, running into battle against the Jinchuriki. During the fight, Kisame would steal chakra from the Jinchuriki at any time using Samahata, which would become larger each time. The Jinchuriki seemed to get tired of this and ordered him to change into the 8-tailed form. In front of Kisame was a huge octopus with horns like a bull. Ready, whispered Uzumaki, taking off his coat and jacket. The arm was completely black, half of the body was also black, on the right side of the chest there was a 6-pointed star of silver color. It didn't show on his face at all. Pointing his hand towards the Jinchuriki, the white-haired man began to freeze the 8-tailed beast, while sweating and breathing heavily. The 8-tailed one began to scream in pain because of the black ice Naruto. When it comes into contact with living tissue, such as skin. For this fabric, this ice will be like fire. After some time, B fell, with burns on his skin in some places and a crust of ice on others. Naruto fell to one knee, breathing heavily. Naruto-san, are you okay? Hoshigaki asked. Everything is fine Kisame. I used this mode for the second time in my life, Naruto said, continuing to breathe heavily, and soon his breathing returned to normal. Standing up, Uzumaki sealed B into a scroll. Let's go, Naruto said, walking away in the direction they came from, and on the way he printed out a new sweater. They were watched by 2 cloud shinobi. Damn, we need to report to the Raikage-sama, we are not interfering in the fight, they are members of Akatsuki after all, the shinobi said looking through the pipe. What? On the back of the white-haired one is the coat of arms of the Uzumaki clan, and of the Uzumaki that we know, there are 3 left. 2 of these are female, and 1 is male. And this guy fits the description of a renegade from Uzumaki Naruto. They arrived at the Rain Village quite quickly, or rather in 2 days. Entering the main building of the Rain Village, Uzumaki placed the scroll with the Jinchuriki in a special place. I'll meet with Pain, and you can go rest, said the white-haired Kisame, putting on a new cloak. Kisame simply nodded and walked deeper into the building. And Naruto moved towards Pain's chakra. I feel familiar chakra near the leader, said the white-haired man, running to the place where Minato's son sensed Pain. Naruto saw how 4 of Pain's bodies surrounded one man with white hair. Pain, I'll deal with him myself, Uzumaki said, drawing the attention of the Akatsuki leader to himself. I'm sure you can handle it, red-haired demanded. Uzumaki nodded, finding himself next to Pain. Naruto the man with red stripes on his face whispered. Hello Jiraiya-sama. Master of Black Roses. Hello Jiraiya-sama, Naruto greeted respectfully standing next to Pain. What are you doing here, and why are you wearing that cloak? Are you really? The Sannin said with horror in his eyes. You understood everything correctly, but you learned too much to leave alive, said Naruto, appearing next to the man in a second, and kicking him. Jiraiya blocked Uzumaki's attack. Naruto showed inhuman flexibility and hit one of the 3 Sannin. And then with inhumanly fast speed, Jiraiya received an unexpected blow. The Toad Sannin flew into the wall and broke through it. Having quickly found himself next to the Sannin, he already created an axe and wanted to behead him. Jiraiya dodged and punched Uzumaki. Not expecting such speed from the old man, Naruto received a punch in the face and jumped back a distance from the Sannin. Allah thought you would be stronger, Uzumaki said with a smile, revealing his Skiichi, but you can resist my Sharingan. I don't want to fight with you Naruto. Let's go back home, everyone is waiting for you there Jiraiya said soothingly. Lies. You will all know the pain that I lived with before that cave. And when my revenge is accomplished I will build a world without warriors, said Naruto looking with all the hatred in his gaze at the Sannin. Not wanting to listen to the old man's nonsense any longer, Naruto approached the Sannin with great speed. Ice Rose Style, Uzumaki said the name of the style as he began to attack Jiraiya. Due to the peculiarity of the sword, or rather the handle, Naruto could strike in an unpredictable trajectory. After one blow, Uzumaki demonstratively hit him in the side without hitting any organs. Well, you're holding up very well. But it seems to me that you're not fighting with all your might, said the white-haired man, shaking the blood off the blade. Throwing the katana upward, Naruto folded the seals for the fire technique with great speed. Element of fire. Great fireball. Having caught the katana, the fourth son put it back in its sheath. Coming closer to the site of the explosion, the former blonde received a powerful blow. Uzumaki flew out into the street at great speed, where people were forbidden to go. Having coughed up blood from the blow, Naruto looked at the hole in the wall where a Sannin appeared with two women on his shoulders in a changed appearance. Now I will fight to the fullest, said the Sannin, entering the hermit mode. Well, I won't relax either, Uzumaki said with a smile, and a mark appeared on half of his face. Okay boy, now we'll show you, said the toad, folding his palms together. Jiraiya-chan, you get the oil, and Grandpa, you blow up the fire. Hermit art. Deep frying, Naruto was hit by a combo of two techniques in oil. That won't work, the white-haired man said confidently, making a wall of black ice. But what was Naruto's surprise when the wall began to melt? What the said Uzumaki jumping away from Sannin, and his right hand was covered in burns. Hehe, this fire is not ordinary, but with the addition of natural energy, the other toad said smugly. Uzumaki wasn't so happy, his situation worsened by the hermit regime. In a short time, Naruto began to come up with a plan to fight the Sannin. I thought of it, said the guy, smiling slyly. The art of the hermit. A projectile of toad oil, said the Sannin, throwing the projectile at his godfather. Uzumaki took out his katana and ran straight towards the technique flying at him. With a light movement, Naruto cut the projectile. What? It can't be, you couldn't do that even with ordinary flame. And only one sword has such a property, the toad Sannin said, puzzled. This is the sword I have in my hands. Skiati can absorb and cut any technique of the sender, the guy said slowly approaching Sannin. He, realizing that he could not cause any harm with his techniques, moved closer to fight in close combat. And in taijutsu, Jiraiya won mainly with the help of the toad fist. But Naruto, seizing the moment, was able to kick the Sannin. The condition of both was not the best. Naruto fell to one knee and coughed up blood. It's not ready yet, said the guy, removing the mark from the seal, breathing heavily. Rasengan, shouted Jiraiya, hitting his godson on the back with the technique, making a huge wound on his back incompatible with life. But Minato and Kushina thought that you would become a hero when they called you. True, not all the blame lies with you and your parents, said Jiraiya standing next to the boy's body. Or in other words, you were the chosen one, you were supposed to save this world, and not plunge it into darkness, the Sannin said sadly, turning around to leave the battlefield. But I felt a strong pain in my shoulder, and the hermit mode was no longer there. You seem to be a legendary Sannin, but you don't know the basic rules. Never turn your back on an enemy without making sure he's dead. Never relax, even after a fight. But of course, never betray your loved ones and comrades, Uzumaki said quietly in the Sannin's ear. Jiraiya, Fukasaku shouted in alarm. Naruto tried to strike the Sannin again, but for his attempt he received a kick to the knee. And you still resist, said Naruto's voice behind the Sannin's back. What? Turning around, said the Sannin. And this word was the last thing that Jiraiya said. After all, Naruto had hit his throat with such force, tearing the vocal cords of his throat. Jiraiya fell on his stomach and coughed up blood. For my respect for you, I will kill you quickly, Naruto said, wiping away a single tear. Naruto made a stake out of ice and pierced the Sannin's heart. Goodbye Jiraiya-sama, the white-haired man said sadly as he left. Jiraiya-chan, said Fukasaku, appearing next to the above-named one. Sannin opened his eyes and gestured what needed to be done. Of course, said Fukasaku, taking off his cloak and offering his back to the white-haired man's needs. Jiraiya began writing classified information by force of will. No, J-chan, I can't leave you here, Fukasaku said worriedly, trying to lift his student. Still alive, Naruto said quickly to himself, creating an ice ball, and then threw the technique at the Sannin. The Toad Sage, seeing the technique, looked sadly at his student for the last time. Using the reverse summoning, the toad appeared in the land of fire. And Jiraiya, sinking to the bottom of the reservoir, smiled. The tale of brave Jiraiya. Well, now this story must end. And the epilogue will be, don't go into the water without knowing the depth. Hey, not bad at all. But I haven't come up with a title for the last book, or maybe. The tale of the confrontation between Namikaze Menma and Uzumaki Naruto. Yes, that's a great title. After these thoughts, Sannin's heart stopped. 3 days later, Teams 7 and 6 entered the Hokage's office. In the office were Fukasaku, Hokage Kushina, 2 teams except Sai, and also a tearful Tsunade. Dad called, Menma asked melancholically, but when he saw Senju's state he tensed up. We have 2 pieces of bad news, Minato said sadly. First, Uzumaki Naruto joined the Akatsuki. After these words, tears started flowing from Satsuki's eyes, and Menma's eyes widened in shock. And the second one was he who killed Jiraiya-sama. Commentary on the Master of Black Roses. Co-author. I'm back. Author. Ni. Ya flushed we need beta to fix bugs. Attack. A week has passed since Jiraiya's death. All this week Menma did not leave his room. The blonde couldn't believe the information about his brother joining Akatsuki and the death of his godfather. Satsuki was not herself either. After the 2 pieces of news that the fourth one said, she was very sad, and at night she cried into her pillow. Meanwhile, other people like Shikamaru Shikaku and many others tried to decipher the message written by the Sannin before death. Damn, this is nonsense. We can't understand some of the letters, and we asked everyone from Jiraiya-sama's entourage, Shikamaru said, wiping his whiskey. Not everyone, Shikaku said wisely, smiling slightly, we didn't ask Menma. Father, he still hasn't gotten over the depression from the death of his teacher, and Naruto's entry into the Akatsuki, the heir of the Nara clan said irritably. And Jiraiya and Naruto who was in the academy wanted to be sad because of them. I thought that I should go and cheer him up. He knows him better than Minato smiling at the last word, Shikaku said. Shikamaru came to the Namikaze family's house. He knocked and Kushina opened the door in an apron. She, too, was depressed by the latest news, but tried not to show it. Shikamaru. Hello, why have you come? Kushina asked, pretending to be in a good mood. Hello Kushina-san, I'm here to see Menma. He has an important conversation, greeted the crimson-haired brunette. Okay. Letting Nara into the house, said the bloody habanero. Shikamaru had been friends with Menma since childhood, so he knew the layout of the rooms. Having climbed up to the second floor, the brunette approached the blonde's room. When he knocked on the door, no one opened it. I'm coming in, said Shikamaru, opening the door. Entering, the guy saw a lot of trash, scattered things. And Namikaze himself was sitting in the middle of a room as dark as night. The blonde turned to face the brunette. Shikamaru saw his friend's tired, tearful face. Do you need something, Shika? Namikaze said sadly, turning back. Yes, we need your help in deciphering the message from Jiraiya-sama, Nara said seriously. I'm sorry, Shikamaru, I don't want to, the blonde whispered even sadder. It may not be my business, but it's unlikely that Jiraiya-sama would want people to suffer like that because of his death, and even more so Naruto, who didn't let the darkness into his soul, said Shikamaru, smiling faintly. An indefinite amount of time passed, after which Menma slowly stood up. Menma walked around Shikamaru and opened the door. Well, what are you standing there for? Let's go, said the blonde, smiling faintly. Entering the library, Namikaze saw Shikpomaru's father, Kakashi, Obito and the Hokage. Father, Menma said in surprise. Oh, hello son, you came to help us, Minato said smiling. You're a clone, the son asked his father, clearly not sharing his good mood. Instead of answering, he simply nodded. So, Shikaku started the conversation, we need help, we have visited different types of encryption in the Leaf Village, but we have not found anything like this anywhere. And if you think about it logically, Jiraiya-sama would not have had time to come up with a complex cipher. That's why he relied on people close to him. But even I don't know what the teacher wanted to convey to us, the Hokage said thoughtfully. Think about it, you, Shikaku said while handing over the photo with the code. You seriously can't remember anything? Asked an irritated Shikamaru. If you continue to yell at me, Then I will definitely not decipher the scribbles of a pervert, the blonde shouted in response to the brunette's exclamation. Oh, we are not asking you to solve the whole code, or at least part of it. Well, I noticed a few things. First, these numbers are pages of his latest book. Second, it's not the number 9 as you said. It's a hieroglyph for the syllable, ta. We'll check about the pages, but why isn't it a number? Shikamaru asked. When I traveled with the hermit, he often made me read his writings, but I never liked it. So I'm pretty sure it's not 9. By putting the words from each page together into one sentence, and also the syllable was obtained. There is no real one among them, Shikaku said thoughtfully. We need to ask Fukasaku-sama about this. Taking the proposal paper, they went to the Hokage's residence. There is no real one among them, the toad read the proposal. Can you say something about this? Asked Shikamaru. Jiraiya, Chan said something during the battle, but I couldn't make out anything, the sage said sadly. By the way, Menma, have you thought about my proposal? Fukasaku asked. Are you talking about training in the hermit regime? Namikaze said questioningly. The toad simply nodded. I would agree, but I need to know exactly what sensei meant, the blonde said angrily, squeezing the piece of paper. I'll beat Naruto and then return him to Konoha. Menma, you can go to Mount Myoboku. We can handle it ourselves here, Minato said encouragingly. Yes, you can rely on us, Shikamaru said confidently. Okay, let's go, said Menma, running home to pack his things. 2 weeks have passed since Menma was sent to training to learn the hermit mode. Ah, it's boring to patrol Konoha's godfather, said the leaf shinobi, yawning. In general, we patrol because of that organization, said another Konoha shinobi. Akatsuki, so you need to be more careful, the group leader said seriously. Well, we're going around the village for the 3rd time, the guy who started the conversation said tiredly. You're right, Hokage-sama, everything is fine, said the squad captain. You won't be able to do that, Naruto said mockingly, going straight through the shinobi's chest. 2 others tried to detain the guy. Report everything to the 4th Hokage, the group captain shouted, capturing the Akatsuki member. This won't stop me, Naruto said proudly, and then used a stream of marshmallows, filling him with ice. Seeing the mutilated bodies of his comrades, the blonde man stood in a stupor. But I had to run away. The decapitated body fell in front of the Hokage's son, who slid his skiite co-author. I just realized what the hell this was back into its sheath. For a long time you without emotion said Pain, who found himself behind Uzumaki. Naruto snorted at this. Okay, time to get started, said Pain. The beast path nodded and jumped towards Konoha. Pain used his body to break through Konoha's defense. Once in the village, the body summoned the other 5 bodies, as well as Naruto and Konan. The goal is to find out about the Jinchuriki and his location, Pain said seriously. Konan and Naruto nodded. Naruto disintegrated into sheets of ice, Konan into sheets of paper. I hope you can tell me where Namikaze Menma is, he asked the Uzumaki shinobi seriously, pointing his skiichi at him. Menma, we Konoha shinobi don't abandon our own, the man said, and then turned his attention to the protector. I think you saw my protector. You are just inhuman scum who brazenly lie in the face of death. Tell me where it is. I hate it most of all when people lie to me. He blurted out the words, overcome with anger. No, I won't say anything, said the brunette and closed his eyes, preparing for his death. Well, you gave yourself a sentence, said Naruto, making a sharp movement with his sword at the man. The white-haired man's hand was stopped by his sensei. Go away, Obito said, looking into the eyes of the student with the activated Sharingan. Obito-sensei, I've been waiting for you, Naruto said with a mad smile, but I'll still ask where Namikaze Menma is. I won't tell, said Uchiha. Instead of answering, Naruto pulled the sword out of the brunette's hands. And then, using the lightning technique that he called run, he found himself behind the former sensei. And then he delivered a side blow to the neck. The head should have fallen to the ground, but the sword simply passed through. Obito quickly turned around and delivered a blow, which the white-haired man calmly dodged. Having infused his melee weapon with wind chakra, the Hokage's son began to strike at the one-eyed Uchiha. Obito dodged some of the blows, others passed through him. But only one attack hit him in the shoulder and almost cut off his arm. This happened because of the enormous speed of the blows, which the Sharingan could barely keep up with. And Naruto, thanks to his Sharingan, could change the trajectory of the blow. One of these blows was aimed at the left shoulder, and then suddenly changed trajectory, hitting the right. And you have become much stronger, Uchiha said with some pride for his former student. Naruto just chuckled. But I can still continue the fight, the brunette said seriously, getting into a fighting stance. Fire element. Fire dragon, Naruto shouted, blowing out a huge fiery silhouette of a dragon. Seeing such a huge piece of equipment, Uchiha sucked her into Kamui. And then, having folded one tiger seal just like Naruto, he said the name of the technique. Fire element. Great fire typhoon, Uchiha shouted the name of the technique, and then sat down with his back leaning against the wall of the building. A huge typhoon of fire elements flew towards Uzumaki. His right hand turned black, and then he pointed it at the equipment. The typhoon began to freeze, but it is difficult to freeze such a huge piece of equipment quickly, so the right hand began to become covered in burns. When the typhoon was frozen and then destroyed, Naruto came out from there with a burnt robe. I didn't have time to use the mark now. Well, it's time to finish, Naruto said with a slight shortness of breath. Taking the skiati, he pulled it out of its sheath, slowly approaching the sensei. He approached, raising his sword to strike. Goodbye Obito-sensei, Uzumaki said but stopped centimeters from his neck. Naruto asked, already puzzled, looking at the sky. There you could see a man who flew higher and higher. Naruto clicked his tongue and put the sword back into its sheath. And then burn it out with the help of a run. Finding himself next to Konan and the other bodies, he looked questioningly at the blue-haired girl. Pain wants to destroy Konoha, Konan said as all 5 bodies fell in an instant. Not much earlier. It is clear that the Jinchuriki are not in Konoha, but in the Toad villages. Mount Myoboku, then I will no longer need Konoha, said Pain, starting to take off. Pain, the 4th one shouted, throwing a kunai at him, but they didn't even reach the red-haired one. Surrender to the pain. Feel the pain. Know the pain, said Pain, finding himself high above Konoha. Damn all the residents in the shelter, shouted Minato looking at Tsunade. Yes, and I will save the rest, said Tsunade, calling Katsuyu. If you have not felt pain, then you will not know true peace, said Pain, putting his hands forward. Yahiko, the whole world will share your pain. Divine punishment. Revenge. After using the technique, Pain descended onto the ruins of Konoha. And a minute later the other 5 bodies and Naruto appeared. What a magnificent scenery, Naruto said with a satisfied smile as he looked around the ruins of Konoha. You said the angry Minato, finding himself at some distance. Destroyed our village, and as Hokage I will not forgive you, you encroached on the sacred already switching to a scream, the blonde shouted, taking a kunai in his hand. Minato was already making the movements to throw a kunai that was supposed to fly towards Pain. But his hand was stopped by Naruto. Hello daddy, Uzumaki said, emphasizing the last word. Naruto. So it's all true, Minato said with a shudder, while his eyes widened in shock. At this time, 3 large toads appeared on the ruins. On the largest one stood another toad, much smaller in size. And on it was Menma in a toad Sannin cloak. There were 2 toads on the shoulders. Menma Namikaze Sr. said in amazement. Naruto, the blonde shouted, not paying attention to his father. Naruto just chuckled. At this time, Minato and Naruto began to be covered in a crust of ice. Menma, I'll leave everything to you. Don't cry, and in the meantime I'll set your brother's mind straight, the 4th one shouted, turning around. Okay, Dad, and, I love you, Namikaze Jr. shouted back, smiling, into the void. Minato and Naruto found themselves in some kind of room. The Uzumaki clan temple, the blue-eyed man said confidently, looking at the huge red swirl of images on the wall. It's not for nothing that you were called the genius of your generation, Naruto said smiling. But that's not why we're here, Uzumaki said, standing to the right of Minato, his expression suddenly changing. The white-haired man drew his katana and struck the Hokage. The clang of metal made it clear that the attack had failed. The 4th placed his 3-petaled kunai. It's strange that my sword should have destroyed you without noticing the kunai, the one-eyed man said with a little surprise. I'm ready for battle, said the 4th, throwing a kunai up, and after teleporting to him, he began to form a yellow rasengan. Thunder Rasengan, Minato shouted as he threw it at his son. He disappeared, leaving Naruto stunned, and then there was a clap of lightning and the technique appeared in front of Naruto's face. An explosion and Minato sits on Naruto who happened to have a kunai at his neck. Minato was confident of his victory until he saw how the face turned from half-blind to a contented smiling one. Pointing his finger at the throne, Minato saw the whole Naruto. What? Genjutsu. It doesn't say anywhere that you can use it, Namikaze said, not understanding. And why did you decide that I couldn't learn it while I was in the organization? The heir of the Uzumaki clan asked questioningly. Flashback a week ago. Now Naruto stood and tried to throw Kisame into Genjutsu. Naruto-san, maybe you should take a rest, there's already progress, you put me in Genjutsu twice, and then added in a whisper. Out of 15 attempts. I heard everything, but I've been training for 5 hours already, he said the last sentence thoughtfully. Let's continue, said Naruto, opening his right eye. End flashback. Minato threw a kunai and was next to Naruto, kicking him. The speed of the blow forced Naruto to jump back a certain distance. Scattering kunai across the battlefield, Minato began to teleport between them, striking with his fists, kunai, and sometimes with techniques. The Hokage managed to wound Naruto in the shoulder with a kunai once. And he hit him with a regular rasengan once. Hey, do you think you can stop me with this? Asked the white-haired man, pulling the kunai out of his shoulder. But the smile gave way to calm surprise. You're probably wondering why your wounds aren't healing, Namikaze said with a sly smile. Seals, answered the question of Yondaime Uzumaki. I can take them off, but you won't let me do it. Looking at the seal on his shoulder, the apostate said. This will take 10 minutes of continuous work, the blue-eyed man said, throwing a kunai at his son. Naruto wanted to use his genome, but it didn't work. I had to dodge the kunai, which is something you should never do. So, this seal completely blocks my genome, Naruto guessed in his thoughts. Having pulled out a SKIAI and imbued it with wind chakra, he began to fight back by slashing or cutting kunai. Minato was already out of breath from the constant teleportation. What? Is the Hiraichin making itself known? Naruto asked mockingly. Minato jumped up for another attack, but Naruto didn't want to give him the chance to attack. Zephyr Blade. The one-eyed man shouted the name of the technique, his hand covering the wind. With the help of a run, he appeared in front of Minato, delivering a fatal blow. But the sharp pain in the right eye made itself known. He missed and hit the roof of the temple. Jumping out of the temple, Minato began to come up with a plan of attack. But he was stopped by a huge stream of flame in the form of a dragon. Having dodged one, the second and third flew at him. He successfully dodged the second one, but from the third one he received a burn on his entire arm and part of his face. Jumping onto the roof, Naruto spat a fireball at the fourth. Water element. Tsunami. The Hokage shouted the name of the technique. A huge wave flew at Uzumaki, knocking down everything that came into contact with it. Naruto was no exception and flew into the wall, coughing up blood. Damn, Naruto said with hatred. Having splashed onto the hill. Having folded the seals, he made a ball in his hand slightly smaller than the palm of his hand. I came up with this technique myself, it is based on the element of wind. It causes a strong cataclysm to the point to which it was directed. And it is called the wrath of the wind god. While the white-haired man was saying all this, the wind grew stronger. And then Naruto threw the katana at the blonde's feet. Disappear in a gust of wind, Naruto said angrily, and then lowered his hand. The wind began to form a huge tornado, starting to fold the seal. Earth element. Earth trench, the fourth one shouted before everything was illuminated by a flash. Having descended from the heights, Naruto began to look around, out of breath. XXX. Finally my revenge is complete, Naruto said contentedly, but inside he felt only emptiness. What, said Naruto, feeling the fourth chakra. I'll stop you, Minato said as he emerged from the wreckage of the equipment. You lost, Naruto said Namikaze. I don't think so, Naruto said, pointing at his father's chest. Only after his son pointed to his chest, Minato felt pain in the left side of his chest. Afterwards, he began coughing up blood, covering his mouth with his hand. Removing his hand, he looked at the sword in his chest. Hey, looks like I lost, Minato said smiling as he approached his son. Approaching the pay room, he began to move his hand towards his neck. But then he ruffled Naruto's hair, drawing blood. And then he fell down dead. Looking at his father's body, he too fell down from chakra exhaustion. Enemy in reflection. The noblest and sweetest revenge is forgiveness. After the fight with his father, Naruto woke up in a strange cave on a bed. All his wounds were treated and bandaged. Near the table on which stood a lit candle, illuminating the entire cave. And next to the table there was a chair on which sat a man in an orange spiral mask. Who are you? Uzumaki asked sleepily. I think you remember me as Deidara's accomplice, the mask wearer began calmly. Toby said, Snowball, while becoming wary. Calm down. Yes, you're right, but that's not my real name, Toby said, and then fell silent. Naruto became even more wary and began to wait. My real name is Uchiha Madara, said the brunette, looking at the son of the Yondaime, with the Sharingan. He died, the one-eyed man said with a grin. Believe it or not, but I want to tell you about who you killed yesterday. After these words Naruto tensed up, but outwardly remained calm. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage or the Yellow Lightning of Konoha. I think you already know that he is your father, but you don't even know the whole story, Toby said mysteriously. On the day of your and Menma's birth, Konoha was attacked by a nine-tailed fox demon. It destroyed half the village. With the help of Hiruzen Sarutobi's sacrifice, it was divided and imprinted in you and your brother. When the fox was sealed in you, it changed your hair color, but Minato didn't care. He wanted to keep you in the family. After the brunette said these words, Naruto's eyes widened, and his face didn't exude such calmness. And what prevented me from leaving you in the family was Danzo Shimura, one of the elders of Konoha. He didn't usually see you as a boy, he only saw a weapon, and he didn't know about your brother. But even when you were in the orphanage, he visited you more often than he saw your brother and sister. And when, during yet another beating, your eye was destroyed, he insisted on a replacement in the form of a Sharingan. With every word the boynet said, Naruto's eyes widened. He gave you the Sharingan because he knew you were special. And he gave you extra power, hoping that you would be very strong and loyal to the village. And when you fought him, he fought with half his strength. And when he died, he knew that you would awaken a stronger force when you learned the truth. In general, he was blackmailed by his love for you, but even so, he cared about you, Toby said, ending the conversation. Naruto looked at the floor with a completely blank look. And then he stood up, got dressed and left the cave. Standing on the seashore, Uzumaki began to remember all the good moments with his father, and now he realized that he loved his father. But it was too late, and they say it right. What we have we do not cherish, and when we lose we will grieve. After all the moments he remembered, tears started flowing from Naruto's eyes, and his face remained expressionless. Opening his right eye, the pattern of the Sharingan changed. I will destroy Konoha, he said hatefully. Naruto. Where is Danzo now? Naruto asked, turning to the mask maker after an indefinite amount of time. As I was told, he was elected the 5th Hokage, and now he is heading to the Land of Iron for a meeting of the 5 Kage Pro, informed the guy Toby. Then I'm going there, Naruto said confidently, putting on a cloak with red clouds. I understand that you need to go there too, Uzumaki asked the brunette. You're right, so let's go, said Toby as he left, and Naruto followed him. At this time, Naruto was declared an international criminal who participated in the destruction of Konoha, killed the 4th Hokage, and also captured the Jinchuriki of the 8-tailed. And this was done by Danzo and the 4th Raikage. Menma and a small team also went to the meeting to try to convince the Hokage and Raikage to remove him from the bingo book. But he refused in a soft manner. A week later, the meeting of the 5 Kage began. So, Hokage, why did you gather us? Unoki asked Danzo. I think this is a stupid question. Our village was destroyed, the 4th Hokage was killed. And the Akatsuki gathered all the Jinchuriki except the 9-tailed one. Measures are needed against the Akatsuki, said Shimura with a stone face. But I don't know what you'll do, said Toby, who suddenly appeared. But I will peacefully ask for the 9-tailed fox to be given back, and I will bring peace to this sinful land. You are from Akatsuki, said the Raikage, instantly entering a veil of lightning, intending to kill the motherfucker. But he simply let it pass through himself. Raikage. What? This is a technique like Obito's untouchable, Darui said in surprise. Is that a yes or a no? The brunette asked mockingly. Danzo said hatefully to Naruto, standing on the ceiling, and in his right eye was the activated Manjiko Sharingan. Looking at him, Danzo ordered his Anbu to detain Uzumaki while he left. Having attacked him, the Anbu immediately paid with a powerful discharge of lightning. The shinobi's bodies disintegrated, leaving only skeletons. What was that? She asked, gripping the sword tighter in his hand. His right eye is the Mangekyo Sharingan, and his ability is red lightning. Which, depending on the amount of chakra invested, can destroy anything it wants, Darui said with pathos. After these words were spoken, the Mizukage, Kazekage, and Tsuchikage launched a combined attack, intending to wipe Naruto off the face of the earth. At the place where the attack was directed, there was a black ice wall along which red lightning ran. Stopped my technique, Unoki said in shock. Well, since he doesn't care about the dust, then we are like toys to him, said Mei, licking her lips. Even though you are handsome, I will have to kill you. After all, you killed the fourth one, who was also handsome. Having said the words, the red-haired girl folded the seals. Boiling element. Skillful mist technique. Blowing out a huge cloud that looked more like fog. This cloud had the effect of acid, dissolving everything it saw in its path. Naruto wordlessly made a circle with his foot around his axis, creating an ice dome. Damn, Naruto said as he saw his defenses melting. Put your palms together with a clap, and then make the snake seal. The solid dome became gaseous, completely absorbing the Mizukage's technique. But he still got a burn that wouldn't heal. I don't need you, I need Danzo, Naruto said, and all the cage were crushed by ice. I wonder if this power is due to hatred. So strong, Toby asked himself. You can go after Danzo, and in the meantime I'll have a heart-to-heart talk with them. Without answering, Naruto disappeared from sight. How rude he is, he didn't even answer, in the manner of an offender, said Toby, turning around as if he had come to his senses as a cage. Danzo slowly crossed the bridge to the other side. Have you arrived yet? Yes, and dealt with all the ghosts of the four cage. Praiseworthy, Danzo addressed Naruto, who was standing in front. I will kill you, and then the village. For what I suffered, and especially my father, Uzumaki said angrily, looking at Shimura. Well, since you have learned the truth, and what you have done and intend to do, said Danzo, removing the bracer from his right hand. I can't leave you alive. Commentary on enemy in reflection. Sharingan. Naruto vs. Danzo. I can't leave you alive, said Danzo, freeing his hand from the bandages. And then he lifted the bandage from his right eye. So that's why I was also accused of killing the Uchihas, the guy said hatefully. You killed them and blamed me. Naruto closed in on Danzo and launched a powerful kick. The kick was blocked by the Sharingan-equipped hand. This arm is made up of the cells of the first Hokage, so no matter how much you strengthen it with chakra, you won't break it, Danzo said with a half-smile. I understand, Naruto said calmly, creating a blade of ice, and then fired a bolt of scarlet lightning. With this wedge, the white-haired man cut off the head of one of Konoha's elders. Naruto remained alert, so he easily dodged the attack from behind by slightly moving his head to the left. Jumping away from the man, Naruto formed a seal for the fireball technique, which then flew towards Shimura. Hiruzen's friend dodged and formed seals for the wind technique, vacuum bullets. Not a single one hit. Finding himself next to Danzo, Naruto pulled his sword from its sheath and lightning fast pierced the elder's heart. He disappeared again, appearing on top. The man took the kunai and blue wind chakra into it, turning it into a full-fledged sword. Having fallen to the ground, Danzo and Naruto continued to fight, but this time with swords. After killing Shimura a few more times, Naruto noticed that after each kill Danzo, he disappeared and the Sharingan on his hand closed. After another blocked blow, Naruto bounced away from Danzo. Izanagi means he confirmed Uzumaki for himself. You really are a genius, just like your father was, Shimura said without a single emotion. Wind element. Wind blades, the man folded his seals, and a flurry of attacks flew at Naruto. Naruto stomped his foot and created a wall of ice. The technology, without noticing, almost turned Naruto into a salad through the wall. Looks like I'll have to give it my all, said the Uzumaki clan member. Having used the mark, the effect was obvious, literally smiley face. After transforming, Naruto used the fireball technique. Danzo easily dodged such a simply released technique. The fireball turned into a shadow clone of Naruto himself. The clone created an ice ball and directed the technique at Shimura. Wind element. Turbulence, the technique formed a wind field around Danzo that prevents harm to the user. When the effect of the technique wore off, the elder landed on the ground. The heart was struck by a well-aimed throw of a spear made of ice. Disappearing again, he appeared above the guy, cutting him down with his sword in a flash. Another eye on his right hand closed. I'll be able to use Izanagi 2 more times, Shimura said to himself. Looking at the body, he saw how the corpse evaporated into smoke. And Naruto appeared from behind, with his sword raised. Danzo managed to block the attack. Naruto just grinned at this, and the sword sparked, cutting the sword almost killing Danzo. Wind element. Divine Axe, technique seriously slows down Naruto, so going into close combat is not an option. Uzumaki came up with a plan for this. The guy jumped up and threw an axe at Danzo, who couldn't even maneuver, his legs were holding something. Looking at his legs, he saw hands holding him. Scarlet lightning, a flash flew from Naruto's eye, which appeared in front of Danzo. And when the two vehicles collided, an explosion occurred. The technique that Naruto created cut off the elder's hand, and Shimura fell to his knees, breathing heavily. Naruto was also breathing heavily, but was still standing on his feet. Approaching Shimura, the white-haired man kicked the Hokage, causing him to fall on his back. Squatting down, Uzumaki put the katana to his throat. I have a couple of questions for you. Firstly, why did you forbid Namikaze Minato to leave Uzumaki Naruto in the family? Naruto asked seriously, activating the Manjiko. I knew that the dark part of the nine-tailed fox was stronger, so I created the conditions for you to awaken this power. But I ask you not to help the Akatsuki, Danzel said worriedly. What? Why is that? They will create a world without rats like you, the Yondaime's son spat out, gritting his teeth in anger. They want to create. Danzo didn't have time to say his words, his throat was cut by a flying kunai. Why did you kill him? Naruto shouted in anger. You don't need to know this, now you've had your revenge. I'll wait for you in the same cave, Toby said, evaporating, having destroyed Shimura's left eye before that. TCH, shine, said Naruto, getting ready to leave the battlefield. Naruto, said a gentle voice behind Uzumaki, although the voice was gentle, the owner of the voice was serious. Turning his head, he saw a girl with hair as black as night looking at him seriously. Satsuki, what are you doing here? Uzumaki asked, turning his entire body towards the Uchiha. I came to finish your crimes, the girl said, activating the 3 Tomoya Sharingan. You said that you love me. You begged me to stay in Konoha, Naruto said mockingly. And I still love him, so I want to preserve the honor of that Naruto. Liar. You don't even understand what it's like to be a zero. When every day you thought about a date with your life. You can't understand me, Naruto shouted, activating the Manjiko. Launching a weakened lightning at the Uchiha. No one could avoid the flash, so it hit the girl. Satsuki fell unconscious from the lightning technique. Naruto, with an ice spear in his hands, wanted to finish off his former teammate. But Obito appeared next to her unconscious body. Don't touch her, said Uchiha, jumping back with his student in his arms. No, you turned her against me, Naruto shouted hatefully. You did it yourself, your hatred and thirst for power mixed with revenge. You turned her against you, Uchiha said seriously. Don't read me natations, I can see through the liars of Konoha shinobi, Naruto continued to speak in a raised voice. You allowed that masked man to confuse your mind, and now you have turned into the one you wanted to eradicate, said the white-haired man's former teacher, propping the girl up against the wall of the bridge. He opened my eyes, which were long blinded by the loyalty of Konoha. You will not understand me. In the future, I will bring peace and security to this world, looking into the distance, the one-eyed man said. Security? What are you doing now? It doesn't look like peace, the Jonin said indignantly. Then, I will do what I couldn't do then, Naruto said behind the brunette's back. Before he could activate his Sharingan, the man received a strong blow to the back. He flew off the bridge and Naruto jumped after him. In the air, Uzumaki managed to hit Obito a couple more times. Until he activated the Sharingan and began to respond to the blows. Having landed on the water, they continued the fight, in which Obito won thanks to Kamui. Naruto used the ice element with Scarlet Lightning. Having made an ice sword with Scarlet Lightning running through it, Uzumaki evened the odds. Jumping back, the tired Naruto jumped away from the Uchiha to a distance. I'm a bad teacher, Naruto. I'm a bad teacher, the brunette said his opinion with resignation. You only just realized this. Having said this, he activated the mark, it spread over half of his face. This is the power that no one will ever possess, Uzumaki said madly, and the water rose and became covered with ice. Only then did he fall to his knees and cough up blood. The white-haired one, collapsed with a hoarse voice. As he rose from his knees, he felt someone's presence. Turning around, he saw Satsuki raising her kunai to strike with tears in her eyes. Having intercepted the kunai, Naruto was already ready to kill the man he loved in the past. No, Naruto, don't you dare, the sensei shouted out of despair. A cutting sound, and then the cap on the water. These sounds were made by the kunai that cut Namikaze Menma's cheek, and he was holding the girl in his arms. And you're here, Naruto said hatefully, glaring at the blonde. Are you okay? The guy asked the brunette. She nodded in response. What are you doing? The Hokage's son asked, frowning and clearly displeased. I am restoring justice, the former all-haired man said with satisfaction. What justice? And I know the truth. About our father, and I'm sorry. Sorry. If you really feel sorry, you would have been the first one to intend to kill Danzo. Uzumaki was extremely indignant. You are alive now, and you are comfortable thanks to your father's sacrifice. And all the residents mocked the fort's faith in people. You smile, and to protect you, cattle, he died and gave his life to protect Konoha. But I will turn smiles and laughter into cries of pain, despair. And then I will build a world where no one will know pain, everyone will be equal. Naruto, said Toba's voice from behind, I thought you were taking so long. And you ran into a Konoha shinobi, said the brunette. Obito looked into the mask wearer's eyes and saw a red iris on which was a pattern of a four-bladed shuriken. Those eyes, Obito thought to himself. It's time for us to go, said the man, and then Naruto disappeared with him. Commentary on Naruto vs. Danzo. Thank you for pointing out the mistakes. Thank you for reading my scribbles. Grin. In a few chapters, the fanfic will be finished, so I'll try to release chapters faster. And then there is a fanfic which is a continuation of this. The Fourth Shinobi World War. Waking up on his bed, Naruto looked at his right hand. After touching her, he lay back down with a smile. Well, what? How are you feeling? Toby asked, appearing in the doorway. I feel great, Uzumaki said, still smiling and looking at the ceiling. So the cell transplant was successful, the mask wearer muttered under his breath. Flashback. A week ago. After meeting his former friends from Konoha. Again. The Demon Slayer mode is failing me. I would have killed them all. They are traitors. WHO wanted to kill me, Uzumaki screamed, tormenting the wall of the shelter. So this mark greatly affects your level of strength. If you overdo it you can even die, said Toby, looking at the exhausted Uzumaki. You can do something about this, clearly hearing what the brunette said. The former blonde asked. We can transplant the first 1 cells to you. You won't have the element of wood, but the level of recovery. And you will be able to bear the loads without, painfully, Toby said as he walked deeper into the shelter. Follow me. The man waved his hand and said, stopping. End flashback. But for now lie down and rest, war is coming soon. While you were messing around with Danzo, I declared war on the 4-cage, for the last 2-tailed ones, said the brunette closing the door, and Naruto fell asleep. You did it yourself, your hatred and thirst for power mixed with revenge. Turned her against you. You let that masked man cloud your mind, and now you've become the one you wanted to eradicate. And I still love him, so I want to preserve the honor of that Naruto. What justice? And I know the truth about our father, and I'm sorry. I knew that the dark part of the 9 tails was stronger, so I created the conditions for you to awaken this power. But I ask you not to help the Akatsuki. The voices changed each other. And Naruto sat in a dark space, pressing his knee to his chest. Demon. You are a demon. Born to crawl cannot fly. You are too kind. You are wrong. Changing they put pressure on the teenager's psyche. No, Naruto shouted, standing up on his feet. It's not me that's wrong, it's this whole fucking world. Naruto woke up covered in sweat. It was just a dream, Naruto said with relief. Getting out of bed, he got dressed, looking for a long time at the cloak with red clouds. The guy decided not to put it on. Leaving the room, Orochimaru headed towards the exit along the dark corridors reminiscent of a shelter. Toby said that the war started 4 days ago, Naruto noted out loud. Feeling a strong surge of chakra, the guy decided to run in that direction. Having run to the top of the mountain, Uzumaki saw many shinobi. The guy realized that they were from different villages by their clothes. I saw a huge 10-tailed monster with 2 people standing on it. What is this? Some time ago. Might Guy, Hitaki Kakashi and Namikaze Menma stood in front of the masked man. Menma, if you give up the 9 tails, none of your comrades will die, the man said calmly and measuredly. No, shouted Namikaze, entering the 9-tailed dragon's chamber, the world of illusions will not save the world, and my friends will not forgive me if I give up. As Toby said selfishly and disappointedly, using the heavenly attraction. The mask wearer put out a pin that was supposed to kill the blonde. Menmi clearly didn't want to die, so the guy dodged and kicked the body. The brunette let his leg pass through himself. Having done a somersault, he hit the body with his hand. This blow gave him confidence. Without continuing the series of blows, Namikaze jumped away from the masked man. What are we going to do? Guy asked, standing at attention. Kakashi-sensei, Guy-sensei. You can enter into battle with him. I want to confirm my guess, he said thoughtfully. Okay. They shouted at the same time, starting to attack the Sharinganist. After exchanging blows, Kakashi was able to hit Toby a little. I got it, the blonde shouted with a smile. So that's what you meant, Kakashi said. Guy stood there, looking at the blonde man questioningly. This is the ability of your Manjiko or not yours. Because you never deactivate it. But it doesn't matter, you can pass any attack through yourself, but if you are hit within 5 seconds, you will not be able to pass it through yourself. Gadaniko grinned and told the weakness of the opponent. You are still smart, but you are far from Naruto, said Toby, pulling out a gunbai from behind his back. Now I will fight seriously. Having beaten 3 Uchiha, he made a side blow with a gunbai. The blow sent out a wave of wind that flew at a good speed towards the Konoha Shinoji. The Trinity dodged such an attack. Don't think that it's so easy to kill us, the brunette shouted, approaching the mask maker and hitting him. He dodged this attack by grabbing his hand and throwing it back to the trio. Damn, there seem to be 3 Jonin, but they are so stupid, said a bass voice in the blonde's head. What do you mean by this? Kurama? Asked the guy, moving into his subconscious. There are 3 of you and he is alone. You'll get it, said the 9-tailed fox. Menma looked down for a second and then hit himself in the face with his hand. Exactly, the guy cried out. It dawned on the idiot. Namikaze heard, emerging from his subconscious. 3 Jonin, and such weaklings, and also as dumb as corks, the unknown person said arrogantly. I'll attack in a coordinated manner, Kakashi said, attacking the man in the mask. Menma and Guy ran after him. Making team attacks, the 3 of them got closer and closer each time. To reveal the identity of such a mysterious person, Reikiri Kakashi shouted to hit the masked man's side. The mask wearer was clearly slowed down due to the wound in his side, but not seriously. How can he dodge an attack with such a wound? The copy ninja was amazed. But there was no blood flowing from the wound, and the skin itself was white. It doesn't matter now, Kakashi-sensei needs to continue the fight, Namikaze shouted, attacking in Kurama's cover. He's right Kakashi, the bushy-browed sensei shouted, helping Menma into battle. Striking with the nunchucks so that Toby couldn't dodge, but let it pass through himself. As he did so, Menma struck Toba's mask with a rasengan. When the mask on his face completely broke, Kakashi's eyes widened. It can't be, you're dead, Hitaki said in a shocked voice. Who is this Kakashi? Asked the taijutsu master. This is Uchiha. Commentary on the 4th Shinobi World War. Thank you very much for 200 likes. I am very glad that you are reading and waiting for the new chapter of FF. The identity of the man in the mask. When you have been betrayed, and despite everything you want to communicate with this person and wish him only happiness, then you are either a saint or a fool. This is Uchiha, Shisui said with a tremor in his voice. The one who committed suicide 8 years ago, the green beast of Konoha asked questioningly. Exactly, Uchiha answered for them. But why? Kakashi asked. You were good and wanted peace, and you started a war. For the sake of peace. These are diametrically opposed things. Since then, nothing has changed, only the methods. And your argument is fundamentally wrong. After all, we could have resolved everything peacefully, Shisui said with a grin. But how did you survive? Itachi told and showed where you committed suicide. It's impossible to survive there, Hitaki continued to wonder. Flashback. 8 years ago. At this time, the Uchiha wanted to stage a coup because of the way the villagers treated them. And they were also moved from the center to the edge of Konoha. But this was due to construction work in the destroyed part of Konoha, which was soon to be completed. The 4th was not in the village due to affairs in other villages. He was replaced by Shimura Danzo, who had long wanted to finish off the Uchihas. Shisui wanted to use Kodamatsukami on the clan members who wanted to stage a coup. And with Itachi Uchiha they agreed to gather all the members who wanted to stage a coup in one place, in order to stop the uprisings. But before that, Shisui was attacked by Danzo with root members. They managed to take one eye, but the other one failed. At the same time, Danzo poisoned it with an unknown poison. A few hours later, Shisui committed suicide by jumping off a cliff. Before this, he gave away his last eye. Having fallen from a cliff into the water, he floated with the current, and the poison slowly killed him. But near the shore, there stood a man who looked quite old, maybe 80 years old. Long spiky gray hair, and one eye was covered by bangs, and the other was the legendary Rinnegan. Having picked up Shisui, the old man dragged the Uchiha into the cave. What? Where am I? The guy croaked. You are in my lair, said the man, moving away from the guy and heading towards the throne. And who are you? Shisui asked cautiously. My name is Uchiha Madara, he proudly introduced himself, a legend in the shinobi world. I don't see anything, so I'll believe you. But why can't I feel my arm and leg? Trying to move limbs that are no longer there, the brunette said. I have a Sharingan, I will transplant it into the right eye socket, and I have amputated my arm and leg. Because of the poison, they rotted, and you could have rotted along with them, and your internal organs also began to rot. But don't worry, everything is fine now and nothing threatens you, Madara calmly explained. And what should I do with my arm and leg? Uchiha asked worriedly. I have dentures, that's not scary either, said the gray-haired man. Rest for now, and I will transplant your Sharingan and prosthetics, the legend said calmly. After Shisui, as if on cue, he fell asleep. He woke up when Madara transplanted the Sharingan and prosthetics from the cells of the first Hokage. Thank you Madara-sama, said the one-eyed man, sitting down on the bed. But it's time for me to go to Konoha, because there is a rebellion in the Uchiha clan, which needs to be suppressed. I'm not holding you back, but you want to return to this world where everything is rotten, Uchiha calmly began to tell his story. I don't understand what you're talking about, Uchiha asked, raising an eyebrow questioningly. The Uchiha rebellion was suppressed with the help of your Manjiko Sharingan, the Uchiha said gloomily. That's good, said the young man, smiling, and standing up, he walked towards the supposed exit. And you were portrayed as a weakling and a coward who didn't want to solve the problem. And your friend, Itachi, or something, a hero, he pushed Madara's sore spot. Shisui frowned at the last words but continued walking. And also the little boy whom you often defended was beaten so badly on October 10th. That he lost one eye, said the gray-haired man, smiling a little, seeing how the guy stopped. And those shinobi were set upon by the man who raised a rebellion in the Uchiha clan. He did not want to provide the best protection to the fourth's wife during childbirth, because of this your parents died. And Namikaze Minato, instead of leaving his son, had to hand him over to an orphanage again because of Danzo. And it was he who found the shinobi so that they would beat the boy. The man grinned slyly, realizing that his lie had worked. After all, Danzo, although an unclean person, had put one of the best protections for the birth. He had nothing to do with the attacker, but he kept an eye on the Jinchuriki as best he could. And this happens in every village, in every piece of this sinful world. And I have a plan to make a world without wars. And I need your help, returning emotionlessness to my face again, said Rinnegan. I want to help you with this. And I swear allegiance to you, Shisui said, kneeling down. Madara said in a wonderfully sweet voice. End flashback. So that's it, you and Naruto are like one coin, Menma said irritably. They are similar, but he has other plans for the world, and I won't be surprised if he betrays me, but I hope that this won't happen, Uchiha smiled sweetly after saying this. This was your plan from the very beginning? Yes, Namikaze shouted with tears in his eyes. Yes, I was watching him from the very beginning and chose the best moment to win him over to my side, and I asked Pain for Nato to carry out this mission. And also to take Naruto to capture the nine-tailed beast in Konoha so that he would kill the fourth Hokage, and then I would tell the truth. After which he hated Konoha even more, Shisui said, grinning nastily. That is, you used Naruto, the blonde said, having already calmed down, but the tears continued. No, firstly he wouldn't allow it, secondly Naruto's story is the most tragic in all countries. I checked, and this ruthless world raised him. Which I want to change, that's why I need a tailed beast inside you, Uchiha said, holding out his hand. No, the world of illusions is not a world, it's a deception, shouted Menma, waving his hand in denial. And I won't give you Kurama. As you wish, but I will carry out my plan, said Uchiha, putting the gunbai behind his back. He's here, Shisui said, smiling as he looked at the hill that was behind the trio. Madara, who was resurrected, landed there. And this could be understood by two Rinnegan. I was waiting for you, Madara, said the former Masonic member, raising the corners of his lips. And I was waiting for this, said Madara, smiling. And then he went down to Shisui himself. There will be a shinobi alliance here soon, so you better surrender, Kakashi said in an official voice. More. I thought there were no more punching toys, Madara said haughtily. You better leave, otherwise he will crush you, said Shisui, folding the seals, and then summoned the Gedo statue. Having summoned the statue, the guy folded several more series of seals. Are you sure it's worth doing this now? Maybe we'll get 2 more tailed beasts and then we'll start, Madara asked emotionlessly. Once we recognize them, we can easily defeat them and take the rest of the tailed beasts, Shisui said, making the final seal. After which the Gedo statue came to life. Well, let's start our plan. You walk into the salty sea up to your chest, and you feel how many scratches there are on your body. What if you immerse your soul in it? We died of pain, in fact. 10 tails. Well, let's start our plan, said Shisui, standing on the head of the Gedo statue. After making a few more seals, the statue opened its eyes and then began to seem to come to life. The eyes began to transform into one large rasengan, and the arms began to move, turning into tails. What is this? Menma asked with interest. It's the 10-tailed one, Kurama answered his question. When the sage of the 6 paths died, he divided the 10-tailed one into 9-tailed ones. Menma clearly tensed up, because this creature in theory should be stronger than the 9 Biju. At that moment, shinobi from different villages began to appear far from the monster. Appearing one by one, they gradually gathered until a whole army arrived. I think we can kill them in one fell swoop, Madara said calmly. And I think so, agreed with his partner Shisui, making seals. The 10 tails opened its mouth, and a large ball began to form in it. And then he launched this ball into the alliance. But without flying a long distance, the equipment was sucked into a crater, and then from another crater to the right of the Jubilee it flew into him. Damn, said the one-eyed Uchiha, trying to stay on the monster. Not bad job, Kakashi, Obito said with a smile, poking Hatake in the side. Yes, you're right, he gave it to me with a slight shortness of breath. Ash-haired. Shisui has once again made seals for the tailed beast's bomb. Stop, you will harm not only yourself but also the 10-tailed one, said Madara, clearly not in the best mood. I don't care, the man shouted, clearly in a bad mood. Listen to me everyone, said Shikaku Nara, and he was able to tell everyone thanks to Inoichi Yamanaka. We need to stop not only the bomb of the tailed one, but also him, which is logical. If the entire alliance uses the technique of the element of the earth, stone imprisonment, I came up with the technique myself, then we can delay him for a while, Shikaku said his plan of action. Seals, snake, boar, rat and horse. And even shinobi who do not master the earth element will be able to use it, albeit in a weakened form. But if we unite, we will definitely cope. Hi, the entire alliance shouted, folding the seals. That's the end for you, Shisui whispered, smiling. But the 10 tails was trapped by a stone, so it stopped forming the bomb. Why are you trying to save this world? Your father is dead, your teacher is dead, your brother has become a renegade. And you are trying to save this world. With a cry, Uchiha Shisui showed his anger and fury. What was transmitted to the monster? It seems like he really irritates him, Madara said to himself in an interested tone, watching the conversation. How many times do I have to repeat this? I will not give up, Naruto said. And this is a natural choice for the person who did this. Although his father tried to keep Naruto in the family, he couldn't, so he paid for it. Jiraiya-sensei went where he shouldn't have, even though he brought important information. And your brother became a renegade because of you, he shouted so that Shisui could hear him, and with his last sentence he pointed his finger at the Uchiha. Enough, Shisui shouted, and the 10-tailed beast began to form a tail bomb again. Yo-Yurikul Killer Bee on a painted bird Saya jumped into the form of an 8-tailed. And he survived just like in canon. He pushed his bomb, the technique that the 10-tailed had previously formed, deeper into the mouth, and the 8-tailed Jinchuriki himself fired this bomb, causing great damage to the monster. So the 10-tailed one is quite weakened. The trap won't hold it for long, therefore. When it uses the tailed one's bomb again, we will use the earth technique again, Earth Wall Pro, Shikaku commanded. Menma, to increase the chance of success, transmit the 9 tails chakra to the entire alliance. I think if the fox heard me, he understood the idea. And this shinobi from Nara, he speaks the truth. Menma, use the shadow clone technique. And just touch each shinobi of the alliance. And then I will do everything myself, said the fox, putting his palms together, concentrating. Instead of words, Namikaze created 10 clones and ran to distribute the 9 tails chakra to the alliance. Madara, who was already standing on a hillock far from the alliance, was looking somewhere. This chakra, this presence, Uchiha said in his ears. Hashirama, smiling madly, called the name of his enemy, Madara. And the 10 tails, led by Shisui, escaped from the trap. Now you are definitely finished, Shisui whispered, and the 10-tailed creature began to form a giant bomb again. You must place the dirty wall one after another to absorb the force of the impact. Seals for the technique. Dog, bird, dragon, snake, tiger, Shikaku finished broadcasting. But the 10-tailed one turned its head up and then fired. What? Where is it directed? Asked Shikamaru, asking a silent question. In us, said Shikaku. This is our end, but you must complete the task and win the war. What? Father. But. Shikamaru, listen to me. You are my son, who surpassed me, and that means if the plan doesn't work, then you will be the one in command, Shikaku interrupted his son, smiling sadly. Although he doesn't see it. Ino, you have become a very good girl. A strong person who protects her friends is a warrior and is a real shinobi. I am proud of you, and never give up, said the last words, the father of the crying Ino. As if the world had stopped, the bomb slowly made its way towards the headquarters. The shinobi looked at it with fear. Some are still alive, and some are dying, living out the last seconds of their lives. And then there was an explosion. Now you have lost your headquarters, preparing another bomb of the tailed beast, said Shisui. Clearly relaxing, of course he deprived the army of shinobi of the main brain. You're wrong. You're so crooked that you can't hit a standing target, Namikaze said, clearly mockingly. Earth element. Mud wall, the entire alliance shouted. Many walls of earth appeared in front of the 10-tailed beast. It won't help, Shisui said, ordering the 10-tailed to fire a technique at the alliance protected by the wall. Damn, we won't be able to use Kamui on this bomb, it's too big, Obito said tensely, and Kakashi confirmed this with a nod. The 10 tails sent a bomb piercing through all the walls approaching the alliance. But before the last wall the bomb disappeared in an unknown direction. Menma smiled, and in front of them appeared a tall man with a white cloak, covered with red fire and a red inscription, Shadow of Fire of the 4th generation. The 4th one, the shinobi said in surprise. Yes, it's me. Get ready for an explosion, said Namikaze Sr. smiling. And after his words, an explosion thundered. Minato, you are as fast as always, said the 3rd Hokage, appearing to the right of the 4th, holding a staff. Yes, you're right Hiruzen, he mastered and improved my technique well, said Tobirama with a smile, appearing near the 3rd. Thank you, the 2nd Sama thanked his predecessor, Minato. And you get along well. The first one landed next to the second one, saying these words. Previous Hokage, we are saved, he shouted, the entire alliance clearly cheered up. All the Hokage heard the sound of a whistle, and then saw something fall onto the hill. I was waiting for you Hashirama, Madara shouted madly, rejoicing at the imminent rematch. I'll deal with you later, Hashirama shouted, pointing his finger at the Uchiha. Damn, time goes by and you continue to irritate me, said Uchiha, stepping on the stone. And Shisui landed next to him. And who will control the 10-tailed beast? Asked Madara, who was already tired of Shisui's antics. But he did not hear the god of shinobi. What said Itachi, who appeared and brought the resurrected Hokage? Shisui, you. Shisui interrupted him rather brazenly. You didn't keep your promise, I asked you to look after Naruto and you. They still considered me an idiot and a coward. Shisui said with a powerful blow, sending his older brother Sasuke and Satsuki flying. Break, Shisui shouted and, using his Mangekyo Sharingan, went with Itachi to his pocket dimension. The Hokage didn't pay much attention to this, starting to formulate a plan of action. Have you placed the kunai yet, Minato? Hiruzen asked. Yes, the blonde man answered the 3rd one's question. Minato teleported all the Hokage around the perimeter of the 10 tails. The 4 Hokage performed a series of seals. Barrier of 4 crimson lights, the Hokage shouted. And a crimson barrier was erected around the perimeter of the Jubilee. Hermit art. Divine gate, used Hashirama's technique, sharpening the tails of the Jubi. Everyone who graduated from the academy in the same year as Naruto watched as the 4 Hokage completely immobilized the monster, admiring the strength of the village's leading leaders. But then they noticed. Naruto's katana, which was stuck into the ground with the blade. You're late, Naruto, Menma said smiling. Someone else's mask. You're late, Naruto, Menma said with a smile. A white-haired guy appeared on the katana, holding two unconscious bodies. I had things to do, Naruto said, holding Shikaku and Inoichi in his arms, who were sleeping from the genjutsu. Flashback. When the Ten Tails launched the bomb into the air, Naruto saw the direction of its flight. Realizing that it was flying towards the Uzumaki headquarters, he used the sprint to run to the command post. What, Naruto? What are you doing here? Shikaku asked, getting ready to use a shadow grab, too emotionally. Naruto tapped his genjutsu and knocked out Inoichi and Shikaku with the help of his Sharingan. Taking one under his arm and the other on his shoulder, he again used the run. Finding myself on the hill where I watched the battle. Just like then, the ten-tailed one was there, only surrounded by a red barrier. Let's check one more property of this sword, Uzumaki said, throwing the sword before releasing it, and then appeared on the battlefield. End flashback. Leaning them against a stone, he stood up and looked around. Shikamaru and Ino spoke synchronously. Not now, Sasuke barked at them, looking menacingly at Yamanaka and Nara. Now we have a better chance of winning this war, Menma said, hitting his fist into his palm and smiling, our class is complete. You betrayed us after all, Naruto, said Madara disappointedly, looking at the white-haired man. Yes, I have a different idea of the world, which does not coincide with yours, Uzumaki said very seriously. At this time, Shisui fights against Itachi. While in Shisui's personal dimension, Itachi looked around and saw his once living best friend. So all this time you were alive, the brunette said sadly. How you irritate me, pretending that you feel sorry. Although you didn't even try to find me. You simply accepted my death, and even became a hero due to my death. But I don't care about heroism. You made me out to be a coward and a weakling, and also a traitor. And you didn't protect Naruto when he was almost killed, Shisui shouted, and because of hatred he unconsciously activated the Sharingan, moving into battle immediately. Itachi was in an emergency situation and didn't find another option, so he also had to activate the Sharingan. After blocking Shisui's attack, Itachi responded by striking his opponent. Dodging such an obvious attack, Shisui imbued his hand with chakra and struck Itachi's stomach with all his might. If you give in, I'll kill you, seriously, Shisui said. Uchiha swung his arm to strike and would have definitely hit, if Itachi hadn't blocked this blow and then thrown his clansman to the floor. Itachi and Shisui had flashbacks of their battles as children and adolescents while fighting each other. Just like in those days, Itachi was losing, but now he couldn't lose, because the freedom of all humanity was at stake. So he gathered the rest of his strength and began to attack Shisui with unexpected blows. Fire element. Great fireball, Shisui shouted, and a 15-meter fire ball flew at Itachi. The ball crashed into the red ribs of Susanoo. Looking into Itachi's eyes, he saw the Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, which was similar to Sasuke's Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Hey, you won't be able to fully use the power of those eyes, but Sasuke. He has more chakra than you, Shisui said with disdain. Itachi did not respond to the provocation and dispelled the technique. Why didn't you use the Totsuka sword? You could have defeated me with one blow, raising one eyebrow, the man asked. Even though you cut off the connections between me and the others, I won't do that, Itachi said sadly. You are a fake. Everything in this world is a fake, even me. The shinobi system, the shinobi themselves, people are all fakes, everything in this world is a fake. And this would not have happened if you knew how to keep your promise, Shisui said frowningly, looking at Itachi with displeasure. Maybe I didn't make it before it started. But it was me who took him to the hospital. And you were called a hero in the clan, because thanks to your death. The uprising was stopped, said the eldest son of the head of the Uchiha clan. Shisui's face took on a surprised look, which instantly became serious. Don't think that you can fool me, Shisui said, opening a portal and quickly entering it. Wanting to leave Itachi to die in this world, Itachi barely managed to get through the portal and found himself next to Sasuke. He fought off the wooden monsters created by the Jubilee. Itachi Sasuke shouted excitedly, finding himself next to his brother. I'm fine Sasuke, the man said, looking around, clearly looking for Shisui. He appeared on the head of the 10-tailed beast and absorbed it into the Rinnegan before turning it into a statue. Although the monster had disappeared, the golems he had created were so numerous that they continued to advance. Satsuki, who like Sakura awakened the Byakugo, fought off the tree monsters together with Naruto. By combining techniques and simple taijutsu, they destroyed these monsters in droves. At one of these moments, Satsuki encountered a strong wood golem, which she could not defeat for a long time. She finally managed to defeat the monster, but from behind, with a spear made of wood, the monster was close to killing the girl. Damn, I won't have time to put up a wall or block it. Only by running can I cover it with my body, the young man said to himself. Finding himself behind the Uchiha, he took the blow on himself. Having managed to destroy the monster with his weapon, Naruto tried to pull out the spear. The weapon pierced his stomach right through. Without much fuss, Naruto got back into a fighting stance. How I began to feel the loss of chakra and sudden fatigue. Damn, it's absorbing my chakra, Naruto said, clenching his teeth. Although there was no foreign object in the stomach, the chakra continued to leave, and the fatigue grew. Naruto fell, first on his knees, and then on his back, began to choke and gradually die. Seeing Naruto's body, which had a hole through it, Uchiha widened her eyes in shock. With one powerful blow, she destroyed all the enemies around herself and Naruto. And then she rushed to him, trying to cure him. Naruto sobbed, "You won't die," the busty beauty said soothingly, while Satsuki tried to pull Uzumaki back from the brink of death. Menma, Sakura, and Amy protected the kunoichi. At this time, Shisui appeared next to Madara after sealing the statue back into the Rinnegan. Madara, is what you told me true? Shisui asked suspiciously. Ha ha ha, you're too trusting, Madara laughed loudly, looking at him like he was a fool. Uchiha didn't have time to do anything, his left side was captured by a black Zetsu. That is, Itachi, after all, protected Naruto as best he could. And in the clan they called me a hero and not a coward, resisting, Uchiha said with all his might. At this time, Shisui began to fold the seals for the resurrection of Madara, or rather the black Zetsu that controlled his body. No, Shisui croaked, fighting for his life to the maximum, but his hair still sat down, which meant Madara was resurrected. Shisui fell on his stomach, breathing heavily, and began to fight for his life. Don't worry, you won't die from the fact that you resurrected me, Madara said soothingly, already without eyes, and naked to the torso. Having fought off the monsters that the 10-tailed one had summoned, Hashirama, Tobirama and Sasuke headed towards Madara, who was calmly waiting for them. You've cornered Madara, Hashirama shouted at him, pointing at him. I will easily send you to the next world, said Madara, tearing the Rinnegan from Shisui. From which the latter screamed loudly. Attacking Hashirama, Tobirama and Sasuke, Madara defeated the former quite easily. And then he turned the second one into a hedgehog by piercing him with chakra-conducting pins. And in the fight with Sasuke, he playfully dodged the Uchiha's chopping blows. And when he got bored with it, he knocked the Kusanagi out of his hands and pierced Sasuke through and through with the same sword. You are a strong Uchiha, even your older brother and Shisui will not be your equal in the future, said the god of shinobi. Sasuke was the only one who did not hear this. By that time, Menma in Kurama's avatar and Bee in the form of the eight-tailed beast arrived to help them. Go away, Tobirama shouted when he saw them. No, we will stop this blackhead and save everything, as usual, Killer Bee responded with a rap. Hearing that the two remaining Jinchuriki were here, Madara summoned the Gedo statue. And by that time, the rest of the alliance had arrived at the scene of the battle. The two remaining Jinchuriki were tied with chains. Gaara helped them too, from whom they tried to get rid of them. That won't save you, said the god of shinobi, watching Menma and Bee's attempts to save themselves. With a sharp movement, the chain took the remaining Biju into the statue. Gaara, deliver Menma to Kushina, she will save him, shouted Kurama, disappearing into the statue. Damn, said Gaara, catching Namikaze in the sand, and then flew to the nearest medic, who turned out to be Sakura. Naruto, don't you dare die, Uchiha shouted, performing artificial respiration. Menma, your sister Mama and Hinata still need you. And just don't you dare die, said Sakura, doing a direct heart massage. Reincarnation. Pow Naruto. Where am I? Naruto asked himself, holding his head. Hello, past reincarnation of my son, said the elderly man with white hair and skin. Behind the old man, truth-seeking balls floated, and he himself levitated. And who are you? Uzumaki asked, not at all scared, looking around the place where he was. Oh, right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Hagoromo Otsutsuki, and you know me as Sage of the Six Paths, Naruto continued, turning sharply to Hagoromo. Yes, you are right, the sage said, smiling. And what do you need from me? Naruto asked, raising his eyebrow in a questioning tone. You were the reincarnation of my son Ashura, who was a kind fool like you. But because you had the dark half of Kurama, you either had to die from him, because he merged without your permission, or you had to accept him. And you accepted him, Naruto, which means you accepted all your vices, as well as sins. That's why you received power, and also changed not only externally, but also in your soul, Rakuto said, looking at Naruto. Who do you think is Ashura's reincarnation now? The sage asked, continuing to look at Uzumaki with his Rinnegan. Menma Namikaze, and I also read this legend, and you had an eldest son, a genius, and the one who invented the seals. His name was Indra, am I right? And since he is the founder of the Uchiha clan, then his reincarnation as Uchiha Sasuke promoved his hypothesis. Naruto continued to play staring with Hagoromo. Otsutsuki nodded. Then why do you need us? Asked the white-haired man, looking at Rakuto himself. If you don't manage to stop Madara in time, he will start the Eye of the Moon plan, or more precisely, activate the eternal Tsukuyomi. And most likely, he will be betrayed and turned into Kagaya Otsutsuki. You know her as the progenitor of chakra. And if she is not stopped, humanity will fall. So I need to transfer power to you three. And Menma and Sasuke have marks that will seal Kagaya, Hagoromo said, informing Uzumaki. I just have a question for you, what will you do after you seal my mother? Satsuki. Naruto is alive. I'm obviously worried about my brother, the crimson-haired girl asked. Yes, he is alive, his heart has started beating, and the wound is healing. But on his right hand, a large amount of chakra was sealed. And now it has spread throughout his body, and the largest accumulation is in his right eye, the Uchiha said, frowning. Madara versus Guy fight. I am Uchiha Madara, I acknowledge you as the strongest person who has ever used taijutsu. Night Guy shouted Maida, jumping towards the Uchiha, and around his body the head of an unknown beast, similar to a Chinese dragon, began to form. Blocking Guy's strike with the staff of six paths. You definitely won't be able to break through space itself, Madara grinned, saying to himself. The staff began to become covered with cracks. What? He bends space itself, the Uchiha asked to himself. And the staff broke, and the blow was so powerful that the legendary Uchiha spat out blood. After this blow, Guy fell with terrible burns. And there were only a few seconds left before his death. Guy sincerely shouted, with tears in his eyes. This was his last fight, Kakashi said sadly. Guy Namikaze said sadly, realizing that Madara would soon reach them. As a reward for this amazing fight, I, Uchiha Madara, grant you death, Madara said with a smile on his face, launching one of the truth-seeking balls into the half-dead Guy. But halfway there, the ball was kicked back to its sender. What? No one except me in this reality can touch the search balls without harm to themselves, Madara noted to himself in surprise, dodging his own truth-seeking ball. Leaning close to a body that had almost given up its ghost. You fought with dignity, Guy-sensei, leave everything to me, Menma said, touching the taijutsu user's chest with his palm. What? His chakra isn't fading, Menma, how did you manage to do that? Madara asked, dumbfounded. I don't know, but something has definitely changed in me, but it's for the better, Namikaze said, and then got closer to Uchiha. Madara blocked the strike with his truth-seeking orb staff. Menma raised his hand upward and began to form a rasengan, only orange in color. Son, will you share your chakra? Namikaze asked, turning to the four-tailed one. Yes, take it, the Monkey King shouted in the blonde's head. Adding the lava genome to the technique. Limbo shouted Madara, and the clone from another dimension. Sensing the clone, Menma dodged. Uchiha was just as surprised as the blonde that he dodged an invisible attack. Lava Rasenshuriken, he shouted the name of the technique and then threw it at the Uchiha. He received quite a lot of damage from the equipment. And also the technique of cutting down the chakra tree. Because of this, Madara had to seal the tree into the Rinnegan. And then he landed far away from Menma. You can't defeat me, I'm essentially immortal, the one-eyed Uchiha shouted. No to me, said Menma, entering the sixth mode, but to us, yes, said Menma, along with Sasuke, who appeared next to him, who had a Choco Tomo Rinnegan instead of the usual Sharingan or eye. He is already breathing normally, and the wound is gone. Why isn't he waking up? Uchiha asked herself worriedly. I don't see any seals either, Amy said while examining Naruto. After these words, Uzumaki opened his left eye. I'm fine, said the white-haired man, standing up. Naruto, you're okay after all, Uchiha said, wiping away tears of joy. We need to hurry. Menma and Sasuke are now fighting Madara, and Obito, Kakashi and Sakura are running to help them, Naruto said, looking towards the battle. Follow me, said Yondaimi's son, waving his hand for the girls to follow him. Running to the scene of Naruto's fight, Satsuki and Amy saw Menma and Sasuke combining Rasengan and Chidori. You stand here and wait, Uzumaki ordered the rest, and he himself decided to join the fight. You can't defeat me, each of you has half my strength, and you don't even have the Rain Sharingan. That's why you've already lost, Madara said arrogantly, turning to Namikaze and Uchiha. Are you sure about this? Naruto said, sitting down next to Sasuke. Naruto, the god of shinobi said in surprise, I thought you were dead. Menma and Sasuke were sure that one of the strongest shinobi of Aonsa was alive, so she didn't even turn to the voice, continuing to nag Madara with her gaze. As you can see, I'm alive. And I have a surprise for you, Uzumaki said with a half smile, opening his right eye. In place of the Sharingan with 3 Tomo or Manjiko, Naruto had a Rinnegan, red in color, with 2 Tomo on each concentric circle, and this eye is called Rinne Sharingan. What? Where did you get such strength? Madara asked, his eyes widening in shock. Don't worry, I won't be able to do the eternal Tsukuyomi, the white-haired man said arrogantly. Storm element. Claw of light, Madara said, folding the seals, and then a beam of light flew from his mouth to Naruto, intending to destroy at least the eye. Closing his left eye, Naruto opened his right eye wider, activating a technique called time manipulation. The world around him stopped, and the guy simply moved out of the equipment's flight path. The ability itself has 3 varieties. Time manipulation. Repeat turns back time by a minute. Time manipulation. Acceleration allows the user to speed up time into the future by 1 minute. Time manipulation. Stop allows the user to stop time for a minute. Space and time are not affected by this, because Naruto creates a separate reality that is not much different from the new one when he uses the technique. But there are also downsides. It is possible to increase the time, but this will cause great harm to Naruto's health, and will not help his regeneration. It also consumes a huge amount of chakra and stamina from the user. After several uses, the user will fall down without strength. Damn, so you got time manipulation. There will be problems, Madara said, not looking kindly at the trio. Madara-sama said the white Zetsu that appeared from underground. Did you finally bring it? Madara asked, looking at the Zetsu. Yes, said the Scarlet, extending its right hand to its owner. Excellent. Taking something from his assistant's right hand, Madara inserted it into his right eye socket. Finally, Uchiha shouted, opening both eyes, in which there was a Rinnegan. And so that you don't disturb me, Chibaku Tensai, said the god of shinobi, creating huge balls of stone that rose into the sky. Afterwards, Madara waved his hand, and the balls flew towards teams numbers 6 and 7. While Naruto, Menma and Sasuke were destroying the meteorites. Madara flew up to a sufficient height and then broke off his horn. An eye like Naruto's opened on his forehead. Eternal Tsukuyomi, Madara said, and the drawing of the Rain Sharingan was reflected on the moon. Sasuke, noticing this, quickly descended to the ground, covering the squad with his Susanoo. Damn Sasuke, I could have hit you with a Rasenshuriken, the blonde said discontentedly. Idiot, Madara activated the Eternal Tsukuyomi. As long as the Susan created by my left eye protects us, we will not fall into illusion, said Sasuke looking at Menma as if he were an idiot. While the squad waited for the Tsukuyomi effect to end, Madara put all the people on Earth to sleep, or rather, summoned the roots of a tree, which wrapped all the people in wooden ribbons, thus sending them to sleep, and in the illusion itself they dreamed of what they had dreamed of for so long. Realizing that the technique's effect had ended, Sasuke dispelled the Susanoo. It seems the light didn't penetrate inside Susanoo, said the black Zetsu, continuing to control Shisui's body. It turns out that all that remains is to deal with them. This is what I want to do, said Madara, landing. Madara, Namikaze shouted angrily. What have you done? Menma frowned as he waited for an answer to his question. What you see now is eternal peace. People are now living in their secret dreams and you want to destroy this harmony. You are late. This is the end, Uchiha said seriously. No Madara, this is far from the end, said the black Zetsu in a hoarse voice, piercing the back of the shinobi god through and through. You thought you fooled Shisui, but in reality you just played on his despair. I just played on you without straining myself too much, because I just changed a few words on that Uchiha tablet, Zetsu said smugly, starting to absorb the chakra of all the people. And Madara, screaming, absorbed it, turning into a huge ball. If we don't stop him, he will absorb the entire alliance's chakra, Naruto said, creating a black sword made of ice that was much stronger than usual due to the addition of the Six Paths chakra, and also added scarlet lightning to the weapon. Menma made a staff out of the sphere, and Sasuke made a sword using the Chidori transformation. Come on, Menma shouted, raising his weapon to strike. Naruto and Sasuke did the same. They weren't allowed to finish what they started, long white hair, which embraced the Trinity, not allowing them to do anything. Mom, said the black Zetsu, merging with this thing. And Shisui's body fell to the ground due to extreme fatigue. From the huge ball, a woman with long white hair and a Byakugan in both eyes began to form, and in her forehead was the same eye as Madara's. Damn, Sasuke said, cutting off the hair that held him up. We're late, said Naruto, freeing himself from the grip of her hair, looking at the woman who was already hovering above them. She was dressed in a white kimono with wide sleeves. We're late, it's Otsutsuki Kagaya. Fight against Otsutsuki Kagaya. We're late, it's Otsutsuki Kagaya, Naruto said, frowning as he looked at the woman. Finally, I resurrected you, you are my mother, Zetsu croaked joyfully. Kagaya looked at everyone and stopped her gaze on Menma and Sasuke, and then looked at Naruto who continued to frown. It looks like they are three of Hagoromo's successors, or more precisely Indra and Ashura. But the white-haired one has Ashura's chakra, only it is weaker than the blondes, Kagaya analyzed, continuing to look at Uzumaki. Time manipulation. Stop, Uzumaki shouted, stop time, and in a second he was above her with a black icy axe through which scarlet lightning flowed abundantly. Uzumaki failed to strike the Otsutsuki with a weapon. Kagaya changed the dimension, and the entire squad ended up above the lava. This is crap, said the white-haired man, creating an ice platform of black ice for Amy, Sakura, and Satsuki. Summoning technique, Sasuke said as he summoned a hawk and landed on it. Menma called his brother Naruto. He looked questioningly at the white-haired man. Can you create a platform from the truth-seeking ball? Uzumaki asked in flight. I don't know. I'll try now, said Namikaze, creating a small platform from the spheres on which Obito and Kakashi stood, and Shisui also fell on it. By using many needles, Kagaya wanted to weaken Sasuke and Menma. Sasuke made a Susanoo cover and repelled most of the needles. And only one hit one of Sasuke's hawk tonkatsu, from which he began to fall, but by making another platform from the sphere, Menma caught Sasuke on this platform. And the power of the six paths came in handy, Menma said smiling. You're right, but even Naruto's ability doesn't stop her completely. And if one of us dies, then everything will be in vain, Uchiha said, frowning. While the two were talking to each other, Kagaya created a rift in space. Entering it, she found herself behind them. They turned slowly, but did not have time to dodge. Grabbing both of them by the throat, Kagaya looked at Menma and Sasuke with tears in her eyes. Go to mom, said Kagaya with tears in her eyes, and the black Zetsu began to absorb the chakra of both of them. Mom loves you very much, even though you are her grandchildren, and you want to seal her away, Zetsu croaked angrily. Scarlet lightning. Having formed the seal of concentration, Naruto released lightning of red color, with maximum power. Having hit Kagaya, the lightning was able to stun Otsutsuki. She let go of Sasuke and Menma. Naruto then got closer to Otsutsuki and delivered a kick which Kagaya blocked. And with his other foot he hit it, causing it to move a short distance. Creating a spear using the mark, he threw it at Kagaya. Sasuke, shouted Uzumaki. Uchiha simply nodded. Using a Menetejikara he found himself in front of Kagaya. Menma shouted to Sasuke, who with the help of Hiraishin found himself on the other side of the goddess. Time manipulation. Acceleration, said the name of the technique Uzumaki, accelerating the contact of Menma and Sasuke with Kagaya. But by freezing the space around her, Otsutsuki did not allow anyone to get close to her person. Fire element. Great fireball, shouted Naruto, trying to unfreeze Namikaze and Uchiha. A 12-meter ball crashed into the ice without doing anything. So, we need to try something, Naruto said, enlarging the mark so much that it covered half his face. In theory, with the help of this mark, I can change ice, for example, make it fire. Fire element. Ice dragon flame, he shouted the name of the technique, and a white fire wave defrosted both of them and did not cause much damage to Kagaya. Thank you, Naruto. Menma thanked him. Naruto simply nodded. Naruto, Menma called him. He looked at him questioningly. Remember, at the academy you often used a perverted technique? Menma asked, smiling stupidly. What? Are you fucking nuts? Do I look like a pervert? Go F.K. yourself, Uzumaki shouted angrily, ready to kill him with scarlet lightning. Just try it, Menma said pleadingly. Damn, for the sake of saving the world, we need to try. Only a naked woman won't work on her, Naruto said, making a cross-shaped seal. From the smoke, 5 handsome naked men appeared. Obscene technique. Harem of bunny boys, all the guys said, and the girls' noses started bleeding. And Kagaya looked at all this for a long time with wide eyes. After waiting for the right moment, Naruto dispelled the technique and then punched the progenitor of chakra. It worked well, Menma exclaimed, but the joy did not last long. Kagaya changed the dimension. Now it was a mountainous area, with a huge amount of snow. Mom, they irritate me. We need to separate Uchiha from Namikaze. And Uzumaki is just there as support, even though he has a Rinne Sharingan with a strong ability, he expressed his idea to Kagaya, the Black Zetsu. Making a rift on her side, Otsutsuki stuck her hand into the portal. The same rift appeared from Sasuke's back, and from it Kagaya's hand was pulled into this rift. Damn, what should we do? Menma asked Naruto. Create many clones and fight. And I'll go to the others for now, Naruto told his idea. Okay. Multiple cloning technique, Menma shouted as he created multiple clones and went into battle. At this time, Naruto found himself with the rest of the squad. Listen to me, we need to get Sasuke back. Obito, your Manjiko power isn't enough to jump across dimensions unnoticed. But Shisui should be able to do it, Uzumaki said, to which Shisui nodded. Amy and Sakura will go with him. You will take turns sharing chakra with Shisui, Naruto explained part of his plan. Kakashi, Obito and Satsuki, just watch. I have an idea, and I'm going to help Menma, Naruto said, turning around and running to help Namikaze, while Shisui, Amy and Sakura had already teleported to another dimension. Menma, we need to buy time, said Uzumaki. Good, shouted the Namikaze clones. Wait, Naruto said, and then he put both hands forward, from which a weak white light came. This caused all of Menma's clones to become covered in ice armor. And then Naruto fell to one knee, breathing heavily. Having caught his breath, Uzumaki concentrated, and all the armor on the clones turned black. Scarlet lightning, said Naruto, breathing heavily, and the armor on all the clones became and sparkled with lightning. And from the right eye of the white-haired one, blood flowed. I'm fine, take care of Kagaya, Naruto said, breathing heavily and standing up. Menma nodded and with a boost, went to attack Kagaya, who used the death spikes technique. The armor made by Naruto saved only from one attack, but the second was already fatal for Menma's clone. Rasengan, the blonde clone shouted, trying to damage Otsutsuki. She destroyed the clone with 2 punches. Naruto, are they still for a long time? Asked Namikaze, creating another party. Before Naruto could give an answer, Sasuke, Shisui, Sakura and Amy appeared from the portal next to him. Well, they brought Sasuke back. Well, how indignant the Black Zetsu was. It looks like it's that half-naked man, Kagaya said, looking at Shisui. Thanks to the power of his eye, we didn't notice how he returned Indra's reincarnation. After these words, the rabbit goddess changed the dimension in which there was very high gravity. The entire squad fell from this, without the ability to get back on their feet normally, let alone continue the fight. Even Menma, who could fly, fell on his butt, and the truth-seeking spheres fell with a characteristic sound. I can't take off here, the blonde said with difficulty, trying to get up. She moved us to another dimension with high gravity. But it affects her too, Naruto said, looking at Kagaya, who was sitting on her knees. Putting her hands forward, Otsutsuki formed rods, which at the same second flew at Menma and Sasuke. Sasuke, dodge, said Menma jumping out of the way of the projectile's flight path. The Uchiha did the same. It seems that the gravity of this dimension affected your accuracy, said the Black Zetsu, looking at his mother's miss. Now I won't miss, I'm used to this gravity, said Otsutsuki. And to confirm her words, she released more spikes that flew towards the target. I can't interfere in any way, I won't have time, Uzumaki said, trying to concentrate. But Uchiha Shisui was able to get up and, with great willpower, block Menma, and he sent the pin that was flying at Sasuke to his own dimension using the Mango Sharingan. Ah, damn, that hurts, said Shisui, with a pin in his stomach. Shisui, Menma said with a trembling voice, and then he put his hand with the seal from the Sage of the Six Paths on his back. Menma, he can't be saved anymore. Don't waste chakra on him, Zetsu chanted. Why are you so worried about him? He was your enemy. However, he will die and rot anyway. He can only make mistakes, even though he stopped the rebellion in the clan. He fell for Madara's trick without even checking the veracity of the information. Yes, Menma, he's right, don't waste chakra. I'm a fool who can only make mistakes. And such a death will be a worthy end for me, Shisui said, at the limit of his strength. My chakra, it has recovered, said Sasuke, using a Menetejikara. He found himself next to Kagaya, and he had a Chidori on his hand. To prevent Otsutsuki from getting it, she changed the dimension to a green sky and strange landscape. Menma, now I'll distract you. Naruto wants to carry out some plan for now. And, he can't be saved anymore, Sasuke said, creating a Susanoo and flying after Kagaya. Damn, Namikaze cursed, continuing to hold on to Shisui's life. Menma, that's enough, thank you for everything. Thanks to you and Itachi, I feel like I woke up from a long sleep. As a child, and even as a teenager, I really wanted to help the village. That's why I wanted to become a Hokage, to participate in the affairs of the village and protect it, just like many Uchiha. This is why I liked you and Naruto, you both wanted to become Hokage and protect the village. Even though you were better, you are still brothers. Hey, I was already drawn to the wrong place, I don't have much time left, Shisui smiled slowly, crumbling throughout this confession. There is a lot of pain and suffering ahead of you all. And I want to ask you. Never give in and don't go back on your words. Don't let Naruto end up in the darkness, because he is your brother and you are very dear to him, Uchiha continued to speak smiling. And Menma, try, and become Hokage said Shisui, looking with one eye at Namikaze. Okay, said the blonde, removing his hand from Uchiha's back, with a smile on his face. And Shisui turned to dust. While Sasuke was fighting Kagaya in the air, Naruto, Kakashi, Obito, Amy, Sakura and Satsuki were sitting in a circle, and Uzumaki was doing something explained carefully. Got it? Naruto asked and looked at everyone seriously. Yes, everyone said. Amy, follow me, said Naruto, running towards the huge purple warrior in armor. Arriving at the place, the brother and sister saw how Kagaya with one arm fights against Menma and Sasuke. The second one was completely covered in Susanoo. But Kagaya knocked the Uchiha out of this armor with an unknown technique. Hey you, shouted 9 Namikaze clones. Each of them created a Rasenshuriken with the chakra of a specific tailed beast. Sage art. Tailed beast Rasenshuriken, the blonde's clones shouted as they launched the technique at Kagaya. A series of explosions erupted from the equipment. When the explosion stopped and the smoke cleared, he showed a battered Kagaya, which later began to turn into something strange. The heads of the tailed ones were visible, but the most prominent one was the rabbit with a Rinne Sharingan on its forehead. Menma, who captured Sasuke, made him a platform from the truth-seeking orb. What is this? Sasuke asked as soon as he saw it. After these words, the hand of this very rabbit reached out to Menma and Sasuke. But the blonde's clone managed to push the two away, and was himself absorbed by the limb. I think you understand that this hand cannot touch you, said Menma. To which Sasuke chuckled affirmatively. But the hand fell behind them, and switched to Amy, who for some reason was not next to Naruto. Sasuke, switch places with Amy, Menma shouted, scared for his sister. But Sasuke didn't have time to change places with her, as Namikaze was grabbed by a huge blue hand. Susanoo. But whose? Sasuke asked, looking at him with interest. This is Obito-sensei's Susanoo, Menma said, looking at the huge warrior in armor with wings on his back. Grabbing the aloe-haired Uchiha placed her in the diamond on the forehead of the Susanoo where the Uchiha himself was. Now we need to deal with this crap, said Obito, who had the Manjiko activated in both eyes. The hand reached out to Obito's Susanoo. He made Kamui Shuriken, and destroyed this hand. After that, Kagaya returned to her original form, and behind her was a huge black ball. Where the hell are Sakura and Satsuki? Menma asked, looking for them. They'll be here soon, so far everything is going according to plan, don't get distracted, Naruto said with a sly smile. Which of you should I kill first? Kagaya asked rhetorically, activating the Byakugan, and notes of anger could be heard in her head. I'll take this scum on myself, Menma said, glaring at the white-haired girl. No, you attacked together with Sasuke, Naruto barked, frowning. The two nodded and flew towards Kagaya. But she quickly accelerated and found herself near Susanoo. So fast, Obito said, when all of Susanoo was already cracked from the pins of the Otsutsuki. Obito jumped out of his Susanoo so that he wouldn't be killed by those pins. He stunned her slightly with a kick. Then, from the Susanoo that gradually began to disperse, Amy jumped out and lightly touched Otsutsuki's back. Afterwards, Menma and Sasuke appeared on either side of Kagaya. Damn, they're going to seal her now, Zetsu said, creating a portal, and then hit Menma with a pin. But then a clap was heard and in Sasuke's place was Menma, who used the transformation technique. And the clone that was pierced with a thorn switched places with Sasuke, who hid in the blonde's clones. Both extended their hand forward to seal it. You can't seal me so easily, said Kagaya who wanted to dodge both hands. But she couldn't even turn her head. Paralyzing seal taskla Amy activated the seal. Damn, that girl put a seal. But I can only deactivate it in 30 seconds. But I can still fly, thought Kagaya, flying up. Don't forget about us, shouted Uchiha and Haruno, hitting Kagaya from above with fists soaked in chakra. That's where they are. But you didn't take into account that I can change the dimension, Kagaya said, preparing to activate the ability in her head. If I focus on Kagaya, then I can only stop her. And so she won't even be able to change the dimension, Uzumaki said in his head, with his right eye closed. Time manipulation. Stop, Naruto shouted, opening his right eye. And Kagaya stood still, unable to move or do anything. Come on Sasuke, Menma shouted, putting his hand on Otsutsuki's side. Yeah, said Sasuke, doing the same. When everything was finished, Kagaya began to be covered with many stones, forming a huge ball. Afterwards, Menma threw the severed arm of Otsutsuki, in the sleeve of which was Zetsu, into this ball. Yeah, we saved the world. Now we can relax, eat ramen, go to hot springs and so on, Menma said, relaxing. Yes, you're right, Naruto said, putting his hand on Sasuke's shoulder, which made him look at the white-haired man with a strange look. I really feel sorry for her, I would like her to be happy and live in peace. But unfortunately there was no other choice, Uzumaki said sadly, removing his hand from Sasuke's shoulder. Stop, how will we get back? Namikaze shouted, and the answer to his question was that the entire squad glowed blue. When I die. And believe me, you won't have to wait long, you led me to transfer. To our garden, to the place where they bloom 2 white acacia bushes. The grass between them is so thick, and the fresh air is so fragrant, and so transparently golden a leaf playing in the sun. They led me there to put it. With the glow of a blue day I'll get drunk for the last time. The Caucasus is also visible from there. Perhaps from his heights he will send me a farewell greeting, will send with a cool breeze. And close to me before the end the native sound will be heard again. And I will begin to think that I am a friend or brother, bending over me, he wiped it with an attentive hand cold sweat from the face of death, and that sings in a low voice he told me about his dear country. And with this thought I will fall asleep, and I will not curse anyone. Commentary on fight against Otsutsuki Kagaya. Happy belated New Year to all. I wanted to wish you all the best, and all the best. Upside down face slightly smiling face grin. Valley of completion. When the entire squad glowed blue, they teleported to the place where Madara transformed into Kagaya. How did we end up here? Menma asked, spinning around and looking around. I called upon the previous cage, and they brought you back here, the sage of the 6 paths said with a smile. Seeing Madara lying half dead, Sasuke wanted to finish him off, but Hagoromo extended his hand in a stop sign. Madara was approached by his best friend Hashirama. Is it you? Hashirama asked Madara as he died. Yes, my dear friend, Saju smiled, answering his friend's question. It seems like we both failed to fulfill our dreams and goals, Madara said with disappointment. It is not easy to accomplish this in your lifetime, so you must manage to do everything in your power. And then hope that the new generation will complete the goals and dreams of the old one, Hashirama said, continuing to smile. Hey, and you are naive, however. As always, you have always been an optimist. Apparently my path was wrong. My dream is dead, but yours is still alive. We were both in too much of a hurry, the god of shinobi spoke at the limit of his strength. It was necessary, not to fulfill dreams and goals ourselves, but to leave them for the new generation, and to take care of those to whom we will entrust our dreams. Looking at the sky, the first Hokage said. So I still lost, because I hated those. Uchiha couldn't finish, due to powerlessness. Relax, Madara. Now we'll die in there. We'll be able to drink like best friends, Hashirama said cheerfully, continuing to look at the sky. Have a drink, I guess, said Madara, falling into eternal sleep. The time has come. I will remove the technique and free the 5 cage and those who were resurrected, Hagoromo said seriously. After Otsutsuki's words were spoken, Naruto looked at his father. He called him over with his hand. He had a pretty bad relationship with Menma, especially after Menma found out that Naruto was his brother. Jumping towards his father, Naruto began to glare at him. I forgot to say, happy birthday, Minato said with a smile. Thank you, because you always congratulated me. Even when you weren't considered my father, Naruto said, smiling kindly, as he hadn't smiled for a long time. You forgave me after all. And now you consider me your father, Minato asked hopefully. Yes, I forgave you, Naruto continued to smile. Well then I can leave in peace, Namikaze said with relief, starting to glow. Naruto, remember I love you very much, as does your mother, sister and especially brother. We all love you, and you are not deprived of this feeling. Build a world together with Menma, because you both want it, on this earth. It's not for nothing that I named you Naruto, this name is from the book of your godfather Jiraiya. And I hope that it would be you who would save this world from hatred and pain, even though it is almost impossible. But I believe in you. And no matter what you do next and no matter what you do. Remember I will always love you, said Minato, disappearing. And all that was left of him was a handful of dust. After these words, a single tear flowed from Naruto's left eye, which he wiped away at the same moment. Now we are free, said all the tailed beasts except Kurama and Gyuki. And we will return to our Jinchuriki, said the fox and the octopus with smiles. So, Menma, Sasuke and Naruto, have your goals changed? Or have they remained the same? Asked the sage, looking at his 3 reincarnations. No, my choice has not changed, even though Kagaya wanted to kill us for her own purposes. Naruto and I feel sorry for her, if it weren't for the fate of the whole world. I tried to persuade her, Namikaze said, pointing his thumb at himself. No, I will continue to follow my goal, Sasuke said emotionlessly. Then, you both need to make a certain sign. Menma has the chakra of all the tailed beasts, and Sasuke has the Rinnegan. But Naruto can also take Sasuke's place, the sage said affirmatively, continuing to look at Naruto, who did not move, but simply stared at the floor. Then let's do it, Sasuke, Menma said. Sasuke nodded and tried to do the same. But only now did he feel that he couldn't use chakra. I can't take it off. My chakra is like it's blocked by a seal, Sasuke said, nervously repeating his attempt. It was me who put the seal, Naruto said, turning to Sasuke and Menma. Why, take it off, Obito said, looking at his student with confusion. Okay, but first I'll kill all 5 cage, and also capture the tailed monsters and seal them inside myself to control the world, Naruto said, looking at everyone from under his bangs. Who do you think you are? Kurama said, aiming his paw to kill Uzumaki. Naruto simply looked at all the tailed beasts with his right eye. The tailed one's eyes will display the image of the white-haired one's right eye. Amaterasu, Sasuke shouted, wanting to kill Naruto. Naruto simply made a coating of ice on his right hand. And then he dropped the ice when the flame hit him. Scarlet lightning, said Naruto, and lightning from his right hand struck Sasuke, causing him to pass out. Tell me, why are you doing this? Or do you still want to destroy Konoha and the entire shinobi world? Obito asked, holding Kakashi, who was currently unconscious. No, before I only destroyed, now I destroy everything. To build a new world, Naruto said, turning to Menma. If you wanted to build a world, then Sasuke and I are the only ones who can stop you. Why didn't you put the seal on me too? The blonde asked, glaring at his brother. The seal didn't seal that much chakra, Naruto said, looking at the blonde. Death Star, Naruto said, using his eye ability. The tailed beasts began to be enveloped by the stone, after which all 9 Biju were in huge balls of stone. You know where to go, Naruto said, starting to slowly walk away. Naruto, stop, I beg you, enough. You hurt everyone, including yourself. If you still love me, then please stop. After all, how can I continue to love you then, said Uchiha, falling to her knees, and tears came from her eyes. I'm useless and I can't stop you, but if you have a place for me in your heart, then let me in, I beg you. Make room for me, even in the darkest corner of your heart. While Satsuki was speaking, Naruto stopped and listened to her, showing respect for the girl. But when she finished speaking, Uzumaki turned his head with a mocking smile, and then looked at her with his right eye while saying, "You really are annoying," said Naruto, throwing the Uchiha into a genjutsu. "Why did you do this?" Namikaze shouted, turning to Uzumaki. "If I hadn't done this, she would have followed us and would have been in the way. And I will do the same to everyone who follows us," Naruto threatened. "She wanted to help you all this time," Obito whispered angrily, but the white-haired man heard him. "So I had to respond to her feelings. I have no reason not to love her, not to be loved by her," Naruto said over his shoulder. "A reason is only needed to hate someone. Satsuki is not trying to make you fall in love with her. You almost killed her once, and she is still worried and crying because of you. She is only suffering because of her love for you," Uchiha said angrily, checking Satsuki's condition. "It's because of my difficult past," Uzumaki said as he disappeared. "I made a promise to Satsuki that I would definitely return Naruto, and because in memory of my still kind brother. I inherited his ninja path, which says, I will never give up." Menma shouted the last phrase, heading after Uzumaki. "Love is a complicated thing. I once had 2 sons. They loved and idolized me, and I loved them. But he entrusted the power to the younger one, so the elder one hated both of us. Naruto became like this because of the lack of this feeling. The same situation is with Madara," Hagoromo said, looking at the entire squad. "Are you saying that the same fate awaits Naruto?" Amy asked, looking with hope that this would not happen. "No. Not at all. A different outcome awaits them in Menma," said the sage, looking up. "Hey, I knew this was the place. After all, we once fought here," said the blonde man standing on the statue of Hashirama Saju with a smile. "And just like then, you will lose to me," Menma, also smiling, answered the white-haired man standing on the statue of Madara Uchiha. "I won't fall for those tricks, and I won't let you do what you're planning," Namikaze said seriously, waving his hand. "And even more so, I will not allow you to become Hokage, because your views on the world have changed. And you will be the wrong ruler. For me, being Hokage means starting a revolution. This is completely different from what you imagine," Naruto said emotionlessly, looking at Menma. "They don't recognize the one who became the Hokage, but the one who is recognized by everyone becomes the Hokage. And this is the difference between the right Hokage and the wrong one," Menma said, gritting his teeth. "Our views are different, and before we begin, I will show you what being Hokage means to me." Black man. My friend. I am very, very sick. I don't know where this pain came from. Is it just the wind whistling over an empty and deserted field? Or, like a grove in September, alcohol showers the brain. My head flaps its ears. Like a bird with wings. She has legs on her neck. I can't hang around any longer. Black man. Black man. He sits down on my bed. Black man. It keeps me awake all night. Black man. Runs his finger over the disgusting book. And, whining over me. Like a monk over a deceased person. Reads life to me. Some scoundrel and drunkard. Bringing melancholy and fear to the soul. Black man. Black. Listen. He mutters to me. There are many beautiful things in the book. Thoughts and plans. This man lived in the country. The most disgusting thugs and charlatans. In December in that country. The snow is pure as hell. And the snowstorms start. Merry spinning wheels. That man was an adventurer. But the highest. And the best brand. He was graceful. Besides, he is a poet. Even if it's a little bit. But with tenacious strength. And some woman. 40+ years old. Called me a bad girl. And my dear one. Happiness, he said. There is sleight of mind and hands. All awkward souls. The unfortunate are always known. It's nothing. That there is a lot of torment. They bring broken ones. And false gestures. In thunderstorms, in tempests. In the cold of life. In case of severe losses. And when you're sad. To appear smiling and simple. The highest art in the world. Black man. You don't dare do this. You're not on duty, are you? You live as a diver. What do I care about life? The scandalous poet. Please, others. Read and tell. Black man. He looks at me point blank. And the eyes are covered. Blue vomit. As if he wants to tell me that I am a crook and a thief. So shameless and brazen. Robbed someone. My friend. I am very, very sick. I don't know where this pain came from. Is it just the wind whistling over an empty and deserted field? Or, like a grove in September, alcohol showers the brain. The night is frosty. The quiet peace of the crossroads. I'm alone at the window. I'm not expecting either a guest or a friend. The whole plain is covered. Loose and soft lime. And the trees, like horsemen. We gathered in our garden. Somewhere there is crying. A night ominous bird. Wooden horsemen. They sow the sound of hoofbeats. Here's that black one again. He sits down on my chair, raising his top hat, and casually throwing aside his frock coat. Listen. He wheezes, looking into my face. I'm getting closer myself. And it leans closer. I didn't see anyone. From the scoundrels. So unnecessary and stupid. Suffered from insomnia. Let's say I was wrong. After all, there is a moon today. What else do you need? To the sleepy little world. Maybe with thick thighs. She will come secretly. And you will read your dead, languid lyrics. I love poets. Funny people. I always find it in them. A story familiar to the heart. Like a pimply student. Long-haired freak. Speaks of worlds. Sexually exhausted. I don't know, I don't remember. In one village. Maybe in Kaluga. Or maybe in Ryazan. There lived a boy. In a simple peasant family. Yellow-haired. With blue eyes. And now he has become an adult. Besides, he is a poet. Even if it's a little bit. But with tenacious strength. And some woman. 40+ years old. Called me a bad girl. And my dear one. Black man. You are a very bad guest. This is glory for a long time. The word is out about you. I'm furious. And my cane flies. Straight to his face. In the bridge of the nose. ... The moon died. The dawn is turning blue through the window. Oh, night. What have you messed up, night? I'm standing in a top hat. There is no one with me. I am alone. And a broken mirror. Yesenin. The last battle. Looking at each other, both of them flashed back to moments from the past, or rather, sparring sessions at the academy where they were often put together. Descending from the tops of their heads, the statue of the founders of Konoha ran along their shoulders and they descended into the water, rapidly converging. As they came closer, they hit their wrists, causing a wave of air to travel across the water. Having jumped away from each other, they came closer again. Naruto delivered blow after blow. Menma blocked only a small part of all the blows Namikaze delivered. Next, Naruto began to fold the seals for the fire technique. Menma approached Uzumaki to prevent him from ending the series. The white-haired man, without being distracted from making seals, struck with his feet. Fire release. Great fire destruction, Uzumaki shouted as he released a weakened wall of fire 20 meters long. Water element. Poseidon wave, the blonde shouted, releasing a wave of water of the same length. The collision of the two techniques created steam, which Menma took advantage of and sent his brother flying into the sky with a kick. Jumping towards him, he sent him into the rock with another blow. When Naruto came to, he heard a sound similar to a whistle. Looking up he saw Menma flying at him with a rasengan. Having stopped time, Uzumaki somersaulted out of Namikaze's flight path, causing the blonde to destroy the wall. Because of the dust, Naruto did not see how the blue-eyed blonde created 4 clones that headed to attack the Ice Lord. The guy fought 5 menmams and pushed them all back. Heavenly attraction, Naruto said, putting his hands at his sides. All the clones in the original began to rapidly gravitate towards Uzumaki. And in order to kill all the clones and Menmu himself, they surrounded themselves with icy spikes, which caused all the clones to disperse. And the original managed to defend himself by using his chakra hands, and then he used them to hit the technique, breaking it. Naruto dodged the attack and jumped up, forming a tiger seal, and flames flew out of his mouth, slowly taking the form of a dragon. Menma, who was already in 6 paths mode, stopped the dragon with his chakra hand. While the blonde held the technique with his hand, Naruto used a run and sent Menma flying with a powerful kick. Namikaze landed on the water and ran at Naruto, who descended from the cliff and began to launch ice balls at Menma, hindering his progress. And he easily dodged without slowing down. Sacred Sword Skiati, respond to my will, the former crimson-haired one shouted, pointing his hand upward. And at the same second a katana flew into his hand. And with this weapon, he began to attack the blonde with powerful lunges. Menma created a stick from the sphere with which he could defend and counterattack. When faced with Naruto's sword, Namikaze was clearly losing because he didn't know how to fight with weapons. By making a sword out of ice, Uzumaki became even stronger in sword combat. But the ice sword soon broke. Then the white-haired man, with an unexpected kick, threw the blonde man a great distance away. Naruto stood on the water and waited for Menma to act. Without thinking twice, Menma entered Nine Tails mode. Between the statues of the founders of Konoha, stood a huge yellow fox with 9 tails. And you can do that, Naruto said pompously, activating the mark. While the mark was activating, Naruto threw spears of ice that increased in size when they hit the cover, noticeably slowing down Menma. When the blonde approached Uzumaki, the white-haired man defended himself with a huge icy hand, and then from this hand appeared a torso, a head, another arm and both legs. When the ice warrior stood up to his full height, he intercepted the hand and hit the fox in the stomach with his knee. This is my first transformation, and you are already losing by missing such an obvious blow, although this is not the first time you have used this form, said Naruto while in the head of the black warrior. Idiot, I don't want to fight you, Menma said, clenching his fists in anger. Then you won't be able to defeat me, the white-haired man said melancholically, leaning his hand on his arm. Damn it, Namikaze shouted, hitting the warrior on the head with his hand. Although Naruto missed the blow, he successfully counterattacked by tripping him with his foot, and sending Menma into the air with his second. And while Namikaze was in the air, Naruto began to shoot at him with huge ice balls. Having successfully dodged the former Alawal's attack, Namikaze struck him with his tails. The one-eyed man blocked the blow with his hands, grabbed the fox's head with his hands and threw it into the water. Naruto changed his position to deal more damage to the blue-eyed man, taking off into the air. But Menma grabbed the armored warrior's leg with his tails. Spinning him around, he slammed him into the water. While Naruto was underwater, a wind began to gather around the nine-tailed fox, growing stronger with each passing minute. And when the wind currents began to blow away the trees, Naruto flew out from under the water. Who waved his hand downwards, on which was chakra similar to Uzumaki's Zephyr Blade technique. The wind turned from strong gusts into a huge tornado. Menma endured enormous stress on his body in it. Therefore, when the technique's effects ended, Menma was still in the fox's cover, but was breathing heavily while lying on the water, and when the blonde caught his breath, he stood up again. I repeat, if you continue to defend yourself, you will die, the Ice Lord said tiredly. How many times do I have to tell you? I don't want to kill you, the Jinchuriki started shouting. You want to be alone again, but I won't let you. I was always alone, and when I tried to talk to someone, they either beat me or chased me away. Naruto answered his brother's cry with a pause. So it's not my fault. After these words were spoken, a stream of uncontrollable wind formed in the ice warrior's hand, and when the technique finished forming, Naruto flew towards Menma. And Menma created a tail bomb, heading towards Uzumaki. The collision of the technicians caused a huge explosion. Do you really want to be alone? Menma asked sadly. I've always been alone, and now I need to kill you. You're preventing me from achieving my goal. And we're not the same boys. Who once fought here? Naruto said emotionlessly. After the explosion, both fighters were floating in the air. You can't kill me like that. Should I repeat it? If you defend yourself, you'll die, Naruto said with a frown. And I repeat that I don't want to kill you, Menma said, clenching his teeth until they ground. Enough, it's time to finish with you, said Naruto, making a concentration seal. And the warrior repeated after him, and then created an ice sword, stretching it upward. All 9 balls flew towards the Valley of Completion, slowly lining up above the white-haired one. Chakra in the form of red lightning began to fill the sword, and then the warrior himself. Even though the energy of the Biju itself is collected in the sword, its armor has also strengthened, Kurama said in Menma's head. And if we take away his sword, then... No. This won't work, the fox interrupted his Jinchuriki. As a result, a warrior in black armor appeared before Menma, and in some places the energy flowed from red to black. Now, I will finish this battle. I have the chakra of all the tailed beasts reinforced with ice and lightning. And you have a small part of the tailed beasts. Give up. You cannot win, Uzumaki said arrogantly, looking at him. Menma was daydreaming and spat, creating clones that were also in the shroud. Clones again. I used to create them too. Hide my loneliness, the white-haired man said sadly, remembering the past. Without saying anything, Namikaze rushed into battle against Naruto, and the clones flew after him. All 5 clones struck with their hands, but no defects appeared on the armor. One of the clones in the fox's cloak was sent to the ground with a blow, and his back destroyed several trees. And he sent another one into the ground with a kick, and when the fox wanted to get up, his mouth was nailed with a spear. And when he tried to get up, a multitude of spikes formed from the weapon, which completely destroyed the fox. With a scream, the clone struck the warrior's head where Uzumaki was with his hand. But this blow did not cause any damage, and the fox's hand was destroyed. Having broken the distance, Menma's doubles launched the tailed beast's bombs at the warrior. Naruto launched 3 spears at the techniques, which immediately exploded before reaching Uzumaki. Kurama, are you soon? Asked Namikaze, in his schizophrenia. This should be enough, said Kurama, sitting in a meditation pose. And then with a bang he disappeared. The Menma clones merged into one fox with 6 arms, and the 3 arms on one side began to create a planetary rasengan, and the same on the other side. Seeing that the blonde had made 2 planetary rasengan, Naruto pointed his sword upward. A red lightning bolt struck the weapon, and then it transformed into a spear, which he then threw at Namikaze. And Menma in response threw 2 techniques. When they collided, a huge explosion was formed, which was visible to the entire squad, who were tensely looking towards the Valley of Completion. After the explosion, both heroes slowly fell down, looking at the sky. Both of them twisted and landed on their feet, but were standing somehow. I won't be able to use the power of the tailed beasts, but my strength should be enough, Naruto analyzed, looking at Menma. Scarlet lightning. Uzumaki shouted, launching lightning at the blonde. But Menma managed to react and use the flight of the thunder god, moving behind Naruto and kicking the white-haired man away. Touching his right eye, Naruto discovered a bruise that would prevent him from opening his eye. Menma created several clones and attacked Naruto in close combat. Naruto easily destroyed the clones and with a blow of his hand knocked the blonde onto his shoulder blades, starting to beat him. Having managed to make several blows, Naruto received a blow to the nose with his forehead, which caused him to rise to his feet. And Menma, without wasting a moment, kicked the white-haired man in the air with both feet. But he blocked the blow, and then grabbed the blonde's legs, spun him around, and then let him go. Menma flew into the nearest wall, leaving a dent. Wind element. Rita axe, the Ice Lord whispered, creating a huge one-handed axe in his hand. And then he threw it at Menma, who simply used the replacement technique. Why did the axe destroy the log instead of the blonde man? Having teleported, Menma again struck Naruto in the jaw, causing him to spit out a tooth, and with a powerful blow of his hand he threw the blue-eyed man away from himself. And then Uzumaki put his hand to his shoulder and conducted lightning, from which the seal of the thunder god dissipated. And then an exchange of blows began. Both were covered in bruises, bumps and contusions and continued to fight. Naruto Menma shouted. Menma Naruto shouted after him. And then they both struck each other. Damn it, shouted the little purple-haired boy, who had once again disgraced himself in front of his classmates. Winner. Namikaze Menma, Iruka announced, slightly saddened. Loser, how could I say that you would become my rival? The blonde said proudly. Hey, Rooster, what are you doing? I'm going to beat you now, and then I'll become Hokage Dadboy, Uzumaki shouted, actively gesturing with his hands. You are a piece of shit, and also an arrogant scum. After these words, Naruto received a punch in the neck from Iruka. Naruto, where did you get such words from? Iruka asked the one-eyed man. I know even worse, Naruto muttered, but no one heard him. And so, fold the seals of application, said Iruka, looking at the boys who came closer to fold the seal of application. But little Satsuki, who was watching this with excitement, put her hands to her chest. And then I woke up suddenly. You finally woke up, Obito said, with his left eye closed, covering it with a protector. Where is Naruto and Menma? Uchiha asked tensely, looking around. They met in their last battle, Kakashi answered, adjusting his protector. We'll wait for Sasuke to wake up, and then we'll head to the Valley of Completion. It was already dark, but rays of light fell on the valley where two statues of the founders of Konoha stood, illuminating it. And between these two statues, next to the waterfall, Naruto and Menma were fighting. But not like at the beginning of the battle, with every step they toppled and fell. Naruto hit the blonde on the head and stopped his fist on the opponent's forehead. From this, Menma's protector flew off and fell into the water. And Menma struck the one-eyed man in the stomach, but the force of the blow was weak, so he simply pressed it against the white-haired man's stomach. Both were breathing heavily and looking into each other's eyes. Both faces were covered in bruises, cuts and contusions. But then Menma felt his chakra supply decrease. And then he looked at the second hand, which was absorbing the fox's chakra. I have the Rinne Sharingan, and accordingly I can do everything that the Rinne Sharingan does, Naruto said, looking at Menma, who fell to his knees. But I can only use this ability when the eye is closed. When I became the owner of this eye, I won in advance. Goodbye, my brother, said Naruto, making a sword out of ice. And then he struck Namikaze. The sound of splashes was heard by Uzumaki before he flew into the rock, leaving a deep dent. You've already enough out of me. Why can't you just give up and die so that I can fulfill the dream of our father? Your teacher. In the end my dream and make true peace. Naruto burst into tears, looking sadly at Menma. I can't. I already made a mistake by disgracing you on the exam. I won't make the same mistake again. I won't abandon you. And I have inherited your past path. Never give up, Menma quietly responded to his brother's cry. Naruto looked at him with a heavy gaze and sighed. And then I created a marshmallow blade, by adding an ice element, which caused the technique to become stuck in blue. He transformed my chakra, making a technique out of it, while adding the element of ice. Kurama explained something that was already clear to the blonde. I'll give you my chakra, but then I'll go into hibernation. In place of an answer, Menma extended his fist with a smile. Kurama also smiled and punched. Go, said Kurama, and Menma came out of the subconscious. Naruto and Menma looked at each other for a long time, waiting for the moment to finish the fight with the last techniques. And then in an instant they jumped towards each other. Menma began to form a rasengan in his hand. And when the technique was finished, both of them stretched out their hands with a scream, connecting the techniques. And then a huge explosion. Commentary on the last battle. Please do not write that it looks like canon. But make a choice based on the next part. Return. Naruto woke up whole, without the wounds and bruises he received in the battle. What? Where am I? Naruto whispered, looking around. Looking around, Naruto saw that he was on the roof of some house from Konoha. I was waiting for you, said the boy with spiky scarlet hair. You? Yes, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, the all-haired man said cheerfully, calling the white-haired man to sit down. Naruto Sr. sat down on the edge of the roof and began to look around. It was Konoha, the beautiful evening Konoha of his childhood. Looking down the alley, the white-haired man saw how his little son, still with two eyes, was being beaten. It was at this moment that you allowed hatred to influence your mind, said the crimson-haired man, looking at his elder self. Naruto clenched his fists and teeth in anger. And what do you think? I should have smiled in the face of these scumbags? Uzumaki asked hatefully. No, but then you had to rethink your existence. And not continue to yell at everyone that you will become Hokage, the boy said with a groan. The location had changed, now they were in the backyard of the academy, where one-on-one fights were held. Ah, what are we doing here? Naruto asked, looking at his classmates fighting. Show what you can lose. After all, none of them wished you harm. And you want to destroy this idol, for the sake of pseudo-peace. And what will happen when you die? Have you thought about it? The crimson-haired man argued with the thoughtful Naruto. I will think of a way to live forever, still looking into the distance, Uzumaki replied. The location has changed to another Chunin exam, final stage. You want to say that there is forgiveness for how he disgraced me, Naruto said, pointing his finger at his fight with Menma. Forgiveness? No, you're right, but there is an explanation. He, like all those who don't know, became a victim of one person. And you put all people under the same brush. Do you think that everyone hated you? No, definitely not. All those people became victims of a man named Shimura Danzo, the boy said frowningly, looking at how Menma was disgracing Naruto. All of them lost their wives, children, mothers, and so on the day of the fox's attack. Although if Danzo hadn't told them, everything would have been fine. But you can understand him too. There is no forgiveness for him, he turned my life into hell, the guy raised his voice. You're right, but why can't we just understand and forgive? He wanted to protect Konoha. He loved it more than his life. And when the fox was sealed in you, he was afraid that he would break out and destroy the village again. Although why he told everyone will remain a mystery. Now they were in that very fateful cave. Here you allowed revenge and hatred to take over your mind. And then you lost yourself. You stopped being open, kind, and most importantly a good person. And I know the story, but you yourself understood that if you simply accepted the power, then your mind remained pure. But you did not resist, the boy said sadly, watching Naruto kill a man, albeit an evil one. Naruto continued to look with a frown. Apparently this conversation was of no use to the white-haired man. The location changed to the Hokage's office. Shut up, all of you shut up, I will take revenge on you, he pointed his finger at Minato. I will kill you, I promise, and I don't throw words to the wind. Then turning around, Naruto left the office, loudly slamming the door. Damn, I could, but I was scared. It's my fault and I'm ready to take all his anger on my shoulders. It's my duty as a father, Minato said confidently, his hands on the table. Father, why couldn't you return Naruto to the family? Do you even understand how it was for him? The younger one asked, shouting, looking at the older one. Well, how do you feel? You are an egoist who hurt them all. Do you understand? After waiting a little, you got everything you wanted, the crimson-haired man asked, appearing in front. And how much pain they caused me? You didn't even. Uzumaki stopped in the middle of his sentence, looking at his little self. I understand you, but I survived this hatred and remained the same, and you gave in to seduction, looking at Naruto with a smile, the boy said. The memory changed to the murder of Jiraiya. Before that, you did terrible things, like when you killed 100 people during training, although you could have knocked them out. But when you again allowed the person who loved you to be killed. Yes, you were not acquainted, but you could have dropped everything, returned to Konoha, and spent time with your godfather and the rest of your family, said the younger Naruto, watching the reaction of the white-haired man. He opened his eyes wide, because the book was written by Jiraiya and this book is the only one he read several times. The hero's name was Naruto and he had to save the world, while never giving up. They had hopes for me, understanding how difficult my life would be. And they wanted me to go through all the hardships with a smile on my face. And then I would find a family, I would speak with a normal, emotionless face. At least I didn't have to explain it, the boy answered with relief. And then you committed your senseless revenge. Revenge is a very bad feeling, you committed revenge but it won't make things any easier for you. After all, when you learned the truth, you fundamentally changed your worldview. After all, there is power in truth, having learned it, it changed your mind and conscience over so many years, it made itself known, the crimson-haired man spoke monotonously, looking at the death of his father. Why are you showing me all this? The guy said, sadly rather than emotionlessly. I want to get through to you, said the boy, turning to face the white-haired one, who also turned to face the younger one. I want you to let go of the past and forgive everyone. After all, this is the only way to build peace. If everyone was a person who knew how to forgive, love and let go, people would become much stronger, the boy said with a smile. Do you think, if you forgive everyone, then everything will change? This only happens in fairy tales, Naruto answered in a loud tone. So why not turn this world into a fairy tale? Because if you forgave all those who hurt you, you would live with birds in your hands, disarming everyone. Even if there is no need to forgive, everyone in this world deserves forgiveness, the boy said, smiling wider. Naruto didn't answer, but it's not for nothing that the eyes are the mirror of the soul. From them one could understand that little Naruto's monologue was having an effect. And the fact that you wanted to build the world in this way, then here too you were mistaken. It is difficult to build a world, namely a true world. Therefore, you need to do as much as possible, and then hope for the new generation, said the boy, stretching his hand forward, smiling. I cannot be forgiven. I have committed too many crimes. And almost made a mistake, looking at the boy. You will forgive, and you will be forgiven. But there is no way without punishment, he answered the question of his older version with a shrug. And if you need help, ask. After all, it's not scary if you ask for help. This will not diminish your greatness as the strongest person possible at the moment. Naruto looked down and thought. After looking up, he decisively shook his own hand. As the elder Uzumaki shook hands with the younger, the latter began to disappear. Good luck. The last thing the hell-haired one said as he disappeared, "Thank you." When he woke up, he saw the whole squad. Satsuki was treating him, and Sakura was Menma, who was lying without his right arm. Amy took out seals with sealed chakra to quickly restore the chakra of the two heroes. Obito, Kakashi and Sasuke looked at the destruction of the valley. When Uchiha realized that the white-haired man had woken up, she smiled. And she hugged him, and Naruto hugged her back. "Forgive me. Today God woke up early in the morning. He read the complaints and requests. And to people from the jug without deception poured what you wish into your heart. But not everyone had an open heart. And not everyone has room for a miracle. The door is propped open by envy and hostility. It is greed that prevents success. And for some it's spilled to the brim sadness and hopelessness, that's the trouble. And God regretted that this heart was hidden. I wanted to pour some love, but where? And God was sad that people don't know how cleanse hearts and souls from grievances. Over the years, they harden in the heart. And the heart turns to granite. But God walked, looked and smiled, when I met loving hearts. He took the jug and tried his best, he carefully poured happiness into their hearts. And people gradually spilled out God-given grace. And everyone around was blamed for the loss, forgetting to look for blame in ourselves. For if we could forgive and believe, love, thank and let go, then God could measure happiness not by drops, the magic jug could give away everything. Today God woke up at dawn. A huge box with requests at your feet. And next to him there is only one envelope without any requests. Thank you for everything, my God. Epilogue. A month has passed since that battle. All the villages are slowly recovering from the war. Since there were many victims, the villages helped each other. Menmu was made a war hero, just like Naruto, only for his past crimes he is serving time in prison. Tsunade gave the post of Hokage to Obito, because of his contribution to the victory in the war. And Menma became not only a hero but also an idol for many people. Having become Hokage, Obito decided to retire the elders, and in their place were accepted Shikaku Nara, Hiyashi Hyuga and Uchiha Fugaku. And also, the elders and the Hokage justified Naruto for his great contribution to the victory. And Uzumaki decided to travel and study the world he wanted to destroy, as well as learn about new techniques and genomes. Standing at the gates of Konoha was Naruto, who was wearing a long-sleeved cloak, a white shirt, black pants, and shinobi sandals with a katana kept behind his back. Satsuki, Mr. Sixth, and also Amy. Naruto, I hope you won't do anything stupid again. We barely got you away, but people will remember you for a long time for how you killed the fourth, Uchiha said, smiling. Of course, Naruto answered briefly, getting ready to leave. Do you really have to go on a trip? The girls asked in unison. Hey, I don't know. Well, I think, until I figure out who I am, the white-haired man smiled, looking at the sky. And I'll go alone, anticipating your question. I need to understand what I could lose. Interrupted Uchiha, Uzumaki. Ha, well, be careful. I don't want to lose my brother again, and when Menma gets mad, the crimson-haired girl giggled, smiling widely. Okay, the one-eyed man answered briefly, seeing how the brunette became sad. Then he approached her and ruffled the girl's hair as her father had done. Wait for me, the Ice Lord said with a smile, looking at the blushing Uchiha. I decided to leave without saying goodbye, the blonde asked, leaning against the tree trunk. Say goodbye, it seems I'm not leaving forever, Naruto answered, turning to the blonde. And he took out Naruto's protector. Where did you find it? Asked the surprised Uzumaki, looking at the thing. In one of Orochimaru's hideouts, Menma answered briefly, holding out his forehead protector with his left hand. Thank you, said Naruto, taking the protector in his hands. After looking at it for a long time, he put it in his coat pocket. I think it's time for you, Namikaze said, turning around and heading towards the Konoha gates. You lost your father, godfather and also your hand to stop me. I am grateful to you, after all, you are a good brother and I hope in the future you will become a good Hokage. And, you inherited in the past. My will to never give up and go to my goal. It's like a prayer, keep going until you achieve your goals. And for those who endure pain, this is called the way of the ninja, Naruto said, continuing to look at the back of the departing blonde. But my path is not over yet, like all currently living shinobi. After all, while a ninja is alive, his path is not over. Then he turned around and set off on a journey to explore the beauty of this wonderful world. After all, soon, the era of shinobi will come to an end.